In the first year of the Great War of Myriad Races, countless demons from distant universes descended upon Earth, bringing disaster and destruction. The blue planet transformed into a bloody battlefield for countless races, and although humanity had some individuals awaken supernatural abilities, they were still weak and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Amidst the crumbling ruins, humanity's first warriors, with resolute eyes, stepped forward to face immeasurable danger. Relying on weapon firepower and the few awakened individuals, humanity struggled to hold out against the fierce onslaught of the demon race. However, after more than a decade, humanity's two defense lines collapsed, pushing mankind into a perilous situation, forcing them to fight to their last breath. Swarms of pitch-black demons, numerous as locusts, flooded everywhere, spreading terror and despair. Over 1 million lives fell in the Eastern Human Alliance alone, their white gravestones stretching out as a testament to the war's cost. As weapons gradually depleted and the number of awakened individuals increased, nations began to pool all resources, focusing on cultivating those with abilities to reinforce the battlefield. To reclaim their homeland and ensure survival, humanity had no choice but to go all out, mobilize all resources, and continue the relentless war. In the northern border industrial city of the Eastern Alliance, a sturdy city wall stood tall amidst the white snow. Chen Guohai, a 19-year-old with level 2 electro-disintegration ability, fell at the 10th defense line, leaving behind only half a hand after a bloody battle with a rotting giant. Su Li, a 22-year-old with level 3 fire ability, sacrificed herself at the 9th defense line, self-detonating her power source along with countless explosives to destroy a bridge, her body vanishing in a sea of flames. Standing before hundreds of empty photo frames symbolizing the fallen, the mayor, with a pained expression, spoke. "Behind me is the list of those who fell from the front lines last month." His voice choked. "They are our friends, our family, our brothers and sisters." Tears streaming down his cheeks, Mayor Yecheng cried out. "They are the heroes of Yecheng and of the Hua Nation." The crowd silently bowed their heads, pain etched deep in their eyes as his words echoed. "A few months ago, the 9th defense line fell." Mayor Yecheng's words resonated, a stern warning. "If the myriad races continue to breach the defense lines, Yecheng will suffer the consequences. We have no retreat." He continued, "Now the Eastern Alliance is about to gather 1 million superpowered individuals to counterattack the myriad races." From above, the mayor's figure stood tall, his question striking the crowd's hearts like a bolt of lightning. "What must we, the young generation of Yecheng, do?" Tears streaming, young men clenched their fists, roaring in fury and despair. "Protect our homeland, our mountains and rivers." A unified cry echoed, "Enlist!" The crowd erupted. Thousands of youth surged forward, the cry "Enlist!" reverberating across the square, their determination like a surging tide. They roared, eyes burning with hatred. "I want to enlist! I want to go to the front lines and kill the enemy!" Young faces contorted with rage, they shrieked cruel words. "Kill those alien races, tear them apart, hack them to pieces." A flurry of arms shot up, registration forms fluttering in the air like birds heralding war. "I will enlist." The decisive thud of stamps echoed, each name called out, each fate determined. "Chunyu, you have enlisted! Next! Shiqiao, you have enlisted! Next! Next!" At the recruitment desk, a stern officer read the list. "Next is Nanziying." The young man Nanziying stepped forward. The officer read his information aloud. "Name is Nanziying, from Yecheng, 20 years old. Supernatural talent not yet awakened. Currently studying architecture at Yecheng Industrial University." Then he asked directly, "Do you choose to enlist and go to the front lines?" A classmate turned to ask, his voice full of surprise. "Classmate? You're going to the front lines to kill the enemy?" Nanziying turned his face away, his eyes resolute, uttering a cold word. "Number." The classmate's face changed, his eyes filled with disbelief and indignation. "What? What?" Nanziying looked straight ahead, his voice unwavering. "I choose to stay in the rear for logistics work." The crowd behind him murmured, criticisms and disappointment rising. Really? He's not going to the front lines? Staying in logistics is for women, children, and the elderly. Isn't this cowardice? Ugh, how shameful. "He's even from our school." The recruitment officer angrily questioned Nanziying, his voice filled with disappointment. "Nanziying, you have good health and excellent achievements. Now, the front lines need people more than ever when the nation is in peril. Yet, you choose to retreat? Have you forgotten the humiliation when the myriad races swept through our kind?" Nanziying turned his face away, his eyes still resolute, without a hint of regret. "I have never forgotten, but I have made my choice." His old classmate indignantly grabbed Nanziying's collar, questioning his former courage, deeming him a coward who turned his back when the nation's fate hung by a thread. Amidst the eruption of rage, the recruitment officer had to speak up to calm the situation. preventing the conflict from escalating. The stern officer turned to Nanziying, reminding him that enlistment was voluntary, a personal responsibility, not coercion. He handed Nanziying the form, allowing him to withdraw, but his words held regret for a wasted talent. Amidst the scornful and disappointed gazes of the crowd, Nanziying silently took the form, turned his back, and walked away. Shouts and curses echoed. "Coward! Get lost!" Like daggers stabbing the young man's back. They roared, blaming him for humanity's plight, warning of a tragic fate if the front lines collapsed, leaving the curses behind. Nanziying walked away, his solitary figure amidst the dust and cold indifference. The next day, the city's gray sky was covered in white snow, military helicopters roaring, tearing through the silence. An endless line of military vehicles advanced through the snowstorm, ancient verses echoing, praising comradeship in arms despite the danger. Amidst the heroic atmosphere, soldiers and civilians together shouted victory slogans, their morale surging. "Protecting our homeland, protecting our nation is the highest honor," the cry thundered. In the distance, a figure in a hoodie silently observed, his phone suddenly vibrating. He pulled out his phone, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit screen. The screen displayed breaking news. Eastern Alliance counterattacks myriad races, resounding victory. But right below it, another headline stood out. Yi Cheng genius refuses to enlist. News of the Yi Cheng genius refusing to enlist quickly became a hot topic, spreading everywhere. Malicious comments poured in. "Coward! Burden on the front lines! It's people like you who bring misery upon humanity!" Nanziying maintained a cold expression, but his eyes held something profound. Nanziying's eyes gleamed with determination, mixed with a hint of sorrow as he told himself, "Yes, they are all heroes, but this battle is nothing but moths flying into a flame." Before his eyes, the battlefield was a living hell, where tiny human soldiers were swallowed by giant monsters, their bones white and eyes glowing red. He knew this million-strong army had underestimated the power of the alien races. Memories flooded back of his previous life. He was once a young man kneeling on a ruined battlefield, surrounded by monster corpses. "In my previous life, I also joined the army early, charging to the front lines to eliminate the enemy." Then he rose, standing before a war map, light shining down like a prophecy. "Eventually, I joined the war command, becoming a brilliant strategist. As humanity was forced to retreat step by step, he dedicated his life to researching 5 main talents and finally grafted them onto himself, transforming them into glowing talent trees. As long as these 5 talents are upgraded to create synergistic power, they can turn the tide of war." But tragedy struck, unexpectedly. Before I could complete my plan, humanity was defeated, and I was killed by one of the strongest creatures of the myriad races. He knelt, surrounded by giant monsters, their glowing red eyes his last sight. In that moment of utter despair, blood gushing from his mouth, he roared, "Unacceptable! If only I could have upgraded my talent sooner." The battlefield was desolate, snow falling lightly. A small figure collapsed amidst the vast ruins. He regretted endlessly. I could have protected the humanity. Then, a miracle happened. The current Nanziying sat on a snow-covered stone bench, looking down at his footprints. Perhaps due to obsession or fate, I was reborn. And not only that, the talent trees I had grafted onto myself were brought back intact. They manifested as blue streams of light rising from the ground. Those 5 talent trees were Beast Taming, Elemental, Assura, Array, and Undying, each possessing earth-shattering power. He knew clearly. Although upgrading these 5 immense talents requires a large amount of source stones and time, but he also had an unshakable belief. As long as I can fully utilize these 5 talents and strategize across thousands of miles, even if all 10 defense lines fall, even alone, I can still resist the myriad races and protect humanity. He turned his back to the talent trees, telling himself, "Right now, even if I go to the battlefield, I can't kill many alien races, nor can I gather enough source stones to upgrade my talents. I would only risk prematurely ending my talents." His eyes were resolute, a hand reaching out as if grasping fate. The best way to quickly acquire a large amount of source stones is to go to the testing grounds. That place is teeming with mutated beasts, a perfect spot to accumulate source stones for talent upgrades. Amidst the white snow, Nanziying shot forth like an arrow through the night, his eyes burning with determination. He had to quickly gather source stones to upgrade his talents at the testing grounds behind the Yicheng city branch. Who would have thought that the testing grounds, once a training ground for elite superpowered individuals during the Great War of Myriad Races, would now become a desolate place? Times had changed, talented children had left, and no one came here to train anymore. Amidst the biting cold, elderly workers still diligently transported mutated beast corpses, turning them into provisions for the front lines. A young man reminded Aunt Wang to be careful, for they knew this was the only way to contribute to the nation in these chaotic times. Aunt Wang sighed. The the worry of delayed supplies for the front lines weighing heavily. Age had weakened them. Heavy alloy swords became too much, and dealing with the ferocious beasts could only proceed slowly, one by one. The girl on crutches stood silently, her melancholic gaze fixed on her colleagues. A whispered wish escaped her, filled with the helplessness of not being able to contribute more. Just then, a figure appeared, breaking the silence. Nanziying stepped forward, greeted them, and declared his purpose. "I'm here to train at the testing grounds." He flashed a confident smile, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. "You're short-handed, aren't you? I can help you deal with the mutated beast." He calmly took the sword, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination, responding to the warning with a decisive nod. He strode down the slope leading to the testing ground, leaving behind the hopeful gazes of the group watching him, including the red-haired girl who was secretly pleased that the work would be expedited. Watching the young man's retreating back, the red-haired girl unconsciously blushed, secretly thinking that although he was quiet, he was strangely handsome. But immediately, Aunt Wang pulled her back to harsh reality, coldly reminding her that it was Nanziying, the coward who had evaded the front lines. Aunt Wang continued to mock, questioning how a coward like him could deal with the monsters, and predicted he would soon whine and give up. Meanwhile, Nanziying had advanced deep into the dark testing area, where crimson light streaks cut across the space, and a system notification appeared. "You have selected Grade A Challenge. System error. No previous challenge records found. Please confirm if you wish to begin the Grade A Challenge." Without hesitation, Nanziying resolutely confirmed, his voice echoing in the silent space. "Confirm, begin challenge." Immediately, a surge of red energy erupted, enveloping the entire space, and another notification appeared. "Grade A Challenge has begun. Please prepare," accompanied by the mysterious words, "System error." Amidst the crimson night, a voice echoed like a prophecy. "The long night is coming. Humanity has no retreat." And then, from within the red mist, grotesque figures began to emerge. They were hideous, mutated creatures, and the voice continued to echo, "For the future of humanity, are you willing to become a shadow in the night?" Nanziying stood alone amidst the encirclement of monsters, his determined gaze fixed on his grim fate. The whispers continued to stir his mind like a curse. Even if it means bearing 1,000 curses? Nanziying's eyes suddenly blazed with crimson fire, reflecting an unshakable iron will. In that decisive moment, he declared resolutely, his voice resounding, "I am willing." The sword in his hand also glowed brightly, ready for a life-or-death battle. Without hesitation, Nanziying charged straight into the horde of monsters, his sword swinging fiercely, and a thought flashed through his mind. "Come on, let's start with the beast-taming talent." After the invasion of the myriad races, countless creatures had mutated and evolved due to the overflowing spiritual energy, and Nanziying was evading their fierce attacks. He recalled his previous life, when on the front lines, not only the myriad races but also mutated beasts were a threat, notably the umbrella bird, famous for its muscle memory ability. Amidst the ferocious monsters, Nanziying glided like the wind, aiming directly for the umbrella bird's fatal weakness. Without hesitation, he launched a decisive strike, the sharp sword plunging directly into the back of the monster's head, finishing it in the blink of an eye. As the umbrella bird fell, a shimmering elemental stone appeared, and Nanziying collected it, preparing for new advancements. He told himself that the talent upgrade mechanism was exactly the same as in his previous life. Each time he defeated an umbrella bird, he would receive an elemental stone, and each time his talent leveled up, he could tame an additional mutated beast. Despite being lightly wounded, Nanziying stood firm with resilience, his eyes determined. He knew he could endure these injuries. He charged into battle once more, evading every fatal attack, confident that eliminating the horde of monsters would be no problem. A monster lunged with sharp fangs, but Nanziying was faster, gliding past like a ghost. He swung his sword, slicing through another charging monster, his movements decisive and powerful. Nanziying spun around, delivering a powerful kick to the encircling monster, repelling it in an instant. His feet landed firmly, creating a small shockwave, ready for the next attack. Another kick was unleashed, felling another monster. Nanziying moved ceaselessly, turning the battlefield into his own deadly dance. He glided through the horde of monsters, his sharp gaze directed upwards, deciding to eliminate the aerial distractions first. His sword sliced through the air, forming a deadly arc, sweeping away the monsters flying overhead. He panted, his face smeared with dirt and blood, but his eyes still shone brightly as he looked at the notification panel. "Just as I thought, the efficiency has increased." Blood stained his face. Nanziying's eyes glowed crimson amidst the smoke and fire. Each breath was heavy, but his will remained unshaken. Before him, a horde of black bird-like monsters shrieked, their colossal leader spreading its wings, creating a chaotic and deadly spectacle. That was the Umbrella Bird Emperor, the leader of the monster horde, a formidable target he had to face. A powerful counterattack sent him flying. Blood splattered, and Nan Ziying muttered, "In my current state, defeating it will be very difficult." He glided like a ghost, evading the deadly pounce, realizing he couldn't directly confront this terrifying power. His eyes flashed with determination. He spun around, growling, "I must attack its weak point." The sword flashed, tearing through the air, plunging directly into a spot on the monster's colossal body. He narrowed his eyes, clearly sensing, "This durability seems to have been enhanced compared to what I remember from my previous life." Without hesitation, he continued to charge in, each sword strike carrying fury and cold calculation. The monster roared in pain. Its massive body collapsed, creating a deep fissure in the ground. Again, Nan Ziying roared, his eyes crimson like blood, charging to finish off the dying monster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two middle-aged women with scowling faces were discussing. Lunch break had arrived. Xiao Lu walked over and asked, "Aunt Wang, Sister Li, why aren't you two going to the cafeteria? Are you planning to eat here?" Aunt Wang replied, "Don't worry about that, Xiao Lu. Today, I want to see how long he can keep up his pretense." The black-haired woman growled. "I bet he'll sneak off soon," she continued, her voice full of worry. "The front lines have been pushed back to the 8th defense line, and our Yi city is now no different from the front lines." Aunt Wang clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. "We can't let him cause trouble here. If he dares to run away, we'll catch him." Sister Li looked at the two, a sense of unease rising in her heart. But a grade, a challenge, doesn't seem much simpler than the front lines. A voice echoed throughout the space, announcing that Nan Ziying had completed the first floor of the Grade A challenge. Aunt Wang, with a skeptical expression, whispered to Xiao Lu and Sister Li, thinking that the guy had given up because he couldn't handle the pressure. Suddenly, a colossal figure charged forward, startling Aunt Wang, her eyes wide with terror. A close-up of Aunt Wang's eyes, dilated with fear, cold sweat pouring down. A horrified scream rang out as Aunt Wang collapsed, while Sister Li and Xiao Lu stood stunned before the figure that had just appeared. Nan Ziying stood there, his entire body tattered and covered in blood, but his eyes remained resolute. The system displayed, Nan Ziying, kills, 2,000. New record for Trial Tower first floor. Aunt Wang and Xiao Lu couldn't believe their eyes, stammering, asking if he had passed the Grade A challenge in such a miserable state. Nan Ziying raised his head, his eyes crimson like blood, and coldly replied concisely, "Yes, I passed." He turned his back, ordering the others to deal with the monster corpses, his voice devoid of emotion. Sister Li gazed in astonishment at Nan Ziying's retreating back, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. She looked down, horrified by the sight of thousands of monster corpses piled up like mountains, realizing this was the colossal number Nan Ziying had eliminated alone. In the warm water, Nan Ziying muttered about his progress speed. Realizing the experience needed to level up had doubled, he checked his talent tree, seeing that mutated beast taming had reached 2,000 over 2,000, but it was still not enough to reach level 3 with just the first floor. Suddenly, a voice came over the loudspeaker, announcing the war situation. The loudspeaker continued to report that the next wave of attacks was about to begin, and two high-level superpowered individuals had arrived at the front line. Nan Ziying closed his eyes, memories of his previous life flooding back. He knew that those two would soon fail, making the front-line situation even more disastrous. And the 8th defense line was about to collapse. Time was running out. Without a moment's rest, the black-haired young man decisively turned off the water, his mind focused on a single goal, accelerating his preparations. For this was a race against death. He had to charge straight to the second floor of the challenge tower immediately. Meanwhile, in another corner, the cleaners were still stunned by Nan Ziying's achievement. "That kid. I can't believe he passed the challenge," a guy muttered. "But with such injuries, he'll definitely need a long rest." Another person nodded, his eyes complex. He really gave it his all. After all, this is a Grade A challenge. Few can pass it. Aunt Wang, with a scowling face, gestured. "Too much ambition at once is completely unrealistic. It's best to just take it one step at a time. I wonder how many days he'll have to rest with those terrible injuries." A voice rang out, full of skepticism. "Or will he just disappear, claim injury, and never come back?" Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang out, interrupting all the gossip. Nan Ziying, with a resolute demeanor, had returned. "Cough, cough. He's back. Quiet down a bit." Someone quickly reminded them, but another voice, still full of disdain, retorted, "So what if he's back?" Aunt Wang immediately rushed over, questioning, "Hey, aren't you done with the first floor? What else do you want?" The black-haired young man, without hesitation, replied with a steely voice, "I'm going to the second floor to continue the challenge." The second floor?" Aunt Wang's mouth was agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. She roared, anger and worry intertwined. "With such severe injuries, you still plan to go to the second floor? What the hell are you trying to prove? Sister Li quickly intervened, her voice full of worry. Nanziying, the second floor is full of gigantic mutated monsters. Wait until you recover. We'll find someone to help you. Xiao Lu also chimed in. That's right. Those ox-tiger beasts are as tough as tanks, very difficult to deal with. The black-haired young man simply turned his back and walked away decisively, leaving behind a cold remark. Thanks, but I prefer to do it myself. Aunt Wang angrily shouted, her words full of sarcasm. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and fight? What's the point of showing off here? Another voice rang out. Sister Li looked at Nan Ziying's retreating back, her eyes full of contemplation. How strange. Someone like Nan Ziying. He doesn't seem like the type of person who's afraid of death and hides in the rear at all. The words hung in the air as Nan Ziying, with the injury on his eye, still strode forward resolutely. A crimson notification tore through the space. You have activated Grade A Challenge second floor. System error. Nan Ziying stood amidst a horde of gigantic ox-tiger monsters, his eyes blazing. A new battle had begun, and this time, there was no retreat. Enveloped by a crimson energy surge, Nan Ziying clearly felt the terrifying pressure of the second floor of the challenge tower, completely different from the first. Amidst the horde of gigantic monsters, he deftly dodged their torrential attacks, his dazzling red sword energy tearing through the air. The young man's crimson eyes reflected the monster's images, his burning resolve evident in every line. But then, a monster lunged forward, its devastating blow leaving him no time to react. His body was flung back, crashing to the ground, sparks flying from the floor. He writhed on the cold ground, his wounds throbbing, but his will remained unshaken. Raising his gaze, he told himself, I have no advantage in size or strength. I can't take a direct hit, especially with these injuries. The gigantic monsters, with their bloodshot eyes, growled mockingly at the vulnerable figure lying at their feet. Nan Ziying struggled to his feet, his gaze sharp and cold as he stared directly at the monsters. These beasts dare to mock me. He stood tall, an indomitable aura flaring around him. But I'm not the type to rush in unprepared. His eyes suddenly turned fierce, blood red, as a surging wave of killing intent erupted. Suddenly, a gigantic monster was lifted into the air, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Nan Ziying soared high, flying past the astonished monsters. He plunged down, his blazing alloy sword piercing directly into the head of the suspended monster. With a powerful, decisive slash, he pulled out his sword, blood gushing from the wound. The monster let out a final roar before disintegrating into red dust, leaving a deadly void. Horrifying. Just as one threat vanished, another horde of gigantic monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning red as if to incinerate everything, growling menacingly. Amidst the vicious encirclement, Nan Ziying remained calm. He looked at the monsters, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Level 2 monsters are within the range of being tamed, so why not tame them first, and then settle the score? A crimson energy surge erupted from his hand. It was his monster taming talent. The taming aura exploded, swirling like a storm, engulfing the entire horde of monsters in a brilliant red light. The monsters roared frantically, their bodies trembling violently, trying to resist the mysterious power binding them. Nan Ziying stood firm at the center of the energy vortex. Spiked pillars emerged from the ground, impaling the monsters and rendering them immobile. A gigantic monster was completely subdued, lying prostrate on the ground. He subtly smirked. Now that's obedient. The sword swung again, its red glow still blazing. It's time to continue leveling up. Reach level 3 in one go. The scene shifted to another area, where butchers were diligently carving monster meat. An elderly person called out, "Give me a hand here." Amidst the busy scene, Nan Ziying quietly rested. The workers were still bustling, cleaning up, their voices echoing. "Quickly move this meat. There's no more space." All right, that's enough for today. A blue light appeared, and Nan Ziying focused on the virtual status panel. His monster taming talent had reached level 6, with the ability to tame 2,000 monsters. He mused, his gaze resolute. In just 3 days, over 10,000 monsters have been eliminated. Much more efficient than the front lines. Now that my taming talent has reached level 6, perhaps tonight I can venture into the wilderness. The wilderness, a place from which even those with level 5 abilities found it difficult to escape. Gigantic monsters lurked in the shadows, but thanks to superpowered individuals and strong firepower, they rarely dared to directly attack the city. Standing atop a high point, he directed his gaze towards the distant mountains, where a monster kingdom lay hidden. But taming them is the key to my strategy against the myriad races. Back in reality, an old man with silver hair asked Nan Ziying, "Brother Nan, do we need to do another shift to transport supplies to the front lines today?" The old man added, "We can work overtime anytime to send reinforcements to the front lines." Nan Ziying stood up, wishing him a good rest. Outside the city, the sturdy city wall stood tall, Below it, deserted, snow-covered roads, with only a few small trucks moving. A man stuck his head out of the truck, yelling for everyone to clear the road. Looking down from above, the city streets were packed with people and ambulances rushing, carrying the wounded from the front line. Nan Ziying stood amidst the crowd, his gaze pensive as he looked ahead, realizing the situation on the front lines was extremely critical. At that moment, a few citizens looked up at the sky, cheering and pointing at the streaks of light soaring past. Missiles tore through the night sky, hurtling at terrifying speed, making the crowd mistakenly believe their side was gaining the upper hand. But Nan Ziying, with his sharp eyes and experience from his previous life, clearly understood this was not a sign of victory, but desperate long-range support, signaling that the day the defense line would collapse was imminent. Without hesitation, he quickly put on his half-face mask, preparing for the upcoming battle. His firm hand gripped the hilt of his alloy sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Donning his battle cloak, Nan Ziying walked resolutely through the snow, no longer having time to hesitate. A military truck stopped amidst the snow, anxious shouts echoing in the night. The driver angrily stepped out, cursing the broken-down vehicle in the freezing winter night. A blonde woman looked out, suggesting they abandon the vehicle due to lurking dangers. The driver agreed, preparing to pack up their belongings. The driver's eyes suddenly froze. In the distance, a grotesque dark silhouette was gradually becoming clear. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, darting swiftly through the snow, leaving the truck behind. The two girls in the car watched in astonishment, wondering who would dare to risk leaving the city at this hour. The black-haired young man with a half-face mask turned his head to warn. A gigantic mutated wolf is ahead, extremely dangerous. The black-haired girl urged her older sister, saying the hospital urgently needed medicine. But the blonde woman was still worried, wondering if they could get through safely. "This is the lair of mutated wolves," the black-haired girl explained. "The medicine collection team has no combat equipment. Over the past 10 years, they've witnessed too many madmen." Finally, the blonde woman made up her mind. Casting aside all hesitation, she gripped the steering wheel tightly. A sudden noise startled both of them, their terrified eyes fixed on the outside. The driver from earlier had been pounced upon by a monster, his faint cries for help echoing amidst the snow. Through the rear-view mirror, the blonde girl horrifyingly realized the predator was charging towards them. The black-haired girl hastily grabbed her gun, yelling urgently, "Drive! A gigantic steel wolf is chasing us!" The nightmare materialized, the mutated wolf's ferocious face snarling right before the windshield, baring its fangs and claws menacingly. With no retreat, the black-haired girl opened fire, while the blonde woman frantically pressed the accelerator, speeding away in desperation. In that life-or-death moment, the black-haired girl growled an order, her eyes burning with determination as she opened fire, facing death. Amidst the snowstorm, Nan Ziying suddenly looked up, the distant gunshots signaling danger approaching the herb collection team. Not only was the medical team in trouble, but he was also surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves, their crimson eyes flickering in the night. He smirked, a thought flashing through his mind. Good, saves me the trouble of searching. The heightened mental energy had made these monsters more cunning. They besieged him in a deadly circle. On the truck's windshield, bullet holes remained, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. A gigantic, mutated wolf snarled ferociously, baring its fangs and claws as it attacked the truck, determined not to let go of its prey. Inside the truck, the blonde girl frantically reloaded, shouting a warning to Xiaonan to be careful. Xiaonan reassured her teammate, instructing the blonde girl to seize the opportunity to drive away, regardless of whether they eliminated or merely repelled the wolves. The blonde girl gripped the steering wheel tightly, her blue eyes blazing with resilience, replying, "All right, leave it to me." Meanwhile, Nan Ziying had charged into the midst of the wolves, sword light flashing, sharp slashes tearing through the snowstorm. He suddenly noticed a larger silhouette lurking in the distance. Wondering if the Wolf King was on his side, a thought flashed through his mind. If I deal with this pack of wolves, the medical team can be saved. Then a gigantic wolf with sharp horns and crimson eyes appeared. It was the Wolf King, the pack's leader. Nan Ziying looked directly at the snarling Wolf King and its pack, declaring, "Since the leader has appeared, then our battle begins." A dazzling light erupted, signaling an earth-shattering confrontation about to unfold. Nan Ziying stood firm in the eye of the energy storm, blue light erupting around him, signaling a new power unleashed. The system clearly displayed beast taming talent, a hidden power from his previous life, now awakened in the masked young man. In midair, Nan Ziying hovered, a surge of azure energy swirling around him like a powerful declaration. Awaken! Nan Ziying's power erupted, blue light surging like a tsunami, pushing back the growling pack of mutated wolves. He stood there, as steady as a mountain, blue energy continuously gushing forth, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. The Wolf King's fiery red eyes narrowed, revealing anger and wariness at this unexpected power. The Wolf King let out a ferocious roar, its entire body erupting in a fiery red glow, clashing with its opponent's blue energy. The battle erupted, two streams of blue and red energy fiercely clashing, creating a chaotic and powerful spectacle. A mutated wolf was caught in the energy vortex, struggling in vain, but its fierce red glow did not fade. Nanzing landed, standing between two giant wolves, the blue energy still enveloping him, ready for the next attack. He turned his back to the wolf pack, his gaze fixed on the Wolf King, the blue energy around him growing increasingly brilliant. "Shoot the horse before the rider, capture the king to capture the bandits," he declared, his sharp gaze piercing through the mask. The mutated wolves raised their heads, their growls filled with astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Nanzing shot forward like an arrow, creating a massive blue shockwave that pushed back the entire wolf pack, blocking his path. That energy wave swept across the battlefield, tossing smaller wolves like inanimate toys. He faced the Wolf King, his hand emitting a fiery red light, asserting, "The top priority is to tame their leader." The ruler of the wolf pack, the Wolf King, growled ferociously, its fiery red eyes seemingly wanting to incinerate everything. The young man charged straight in, power erupting, determined to tame this steel Wolf King at all costs. A fiery red light from his hand enveloped the Wolf King, a command echoing, "Tame." The Wolf King howled in pain, its massive body pushed back by the young man's fierce energy wave. Its roar tore through the air, but deep within its fiery red eyes was a struggle between wild instinct and an irresistible force. Even the other mutated wolves had to submit, his taming energy spreading, suppressing the entire pack. At the same time, in his mind, the talent tree glowed brightly, the roots of his taming power stretching forth. But amidst the life and death battle, a deafening gunshot rang out, shattering his concentration. In the armored vehicle, the black-haired girl frantically urged, "Sister, drive, hurry up!" Without hesitation, the blonde girl slammed the accelerator, tires screeching. "All right, let's go." Utter terror was evident on the black-haired girl's face, a desperate scream. "We're done for!" The wolves frantically besieged them, sharp fangs sinking into the armored vehicle's body. The car window shattered, desperate screams mixing with the chaos. A mutated wolf bared its fangs, lunging straight into the cockpit, its fiery red eyes full of bloodlust. The armored vehicle was now like a toy among the monsters, tossed up and down in the white snow. At the brink of death, a strange sight caught the black-haired girl's eyes, leaving her stunned. "What the hell is happening? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why do these mutated wolves look so adorable?" A close-up of a mutated wolf, its azure eyes glowing brightly, sharp fangs, yet wearing an innocent expression like a pampered child. The giant monster lowered its body, its eyes still shining with an inexplicable gentleness, completely contrary to the fierce instinct of wolves. In the distance, armored vehicles were still stuck in the white snow, surrounded by packs of growling mutated wolves, but they were no longer attacking frantically. Inside the destroyed vehicle, the black-haired and blonde girls looked out, their eyes wide with astonishment, mixed with horror at the unbelievable sight. The wolf pack still surrounded them, growls echoing, but they merely stood still, with no intention of tearing their prey apart. The two largest wolves approached the vehicle, then unexpectedly bowed their heads, as if expressing absolute submission. On the snowy mountaintop, Nanzing stood tall, gesturing, and the entire wolf pack, including the giant Wolf King, all bowed their heads in unison to obey. The blonde girl and the black-haired girl stood on the car roof, stunned, looking towards the distant source of energy light. These giant, mutated wolves. Have they been tamed? Their eyes were filled with disbelief, the blonde girl exclaimed. One person tamed thousands of wolves? What kind of terrifying beast tamer level is that? Unbelievable. Nanzing stood beside the glowing talent tree, the status panel displayed. Number of tamed monsters. Giant steel wolf divided by 1,000. Daily taming limit, 1,000 over 1,000. Tameable monster level, level 7. Mutated beast tamer level, level 727,000 over 27,000. He decided not to waste source stones. A smirk appeared on Nanzing's lips as he looked at the wolf pack. I didn't expect to have a pack of pets so soon. He casually sat on the Wolf King's back, gently patting its head, and ordered, "You all seem quite obedient. Disperse for now. I will summon you when needed." Sitting firmly on the Wolf King's back, Nanzing carefully instructed, "Remember, do not attack humans." Standing on the high mountaintop, looking out at the snow-covered wilderness, he muttered to himself, "Near Yi City, there are 3 more wilderness areas, and many more further away. I must tame and conquer all mutated monsters in these areas." The young man adjusted his mask, his eyes resolute. "To prepare for the Great War Plan, I must find a way to assemble an army of over 10 million mutated monsters." He turned his head to look into the distance, where the dawn was breaking. Another thought flashing. "Oh, right. Ensuring the safety of the medicinal herb collection team is also paramount. As Nanzing was outlining his grand plan, an unexpected message from the factory interrupted his train of thought. "Emergency meeting?" he muttered, his eyes flashing with curiosity as he read the message, requesting his presence at the training ground. At the snow-covered training ground, a crowd of workers and trucks loaded with goods were gathered. A high-ranking official began a harsh speech. "You people at the Yi City branch have truly disappointed us." The official's voice rang out, full of indignation, aimed directly at those huddled in the cold. He continued, his words like a whip. "We thought with your rapid progress, the pressure from the front lines would ease. But it turns out you're still struggling with even lower-level mutated monsters." A middle-aged man stepped forward, trying to justify, "Sir, this is the first time Yi City has dealt with level 4 monsters or higher. Our factory currently only has older people from the rear." "Time?" the official interrupted, his eyes as sharp as razors, unable to hide his displeasure. He roared, a handkerchief clutched tightly in his hand. "Do you understand the gravity of the situation? The frontline army is on the verge of starvation. The mutated monster reserves in the rear are running out. To support the military needs of the front lines, we must start with these high-level mutated monsters." His words were like thunder, echoing directly in everyone's ears. "Sir." Lin Yusai drew his gun, pointing it directly at Nanzing, his tone full of contempt. "Are you people from Ye City trying to cause trouble? Daring to disrespect your superiors?" Nanzing looked directly into the gun barrel, his fiery red eyes flashing with a cold glint. He had recognized this person. He recalled his previous life, the city-wide wanted poster, with the image of a traitor who had profited from the bloodshed of war, executed after 12 years of fighting on the battlefield of myriad races. That was the supply line bloodsucker, Lin Yukai. In his previous life, Lin Yukai had smuggled countless military supplies from the rear to the front lines, causing heavy losses before being discovered. He had certainly targeted Ye City's processing speed, intending to exploit their efforts to sweep up more high-level mutated monsters in order to hoard wealth for himself. No wonder he appeared here. Nanzing recalled the scene of him pointing a gun at Lin Yukai in his previous life. Now the traitor stood right before him. Nanzing secretly vowed to deal with Lin Yukai. But first, he would extract every resource from this person. Meanwhile, the workers continued to protest, asserting that they were not irresponsible. Lin Yutai still pointed his gun, contemptuously dismissing the workers, trying to justify the material shortage, emphasizing their pain of loss and sacrifice. The silver-haired man's eyes suddenly narrowed, a chillingly familiar feeling as he looked at the young man before him. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Yutai's mind, and he growled, "You are the deserter Nanzing from Ye City, you coward!" Nanzing calmly replied, his tone cold. "I don't care. But remember, I've dealt with tens of thousands of mutated monsters in the trial tower. If I die, the supply progress will be even more delayed." Nanzing's words struck Lin Yutai like lightning, stunning him as he realized the person before him was the infamous Slaughterhouse Ace. The black-haired young man continued, explaining about high-level monsters that could manipulate minds, and that Lin Yutai came to Ye City to seek his fortune with them. He casually stated he wanted to accept the mission, but the official wanted to kill him. Lin Yutai was furious, realizing he had been spectacularly outmaneuvered by Nanzing. The people around, from the reddish-brown-haired girl to the man in the black jacket, all looked at each other, tacitly understanding that Nanzing's words were true. The man in the black jacket looked at Nanzing, his face thoughtful, then a faint smile appeared, tacitly agreeing to let him take the mission. Lin Yutai gritted his teeth, issuing a brutal military oath. Tomorrow, 5,000 level 4 monsters would be brought in, and if Nanzing dealt with them within a week, he would spare him. But if he failed, Lin Yutai threatened to settle everything, both old and new debts. Nanzing coldly accepted, then turned and walked away, leaving behind the worried voices and offers of help from everyone. He reassured them, saying he could handle it himself. In Nanzing's mind, the image of a giant level 4 monster appeared, with glowing red eyes and sharp spikes. An extremely powerful species, with high defense and mind-disrupting abilities. He realized that these were not just materials, but also precious resources to upgrade his talent tree. All thanks to Lin Yutai, the traitor. With sharp, cold eyes, Nanzing swore to destroy all the monsters, upgrade his power, and then uproot Lin Yutai and all his connections once and for all. The next day, 5,000 level 4 monsters were transported, piled up in giant containers, ready for the life or death challenge. Amidst the towering stacks of containers, where 5,000 level 4 monsters awaited, a group of people stood silently, their eyes heavy. The plump official, with a triumphant expression, began to read the military order aloud. Logistics soldier of the Yi City branch, Nanzing, is assigned the task of dealing with 5,000 level 4 mutated monsters. He continued, his tone full of authority. The mission must be completed within 1 week. According to wartime regulations, Nan Ziying, as a logistics soldier, will be under the command of Quartermaster Lin Yutai. Suddenly, his voice turned sharp and threatening. You are accused of disobeying orders, inciting worker riots, and assaulting an officer. Any delay will lead to compounded charges, without the need for higher-level approval. You will be executed immediately. He sneered, making a gun gesture with his finger. By the firing squad! Bang! Ha ha ha. The entire group around them was stunned. The reddish-brown-haired girl and the others couldn't help but exclaim, What? Firing squad? The plump official smirked, taunting. Yesterday, when you made the military oath, didn't you agree so easily? What? Scared now? He looked at the reddish-brown-haired girl, then turned back to Nan Ziying, his voice full of malice. When that time comes, I will be the one to personally execute you, Nan Ziying. He stepped closer to Nan Ziying, his smile turning into a sinister expression. I will certainly enjoy the process to the fullest. Nan Ziying said nothing, simply reached out silently and took the order. The young man's glowing red eyes flashed with indignation, and he contemptuously retorted, All these words are just from a messenger. The plump official was enraged, but Lin Yutei stepped forward, offering a fake smile. It's all right. We should be more lenient with those who are about to die. Hee to Nan Ziying. Let the show begin. I'll be here waiting for you. Nan Ziying, the reddish-brown-haired girl, and the man in the black jacket put on their gas masks. The man in the black jacket worriedly reminded, High-level mutated monsters require anesthetic smoke, but most of the anesthetic has been sent to the front lines. There isn't much left here. It might not be enough. Be careful. Nan Ziying replied curtly. Understood. As Nan Ziying led the way into the container area, someone wondered, Hey, can't these mutated monsters launch mental attacks? Most testing grounds avoid them at all costs. So, why does he seem so confident? Maybe he's a psychic? The bodyguard standing next to Lin Yutai replied, I tried my psychic abilities on that kid before, and he didn't react to my mental power at all. Level 4 mutated monsters possess powerful mental strength. Even I find them overwhelming. Just wait to execute Nan Ziying. Lin Yutai flashed a malicious smile, imagining Nan Ziying going insane. But by then, he'll probably be mad, no longer feeling the fear of impending death. What a pity to... The plump official and the bodyguard stood in a metal room, discussing the boss's stinginess for not allowing them to take more spoils. The official, with a sinister smile, thought about the spoils that would be his after the kid was executed, then turned to order the bodyguard to supervise. The bodyguard, his face hidden in shadow, replied confidently that everything here would be reported truthfully. Meanwhile, Nan Ziying had delved deep into the dangerous area, standing amidst a crimson space filled with glowing spots like monster eyes, realizing the formidable mental power of the level 4 monsters. A pair of giant, glowing red eyes appeared in the hazy space, creating terrifying mental pressure. The black-haired young man, despite wearing a gas mask, still revealed resolute, glowing red eyes, completely unfazed by the sight. He secretly assessed, not bad at all. These monsters have some skill. Immediately, a giant skeletal skull illusion appeared above, engulfing him, demonstrating the enemy's ability to create vivid illusion. That terrifying illusion plunged straight down, as if to swallow Nan Ziying into endless darkness. A skeletal monster, full of sharp spikes, lunged to attack him within the illusion, startling the young man. Nan Ziying was surprised, his glowing red eyes wide, realizing the imminent danger. He quickly dodged the illusion monster's attack, a decisive and powerful movement. Suddenly, Nan Ziying swung his sword. A dazzling beam of light tore through the crimson space, piercing straight through the illusion and striking the real monster hiding within. Fragments of the illusion and the monster's body scattered, leaving a dark void in the space. He continued to attack, declaring that these illusions were useless as long as they couldn't control his mind. Nan Ziying stood amidst the defeated monster corpses, his gaze firm, telling himself he needed more dark energy to upgrade his Assura talent. His glowing red eyes pierced through the mask. Nan Ziying challenged, forcing the enemy to reveal its true power. A flash of light appeared in his eyes. A sudden realization, he muttered, the sword in his hand glowing red, as ghostly shadows began to stretch out from beneath his feet. Nan Ziying shot forward like an arrow tearing through the night, dark specters following behind. But then, an eerie voice whispered, trying to shake his will, telling him to give up. A soft groan escaped him, his spirit being tested to its limits. Painful memories flooded back, his father's figure appearing like an illusion, questioning the price he had paid. Is it all worth it? The voice echoed, sowing doubt about the power of the myriad races and his revenge. A purple symbol flashed in his eyes. He collapsed, the venomous words continuing to gnaw at him, advising him to abandon the burden of protecting humanity and his cruel fate. But no. A hand clenched, tearing through the illusion, and a brilliant red light erupted. He stood up, his aura blazing, declaring clearly, the feud with the myriad races must be settled. and humanity's fate is determined by humans themselves. The terrified mental entities shrieked, questioning how he could endure this evil energy without going mad. Nanzing roared, revealing the secret. Activating his Assura talent would enhance his physical and mental strength, and this evil energy was the shortcut to upgrading his talent. His hand glowed brightly, beginning to absorb the source of evil energy. "Obediently become my strength," he commanded, activating his Assura talent, devouring the hostile energy streams. Horrifying screams echoed as the illusionary entity was swallowed, vanishing into nothingness. Voices echoed in the luxurious space, filled with anxiety and ambition. Someone was restless due to the scarce supply, while another voice growled, unwilling to give up the enormous profit. They had to keep their partners in check before things got out of hand. In the opulent room, Lin Yukai, the greedy boss, sipped his crimson red wine. Beside him, a young blonde girl with bunny ears coquettishly poured wine, trying to seduce him, despite the chaotic world outside. Lin Yukai's eyes were cloudy, his ambition unconcealed. The demand for supplies was increasingly urgent, not only in Huaguo, but also on other front lines that were struggling. He told himself to make money quickly, otherwise, all the effort put into preparing the mutated monsters would be wasted. But then, a heavy sigh escaped him. He was frustrated with his greedy subordinates, who constantly demanded their share, and with the secret investigations from the military. A tangled mess made the boss grit his teeth. In his irritation, Lin Yukai stared at his phone, wondering, "Damn it, where can I find a stable place to deal with high-level mutated monsters now?" The phone's ring cut through the silence. Lin Yukai frowned, signaling the other end to speak clearly. A hurried voice reported a military order at the Yecheng branch. Lin Yusai snorted coldly, despising his useless subordinates. He asked directly, "Has that Nanzing been dealt with yet?" The other end quickly denied it, saying they had just returned from elsewhere. Only 4 days had passed, but the mission was almost complete. "Sir, these high-level mutated monsters are almost level 4, beyond Yecheng's capabilities." The report made Lin Yukai and those around him stare in astonishment. Another voice confirmed, "Yes, sir. The mission to eliminate 5,000 high-level mutated monsters has been confirmed complete." And then a terrifying truth was revealed. It was all done by someone named Nanzing. He's the one who swept them all away. Lin Yusai burst into arrogant laughter, asking about Nanzing's condition.
"That non-kid is still holding on? He's still alive and kicking in there?"
The other end replied, "He's still exhausted but seems fine. His mind is still clear." Lin Yukai ordered, "Good. Keep an eye on that kid. If he does anything other than kill mutated monsters, you know what to do." The order reading official and his subordinates were astonished to learn that the young man had completed the mission. The curly-haired brown woman affirmed that he had no supernatural abilities before, while the brown-haired man was stunned. How did he do it? Deep within Nanzing's mind, the Assura talent tree had leveled up to level 5, reaching 5,000 over 5,000, 500 points. The demonic sword alloy skill had been unlocked, granting his weapon the ability to cut through armor for 5 seconds. A new power had awakened. Nanzing, with determined eyes, yet still showing fatigue, muttered to himself, "In the past few days, both my physical and mental strength have increased significantly. Although I haven't reached level 6, I've gained the first skill of the Assura talent." Now, the black-haired young man could venture deeper into the wilderness, tame higher-level monsters, and accelerate his plans. 2 assistants were taking care of him, but Nanzing's mind had already drifted far, towards grander goals. Back at the base, the order reading official subordinates were still buzzing. The curly-haired brown woman snorted, full of pride. Comrade Little Nan really made us proud." The official continued to scream wildly, threatening anyone who dared to touch his money, while the man in the black uniform watched with a serious expression. The man in black coldly remarked that this situation would tarnish the boss's reputation if it continued. In a flash, he delivered a powerful blow, knocking out the fat official. The witnesses were utterly terrified by this sudden action. The man in black calmly explained to everyone that the official had been affected by the monster's mental energy, and he was forced to act to prevent danger. Nanzing's figure quietly walked away, leaving behind a chaotic scene. He murmured softly, realizing the official had only fainted, but his mind had been severely affected. The one who struck down the official muttered in disappointment, thinking the fool was useless. He decided to report the situation to his superior, concluded that the killed officer was a victim of mental manipulation by monsters, exonerating the Ye City training area. The curly-haired man lowered his voice, his expression becoming more serious, emphasizing that what was about to happen was far more important. Nanzing, with sharp eyes, asked again, sensing something ominous. The curly-haired man was about to say more, but suddenly turned his head and called someone named Little Lu. At the same time, another voice rang out, calling Nanzing. The red-brown-haired girl, Lu, along with other patients, gathered around, smiling brightly as they announced. Everyone had unanimously elected Nanzing as the head of the Yi City Challenge Tower branch. A hand presented an official appointment letter from his superiors, placing it before Nan Ziying, leaving him stunned. The curly-haired man cheerfully spoke of everyone's recognition, then turned to the curly-haired Aunt Wang beside him, telling her to let bygones be bygones. He then awkwardly suggested a new way to address Nan Ziying, from Comrade Little Nan to Commander Nan. Lu and those around him responded in unison, shouting Commander Nan, promising to work with all their might. But Lu quickly expressed her concern. The new mission was heavier, manpower was halved, and military supplies were needed twice as much. She looked at Nan Ziying with worry, asking him how he could endure working non-stop, and how he would handle this mess. In Nan Ziying's mind, a surge of blue energy erupted. He confidently thought about his level 7 monster taming talent, level 6 Assura innate ability, and a slashing attribute skill that could double efficiency. Nan Ziying's indifferent demeanor, his crimson eyes flashing with defiance. You should ask Lin Yukai and his cronies that question. The girl narrowed her eyes, her voice full of suspicion. Aren't you an accomplice working with them? Answer my question seriously. In the instant, his opponent was distracted. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Nan Ziying's hand. A golden opportunity had arrived. He unleashed his Assura talent, blasting the girl far away, the air violently shaking. The girl reacted incredibly fast, her sharp fingernails flashing red, ready to counter. A gunshot ripped through the air, an energy bullet hurtling straight towards Nan Ziying, creating a dazzling explosion. But Nan Ziying stood firm, crimson energy enveloping him like a shield. He growled, "Who said I'm an accomplice of that bastard Lin Yukai? Are you mistaken?" The girl took a few steps back, her eyes showing surprise mixed with doubt.
Really? Then why did you help him?
Nan Ziying replied calmly, his expression unwavering. I didn't actually help him. I merely completed the mission assigned to Yi City. He turned and walked away, leaving the girl with a complex gaze. Even if he's a worm, scum, or even a traitor, technically, he's still our superior right now. The girl thought to herself. I can't believe you know so much about his dirty deeds. The girl's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. She looked straight at Nan Ziying. In that case, why don't we cooperate and deal with Lin Yukai together? She introduced herself. I am Zhang Yuan, from the 8th Defense Line Supply and Intelligence Team, Squad 2. Faced with Zhang Yuan's unexpected offer of cooperation, Nan Ziying remained silent, his eyes scrutinizing. Then, he looked directly at her, his voice firm. I refuse. A momentary chaos erupted, angry faces screaming, fists raised in an invisible fire. A devastating kick sent the person flying, their mouths stammering apologies amidst the fury. Zhang Yuan frowned, her eyes sharp.
So you choose to side with the problem?
Nan Ziying turned away, his voice calm. No, Lin Yukai definitely needs to be dealt with, but not now, and not with you. He looked up, his gaze penetrating. Because you haven't considered the consequences of eliminating Lin Yukai. Zhang Yuan flinched, her face surprised. What do you mean? The young man stood tall, his gaze resolute. If you want to eliminate Lin Yukai, there are only two options, assassination or internal whistleblowing. He continued to analyze, a blurry image of a crowd appearing. If it's assassination, how can you ensure you silence all those involved when there's more than one opponent? A close-up of Zhang Yuan's face revealed her worry. He added, furthermore, don't forget who you are. If the assassination fails, what do you think will happen to you? Nan Ziying turned his back, looking towards the ruined city. And if it's internal whistleblowing, investigations will drag on, and humanity will have just suffered a new defeat. The image of a panicked crowd fleeing appeared in his words. If rumors of internal conflict over supplies leak out, outsiders will see it as discord within our ranks. That will surely cause a terrible chain reaction, plunging the entire rear into chaos. Zhang Yuan was flustered, unsure what to do. So what do you think we should do? Nan Ziying looked directly into her eyes, his voice decisive. I will handle it myself. Zhang Yuan was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. What? You? Zhang Yuan angrily criticized, questioning Nan Ziying as a deserter, and stating that even she couldn't cope with what he was facing. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Nan Ziying's hand, signaling a hidden power. Nan Ziying faced her coldly, crimson energy surrounding him, challenging Zhang Yuan with an implied question about his power. Zhang Yuan stepped back, her eyes a mix of surprise and fear, realizing Nan Ziying's rapid transformation in just 1 week. A flash of insight struck Zhang Yuan. She suddenly realized Nan Ziying's terrifying ability, continuous self-enhancement, a power that could change the tide. Nan Ziying ended the conversation, advising Zhang Yuan not to act rashly. He affirmed once more, his crimson eyes flashing with iron determination. Lin Yukai would be dealt with by his own hands. Zhang Yuan smirked, reluctantly accepting the clashing with confidence, but also harboring a more intense desire. he was still not strong enough. With that, Nan Ziying turned and walked away, waving goodbye, leaving Zhang Yuan alone in the cold space. Zhang Yuan watched his retreating figure, her heart full of apprehension. Although she felt uneasy, Nan Ziyang's resolute gaze made her decide to put her trust in him. A few days later, in an area filled with containers, triumphant laughter echoed. Chief Nan had completed his mission, and a new one was assigned to Ye City. In the container-filled area, snow fell lightly. Sister Lu and a curly-haired comrade worried as the new mission increased in difficulty, requiring them to deal with monsters near level 5. Sister Lu questioned Nan Ziying, concerned about his injuries from the previous mission, but he simply replied, "It's fine. I can take this mission." Lin Yukai, the silver-haired official, laughed heartily, praising Nan Ziying's straightforwardness while his hand continued to sign important documents. In Lin Yukai's mind, Nan Ziying was a useful pawn because he was incorruptible, helping him clear away the thorns in his path. He was lost in a fantasy of money, laughing triumphantly as he thought of the opportunity to get rich from the war. Nan Ziying's hand clenched, a cold determination flaring in his eyes. Lin Yukai still smiled, promising to personally award a medal if Nan Ziying completed the mission well. Completely unaware of the young man's true intentions, Nan Ziying decisively ordered Sister Lu and Aunt Wang and their team to get to work. In the vast container area, hundreds of people cheered as they transported cages of mutated monsters to the challenge tower, preparing for fierce battles. Lin Yusai was satisfied with the work atmosphere in Ye City, then turned and left, leaving Nan Ziying to his own calculations. Nan Ziying watched Lin Yukai's retreating figure, his eyes sharp, secretly vowing that everything the official had accumulated would be nourishment for him. Half of Nan Ziying's face was shrouded in shadow, his crimson eyes flaring with dark energy, affirming that Lin Yukai's assets were precisely for upgrading his own talents. He drew his alloy evil sword, crimson energy swirling around its blade, ready for the upcoming battle. "Activate skill!" Nan Ziying roared, charging into the midst of the ferocious wolf-like monsters. Each of his slashes tore through the air. Notifications of Assura killing intent value is less than 15 constantly appearing. In a sea of crimson energy, Nan Ziying fought relentlessly, his Assura level continuously rising, signaling an unceasing surge of power. On the 20th of March, the 8th defense line of Eagle Land collapsed after a fierce 4-hour battle, resulting in 800,000 soldiers and 50,000 espers losing their lives. In a bloody past scene, Nan Ziying unleashed Alloy Berserk Sword and Assura Frenzy battle on a giant snake monster, blood splattering everywhere. 2 days later, the 8th defense line in the northern glacier shattered, the 10,000 races pouring into the homeland, claiming the lives of 600,000 soldiers. He continued to fight, wielding Alloy Dragon Sword and activating Assura Dragon Slayer to confront a giant dragon in a hazy, purple, energy-filled scene. On the 24th of March, the 8th defense line of the southern glacier faced the Slaughter Steel tribe. 500,000 soldiers were completely annihilated in just 1 hour, the shouts of kill echoing in horror. Once again, Nan Ziying appeared in the past, unleashing Alloy Demon Sword and Assura Demon Slayer, cleaving through a towering demon in a sea of crimson flame. On the 26th of March, the 8th defense lines of France and Kawasaki simultaneously collapsed in just half an hour, wolf monsters snarling amidst a sea of fire, the desperate cries of "Annihilate the 10,000 races" echoing. Amidst the sea of fire and destruction, black energy. Returning to the present, 3 wolf-like monsters with blazing red eyes snarled, ready to attack. Nan Ziying, with a resolute expression and a wound on his cheek, looked directly at the monsters, declaring, "If that's the case, let's test it on you." He raised his sword high, black and red energy swirling around his arm, ready to unleash a decisive blow on the besieging monsters. A world-shaking crimson energy exploded, wiping out the monsters in a dazzling instant. Standing amidst the desolation, Nan Ziying felt the surging power. This is the maximum level of power. It's many times different from the previous level. After the battle, Nan Ziying deactivated Assura mode, standing tall on a pile of monster corpses, blood splattered like a god of war. In the silent space, energy stones sparkled like stars, hinting at a new future. They could be used to tame monsters, but the cruel reality still loomed. In a strategic base, urgent information was broadcast. The Eastern Alliance, the United States, and the Mao Nation are struggling to hold on. The Eastern Alliance has issued a new conscription order, lowering the age to 16. The collapse was too rapid. Even with his powerful Assura talent, Nan Ziying alone would find it difficult to turn the tide. "I must plan quickly," he thought, while the curly-haired female staff member beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Captain Nan's speed has improved again!" Amidst the buzzing chatter, the young man walked, his resolute gaze piercing through the crowd. A gray-haired commander, with a cunning expression, approached. He smiled, offering a handkerchief. "I'm very satisfied. Tell me, what position do you want?" Nan Ziying's crimson eyes locked onto the old commander. I want you, he said, surprising the man. Tonight, I want you to come with me to the northern wilderness and bring back a pack of steel wolves, Nan Ziying declared, his tone unwavering. The gray-haired commander burst into hearty laughter, bold, and with good foresight. I like it. Nan Ziying bowed his head. Then, I'll leave it to Commander Lin. The old commander patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Ha ha. But the smile quickly vanished, and the old commander's eyes turned cold. You brat, if you dare to pull any tricks, I'll finish you off. Nan Ziying maintained a calm expression, despite the stern warning. External enemies are invading, and you are a parasite in the rear. You can no longer be saved. The full moon shone brightly over the northern wilderness, covered in white snow. Nan Ziying, in his thick coat, recalled memories from his previous life. If I remember correctly, when high-level ability users awaken, the myriad races will soon carry out assassination plots. He told himself, from now on, I must act more discreetly. You brats, call the nearby wolves to me, he ordered, his voice echoing in the snowy night. As if in response to the summons, a pack of giant wolves appeared, their crimson eyes flashing in the darkness. Under the silver moonlight, the savage growls of the monster pack echoed throughout the wilderness, signaling a night of bloody hunting. Nan Ziying thoughtfully looked at the status board. The requirements to upgrade the monster tamer were rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, amidst the falling snow, 3 armored vehicles were traversing the desolate mountains, their headlights illuminating the dim road. Inside one of the vehicles, the gray-haired man was embracing the rabbit-eared blonde girl, listening to his subordinate report. Boss, about 1,000 mutated wolves with crimson eyes was rushing forward like a monster tide, fiercely attacking the convoy. The gray-haired man was utterly panicked, shouting, How can this be? Why was there no warning? Quick, use the teleportation to get me to safety. The driver maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, explaining, The teleportation device only works within a 1-kilometer radius, but this monster tide stretches for at least 10 kilometers. Our only option is to risk charging straight ahead through the sparse wolf pack. Perhaps there's an escape route. Then stop babbling and drive, the gray-haired man yelled, fear having completely replaced his initial arrogance. Horrific crashing sounds echoed as the vehicles were relentlessly attacked by the steel wolves, smoke, dust, and snow flying everywhere. From above, Nan Ziying appeared, his cold gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Perfect timing. Under the bright full moon, Nan Ziying's face showed clear determination, his crimson eyes burning like fire. A full moon night. A brilliant golden lightning bolt tore through the night, striking the ground, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. Nan Ziying charged straight into battle, his voice echoing with confidence. Let's tame a few wolves and annihilate these pests in a flash. Crimson energy blazed around Nan Ziying as he activated the full power of his monster-taming talent, ready to confront the steel wolves. Amidst the blizzard and crimson fire, Nan Ziying's roar echoed like thunder. Tame! Immediately, giant steel wolves with crimson eyes and pitch-black bodies suddenly materialized, obeying an unseen command. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared, revealing that Nan Ziying had tamed over 100,000 level 5 wolves. And from the convoy, a panicked subordinate reported, The wolf pack has stopped. There might be a monster tamer ahead. Hearing the news, the gray-haired man in the car quickly cheered with joy, as if fortune had smiled upon him. He hastily discussed with the man wearing sunglasses. We've never heard of such a powerful tamer in Yecheng. It could be a hidden master. Let's go meet them. Who knows? They might be useful to us. But unexpectedly, Nan Ziying had already commanded, Order 100,000 giant steel wolves. His eyes blazed crimson, energy fiercely erupting, his voice chillingly cold. Tear this convoy apart. Leave no one. The giant wolves, with bloodshot eyes and steel-armored bodies, shot forward like arrows of death, attacking the convoy, causing the subordinate to exclaim in horror. Boss, it seems the tamer has failed. We're surrounded by the monster tide. The gray-haired man's face went pale, and he frantically yelled, Hurry! Suppress them with firepower! But it was too late. Hundreds of thousands of steel wolves had swarmed, surrounding and attacking the convoy from all sides. The monsters charged in, shattering windows, tearing apart the vehicle bodies, turning the armored cars into piles of scrap metal. The man wearing sunglasses hastily embraced the rabbit-eared blonde girl, trying to protect her, while the gray-haired man was also in extreme panic, shouting, Boss, it's too dangerous here. The gray-haired man's face was ashen, screaming in despair. Hurry and teleport us to safety. A vehicle was flung into the air, spun around. The gray-haired man was stunned. Nan Ziying? The gray-haired man snarled, his eyes full of rage. You're that monster tamer? Are you trying to kill me? The young man replied. The man shrieked, his face contorted in rage and fear. If you dare touch me, I guarantee not only you but your entire family will meet a tragic end. Nan Ziying smirked, his tone sarcastic. I completely believe you. But unfortunately, you won't get that chance. He lunged forward like a gust of wind. Nanziying's cold hand clamped around the gray-haired man's neck. He gasped his last breath. Fang Meng, witnessing the horrific scene, cried out in despair. Don't worry, sir. I'll teleport you away right now. He tried to activate his teleportation ability. Without hesitation, Nanziying unleashed his ultimate technique. Assura, Dragon Slayer. Killing intent transformed into a dragon, devouring everything. Nanziying's crimson energy violently clashed with Fang Meng's purple power, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Fang Meng screamed in despair, as his teleportation ability was completely sealed by Nanziying's power. He couldn't believe it. Such a high-level esper had appeared right before his eyes, and he was being completely overwhelmed. The gray-haired man witnessed the scene, his eyes wide, speechless before the brutality. Nanziying's sword pierced straight through Fang Meng, ending the loyal subordinate's life amidst his desperate pleas for mercy. A cold sorry from Nanziying echoed, like a farewell to the traitor. The gray-haired man was flung into the air. He shrieked Nanziying's name, calling him a deserter, but his curses quickly turned into screams of horror as Nanziying's giant steel wolves appeared, surrounding him. The gray-haired man's heart-wrenching scream echoed and then died out as the ferocious wolves mercilessly tore him apart. Nanziying turned and walked away, leaving a desolate scene behind him, whispering a name. Lin Yukai. Meanwhile, in Ye City, the bright full moon illuminated the building of the Special Ability Survey Bureau. A girl relaxing in a bathtub suddenly flinched. A powerful esper aura had just erupted, and it came from this very city. The girl, Su Ling, a level 5 esper with aura perception, realized this was no illusion. A supreme esper had awakened. Without delay, Su Ling decided to report immediately to the Special Ability Survey Bureau. After the fierce battle, amidst the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a soothing voice echoed. Everything has been resolved. There's no need to be afraid anymore. You can come out. The giant steel wolves, having just completed their mission, now obediently gathered around, awaiting their next command. But the loyal monsters seemed a bit too enthusiastic. They rushed to lick him, expressing their affection intensely, making the young man helplessly intervene. Hey, Tatilda, stop licking. All right, that's enough. Stop. Their rough tongues continuously licked the mask, as if to show the wolves immense joy. His crimson eyes suddenly flashed, and a resolute command echoed. Sit still and be obedient, all of you. Immediately silencing the wolves, making them docile. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation. I give up on you all. No matter how strong he was, sometimes he had to surrender to the excessive enthusiasm of these pets. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. He praised the wolves, his eyes full of satisfaction and trust.
You all did very well this time.
The reward was gentle, affectionate head pats. The wolves crowded together, eagerly waiting their turn like obedient puppies. He instructed, those at the back, don't push, one at a time. Suddenly he waved his hand, summoning countless more small, agile creatures, which lined up neatly, ready for new orders. There's a new mission for all of you. With resolute eyes, he assigned the new task. Go to the northern wilderness and hunt for some source stones for me. A simple command, yet it held a grand purpose. Under the bright full moon, his figure stood tall and majestic. The wolves raised their heads and howled, their echoes piercing the blue sky, signaling a new hunt about to begin. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Ye City was shrouded in a snowy night, with the Ye City slaughterhouse standing majestically amidst the silent space. In a modern building, Su Ling, a girl with curly brown hair, reported shocking news. Nanziying and Lin Yukai's team encountered a massive monster tide in the northern wilderness yesterday. Their entire group was wiped out. Nanziying, who was eating, listened in silence. She looked at him suspiciously, her sharp eyes scrutinizing. Was that your doing? He chewed and swallowed his food, then casually replied, his tone hinting at mischief. I did tell him I wanted a few mutated wolves to... She was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Don't tell me you can also control monsters? Her voice trembled, full of shock. He placed a finger on his lips, giving a mysterious smile, signaling for silence. Shh, some secrets shouldn't be revealed. A shocking secret had just been hinted at, but was quickly concealed. Su Ling was still stunned, her eyes wide, cold sweat trickling down her temples, unable to believe the truth that had just been revealed. Nanziying stood up, breaking the tense atmosphere, while Su Ling quickly regained her composure, announcing that she had submitted evidence of Lin Yukai's corruption, and his assets would soon be confiscated. Su Ling felt greatly indebted to him, offering to buy him a drink tonight, but Nanziying coldly refused, saying that the country was facing a crisis, and he wasn't in the mood. His footsteps halted, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. He turned his head, his crimson eyes flashing with an unusual glint. If you truly want to thank me, there's another way. Su Ling was surprised. Her eyes mixed with curiosity and a hint of hope, she asked, "What way?" Nan Ziying gave a meaningful smile, pointing to where they stood. "I want to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Yi City, capable of processing 100 times more mutated monsters than other slaughterhouses." Su Ling was slightly stunned, but then quickly understood and assured him she would handle it, as her superiors would surely be delighted to have an additional supply for the front lines. He stood amidst the space, a fierce crimson aura blazing, a colossal slaughterhouse where mutated monsters would be butchered for source stones. Truly a gold mine. Meanwhile, Nan Ziying had begun to act. He stood there, looking at his palm, where crimson rays of light converged. Having tamed the giant steel wolves, he believed he would soon be able to organize a large-scale monster tide. 2 days later, his power had soared. He had reached level 7 beast tamer, with 100,000 tamed level 5 steel wolves, 1.9 million tameable source stones, and the ability to tame level 6 monsters. He stood amidst the blazing battlefield, enveloped in a crimson aura. "The fate of this world rests on our shoulders," Nan Ziying declared, his voice echoing like thunder, inviting everyone to protect the northern wilderness and this planet together. His power continued to ascend. He had reached level 8 beast tamer, with 500,000 level 5 giant steel wolves, 1.5 million tameable source stones, and the ability to tame level 7 monsters. Under the blood moon, hundreds of thousands of level 5 giant steel wolves growled, ready for battle. At Whitebone Plains, colossal creatures with horns and crimson eyes roared, creating a terrifying spectacle. Nan Ziying appeared, his eyes resolute, facing the monsters. "Level 6 Blazing Street Eel Yaks." He raised his hand, energy erupting. "Tame." A wave of crimson energy spread, enveloping the monsters. Under Nan Ziying's control, the blazing steel yaks were now tamed. Their crimson eyes still gleamed ferociously, but were obedient. He commanded them, "You will guard the Whitebone Plains and collect source stones." He ordered the newly tamed monster legion, "Do not harm humans, do not attack cities, and await further commands." The system clearly displayed his power. 1 million source stones in hand, enough to tame terrifying level 7 monsters. With 1 million source stones, Nan Ziying set his sights on Rift Canyon, where fierce level 7 mutated apes lurked. Under the crimson blood moon, he sensed the powerful aura from the level 7 monsters. A completely different class compared to wolves and yaks. A colossal mutated ape growled, charging the mutated ape he was fighting. The taming spell failed miserably. The monster was torn apart, its terrifying screams echoing. A stranger with blue hair appeared. He burped, giving a sinister smile. Delicious. Under the blood moon, another madman with blonde hair, holding a baseball bat, also appeared, laughing maniacally. The blue-haired man's maniacal laughter echoed. He stood tall, purple chains wrapped around his body, looking down at 2 small figures. In another moment, Nan Ziying's aura exploded, declaring that he would beat the monsters into submission before taming them. He plunged into the merciless battle, unleashing the Assura berserker technique, directly confronting the colossal mutated ape. Each collision created ground-shattering tremors, Nan Ziying gliding like a gust of wind amidst the flying debris. He poured all his strength, activating the level 8 beast taming skill, a fiery energy vortex enveloping him. But the spell dissipated. Once again, the taming skill failed, like a broken sword shattering in the void. Nan Ziying was stunned as, from the shadows, other mutated apes appeared, their golden eyes glowing fiercely. He realized the problem. Their continuous growling was the reason his taming skill kept being disrupted. Surrounded by countless level 7 mutated apes, he decided not to waste energy on the small fry, but to seek out and eliminate their leader. A crimson ray of light tore through the night, plunging straight to the ground, creating a deep fissure amidst the pack of monsters. His hand gripped the sword tightly, crimson energy enveloping it, ready for the next attack. Nan Ziying deftly dodged, continuously engaging the apes, silently acknowledging their combat strength. He evaded another attack, muttering, "They have strength, but not much brain." A fatal blow was unleashed, Nan Ziying facing it head-on, without a trace of fear. The mutated ape roared in fury, baring its sharp teeth and fiery golden eyes. Nan Ziying skillfully parried the blow, even offering a compliment. Not a bad move. Nan Ziying, surrounded by crimson energy, charged into the midst of the mutated apes, roaring a challenge. "You're underestimating your new master." A crimson sword strike tore through the air, sweeping away the smaller monsters, making them vanish into the cliff face. He stood upright, his eyes resolute, crimson energy still blazing. "Come out!" the challenge echoed. From the depths of the cave, a colossal shadow, with crimson eyes and mysterious purple energy, slowly emerged, like a powerful retort. The new enemy was staggeringly massive, making Nan Ziying exclaim in surprise at its scale. Tremendous pressure descended, crushing the space. If not for his Assura skill, he would have long since knelt. The mutated Ape King, with its muscular physique and fiery golden eyes, stood towering like a mountain. He realized this was no ordinary opponent. Perhaps already level 9, or even higher. A terrifying speed. The colossal monster charged like lightning, tearing through the air. The Ape King's sharp fangs snapped down, nearly devouring him. "Want to eat me?" he growled. His eyes flared crimson, Assura energy surging. "Too bad I'm not an easy meal." He unleashed the sword technique, Blade of Fury, Assura, a fatal slash tearing through the air. The Ape King roared in pain, its colossal body pushed back by his terrifying power. Unwilling to yield, the mutated Ape King tensed, dark purple energy erupting, charging to counterattack. He was surrounded by countless smaller mutated ape monsters, while the colossal Ape King relentlessly attacked. A sky-shattering, earth-shattering blow from the Ape King created a deep crater in the ground, dust billowing. He lay slumped amidst the rubble, injured and coughing up blood, while the mutated Ape King stood towering like a god of destruction. Nanziying, despite his severe injuries, remained unfazed. A crimson aura of killing intent erupted around him as he declared, "You think I'm an easy target? Let me show you who's boss here." Assura skill. Mortal Hell mode activated. Nanziying's full power exploded, transforming him into a crimson whirlwind, his hair fluttering, the sword in his hand seemingly invigorated, ready for a decisive strike. At the same time, at a supernatural investigation and monitoring agency, Su Ling, the girl with curly brown hair, asked her colleague, "Care, are you sure about that feeling just now?" Chen Kier, the girl with purple-brown hair tied in 2 braids, sighed. "It's past 3 a.m. again. How am I supposed to grow if I keep staying up late like this?" Su Ling, a level 5 Esper with aura perception, replied with a serious expression. "That terrifying killing intent just now. I couldn't be mistaken." She continued, her voice a little tired. "Our superiors want us to monitor Yi City lately. Just bear with it for a bit." Su Ling irritably turned to Chen Care. "And stop calling me older sister. We're the same age. Just because you haven't developed as much as I have doesn't mean you're a child." Chen Care pouted in response. "Look at what you've got on your chest. I'm being very polite by not calling you auntie." The night sky suddenly turned blood red, and the full moon also transformed into a crimson hue, signaling an ominous omen. Su Ling immediately became alert, her blue eyes wide, whispering, "Shh, something's coming," she shouted loudly, her face extremely tense. "Prepare to track, southwest of Yi City, at Rift Canyon." Chen Care, with her hands clasped, her body suspended amidst a mystical blue energy current, began to chant, "Boundless universe, giving birth to all things. Illuminate, observe, track time." Chen Care's eyes flashed, her pupils revealing an ancient yin-yang symbol, and she decisively shouted, "Activate!" Back on the battlefield. From above, a blood-red pillar of energy crashed down, carrying the destructive power of mortal hell. Nanziying charged forward, unleashing an earth-shattering sword strike. His sword sliced through the air, creating a crimson gash aimed directly at the mutated Ape King. His fatal attack tore through space, causing the colossal mutated Ape King to let out a sky-piercing roar of pain, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. Nanziying flashed a savage smile, his crimson eyes gleaming with bloodlust and absolute confidence, like a demon just escaped from its shackles. At the investigation agency, Su Ling shook Chen Care vigorously, her voice full of worry. "Care, wake up! What did you see? Nightmare or reality?" In a daze, Chen Care screamed in horror, tears mixed with blood streaming down her face, trembling as she called out the name of an Assura demon. Amidst the sea of crimson flames, Nanziying, with demonic eyes and a cold mask, asked the defeated foe, "Had enough fun?" The colossal mutated Ape King panted heavily, its muscular body covered in injuries, its eyes unfocused. The black-haired young man stood tall, his sword still raised high, radiating immense power. "If not, get up and fight again, but don't expect me to go easy on you." The monster growled, fresh blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, its colossal body swaying amidst the rubble. Crimson eyes piercing through his mask, Nanziying stared at his enemy, his voice full of challenge. Still have the strength to fight? Dying like this would be a waste. The mutated Ape King raised its head, its golden eyes looking directly at him, full of surprise. Nanziying made a bold offer. "Or perhaps join my ranks. We will face the myriad races together." The space fell silent, leaving only the solitary figures of the young man and the colossal monster. Nanziying waited patiently, his crimson eyes never leaving his opponent. Suddenly, the mutated Ape King's colossal fist stopped right in front of him. A decision had been made. "Good boy," Nanziying smiled, a glowing golden energy source stone appearing in his palm, proof of its submission. Assura mode deactivated, the crimson light dissipated, and Nan Ziying returned to his normal appearance, but his domineering aura remained. He stood atop the ruined mountain, commanding the mutated Ape King. Listen up, you millions of ferocious apes. From today onwards, you will be under the command of the mutated Ape King. Your mission is to guard Rift Canyon and collect source stones. His voice echoed, full of authority. Do not harm humans. Do not attack the city. Be ready to await your next command. A system interface appeared, confirming Nan Ziying had become a level 8 monster tamer, with a colossal army of steel wolves, fire yaks, and millions of ferocious apes under his command. In the heart of the city, at the headquarters of a mysterious investigation agency, the orange-haired girl lay sprawled on a chair, her eyes thoughtfully fixed on Chen Care. She revealed, in a low voice, that last night, another extremely powerful energy surge had appeared, completely different from the previous one. Unfortunately, her tracking ability was limited, usable for only 3 seconds every 24 hours, making her feel like she was a hindrance. The orange-haired girl's eyes suddenly flashed with suspicion, and she couldn't stop pondering. What if those two terrifying energy surges belonged to the same person? A crazy thought, but one that couldn't be dismissed. Jenkir was so astonished she exclaimed, "Could that really happen?" She explained that for a long time, they had been secretly monitoring Eastern Espers, but the top spots on the leaderboard had always remained empty, belonging to mysterious, unannounced families. The orange-haired girl sighed, her voice full of helplessness. That individual wielding Assura power, having just appeared, immediately seized the 10th position, an unbelievably insane level of personal strength. Chen Care nodded. Perhaps she had been overthinking. It was time to announce the rankings. On the screen, the 10th position clearly displayed. Mysterious Man in Black. Assura skill. Level unknown. The next day, shocking news broke. A mysterious shadow appeared at Rift Canyon in U City, with destructive power, immediately entering the Eastern Alliance Esper rankings. The public was stirred. Some demanded the top 10 be revealed. Some were astonished by the rise of the Eastern Assura. Some called him a cold and ruthless ice drinker. Some saw him as the last savior. But there were also those who wished he would disappear, preferring to become a killing machine rather than be like Nan Ziying. In a room filled with technological equipment, Nan Ziying was hastily wiping blood from his face when the red-brown-haired girl beside him spoke up. His phone had been ringing incessantly, and she advised him to clean his face before doing anything else. He simply replied, "All right." Nan Ziying's eyes grew heavy as he looked at the device screen. The news displayed coldly, "Mi Nation, Mao Nation, and the 8th Front Line have completely fallen." On the news screen, the female announcer gravely reported, "To protect the homeland, the Eastern Alliance has urgently activated the veteran recall policy for the 5th Front Line." Cold sweat broke out on Nan Ziying's forehead. He gritted his teeth, realizing not only was the rate of defeat faster, but the veteran recall policy was activated much earlier than expected. A sudden fear washed over him, and he murmured, "So, my father." Just then, a ding sound rang out, and his phone lit up again. On the screen, a message from his father appeared, accompanied by a husky dog avatar. "Hey kid, if you have time tonight, come home for dinner. Your mom and sister miss you a lot." The warm invitation, however, weighed heavily on his heart. In a cozy home, Nan Xiangsun, the gray-haired man with a goatee, was busy in the kitchen wearing a kitchen god apron. He turned to the female reporter, smiling apologetically. Excuse me, reporter. My wife, son, and daughter are all coming home tonight, so I have to cook a few dishes. Sorry to keep you waiting." He warmly invited the reporter to join them for a meal if she didn't mind simple dishes. The female reporter smiled and declined, explaining that they only wanted a quick interview about the veteran recall policy. Nan Xiangsan quickly put on a shirt, his eyes resolute. "Go ahead and ask. I'm ready to answer everything." Reporter Fang Shan, representing the Eastern Alliance, brought the microphone closer. "Mr. Nan Xiangsan, we understand you immediately registered for the veteran recall policy after hearing the news. What were your thoughts at that time?" Nan Xiangsan's eyes were firm, without hesitation. "It's my duty. No need to ask." The female reporter unexpectedly delved into a sensitive issue, questioning Nan Ziying's decision. The atmosphere grew heavy. Nan Xiangsan fell silent, his eyes thoughtful. Just then, the door opened, and Qin Shuimai entered with her daughter Nan Zisen and another man carrying bags. The interview was interrupted. Seeing this strange scene, Qin Shuimai asked in surprise. Nan Xiangsan quickly reassured his wife, telling everyone to sit down, and he would talk after the interview concluded. He turned to the female reporter, his tone somewhat softened, introducing his family, implying he wanted her to understand their situation. "My wife is a volunteer at the factory." He began to talk about each family member. "My daughter is a medical esper. My son, though not on the front lines, still works day and night at the slaughterhouse, providing food for the battlefield. To me, he is a good child. As long as he doesn't act immorally, I always support my child's decisions," he said firmly. From the dining table, Nan Ziying subtly lowered his eyes, secretly calling his father an old fool in his heart. But the female reporter didn't let up. She aimed the microphone again, her voice sharp. The 8th front line of the Eastern Alliance has fallen, and many of Nan Ziying's classmates have sacrificed their lives. Do you have anything to say about this? Enough! Stop pressuring my son! Nan Xiangsan roared, his eyes blazing. Listen, when I registered for the recall, they intended to send me to the 6th front line, but I volunteered to go to the 7th front line. Is that still not enough? He questioned, his face full of indignation. My son may not be on the front lines, but slaughtering mutated monsters is no less dangerous. Yi City provides the most to the front lines. Isn't that a contribution? You never report these truths, only focusing on attacking those on the home front. What is the meaning of media? Suddenly, Nan Ziying stepped forward, her eyes sharp as she looked directly at the female reporter. If that's not enough, then here I am. I just registered as a medical volunteer for the 7th front line. In a fit of rage, Qin Shuimai declared her readiness to take her son's place on the battlefield, her eyes blazing with fierce protection for her family. Nan Ziying's entire family stood by him, forming a solid wall against the media's attacks. The pressure from their unity forced the female reporter and her colleague to quickly apologize, bowing their heads and leaving in embarrassment. But Nan Ziying, his hands clenched so tightly they creaked, still couldn't calm down, a tormented call of father escaping his lips. His face darkened, his crimson eyes resolute. He declared he would go with everyone, but no one understood who he was referring to. Nan Zhongzhan saw his son about to go somewhere late at night and asked, but Nan Ziying simply replied that there was something at the slaughterhouse and told everyone to eat first. Qin Shuimai worriedly pressed, asking if something was so important it couldn't wait until after dinner. Nan Zhongzhan watched his son's retreating figure, only saying thoughtfully to let him go, because everyone had their own responsibilities, and the family had seen enough of each other's faces. Nan Ziying silently turned and walked away, leaving behind the complex gazes of his family. Heavy footsteps echoed, and the scene shifted to a dark, wild forest named Primeval Sunken Forest. It was late at night, but the young man still shot through the darkness like an arrow, calculating in his mind that he had a little time left for his own work. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, a challenging smirk on his face as he declared he would tame the war elephant. Still rushing forward, he called out loudly, as if knowing something was lurking in the shadows. Waiting. And then, a colossal war elephant, with veins glowing red like lava and sharp tusks, suddenly appeared, confronting the small young man. With just one swing of its trunk, the monster tore apart an ancient tree, displaying its terrifying power. Without hesitation, Nan Ziying charged straight in, swinging his sword to create a crimson streak of light, his eyes firm and fearless. A brilliant red streak tore through the air, piercing directly into the colossal war elephant, a fatal blow. The ground trembled, dust and debris scattered, testament to the terrifying power of the impact. Nan Ziying landed on the monster's head, his blood-stained blade plunged deep, his cold eyes declaring, "Listen, I don't have much time." Fiery red energy enveloped him, his resolute expression unwavering. "I don't have time for these games." An invisible command echoed. The power of taming erupted, forcing the war elephant's will. The colossal monster growled in pain and fear, its bloodshot eyes slowly succumbing to submission. Standing firm on the back of the subdued beast, he coldly ordered, "Go tell all your kind. Any who dare to resist will be executed immediately." A moment later, the colossal war elephant stood majestically in the deep forest, its red eyes having lost their initial ferocity. Then, one by one, other war elephants emerged from the shadows, all with glowing red eyes and fearful expressions, completely under his control. They trembled, cold sweat trickling down their skin, completely overwhelmed by fear and the conqueror's power. Nan Ziying stood amidst the herd of war elephants, his voice echoing like a divine command. "Heed my command, O war elephants!" He entrusted the colossal beasts with a mission: guard the primordial sunken forest, collect source stones, and await further orders. A series of system notifications appeared, revealing his beast tamer level, the number of tamed monsters, and the newly unlocked formation tree. He looked at the war elephants, determined to accelerate his leveling, and declared, "Let's go to the Yecheng slaughterhouse to earn more source stones." Without hesitation, Nan Ziying arrived at the Yecheng slaughterhouse, where colossal monster corpses were piled high, a gruesome yet promising sight. At the Yecheng slaughterhouse, Nan Ziying checked the system. 100,000 source stones, 10,000 formations, ready to be deployed. He decided it was enough to level up, and wanted to try out the Sword Chi formation. Surrounding him were colossal monster corpses, a gruesome yet promising sight. The young man closed his eyes. Blue energy surged around him. He began to chant, "By the power of heaven and earth, I summon 1,000 swords. Immediately, thousands of swirling blue energy swords formed a deadly formation net, engulfing the space. Nanzing's face was tense, pouring all his strength into completing the incantation. Sword Chi Formation. With a decisive shout, the Sword Chi Formation erupted, devouring everything in sight. Sharp blue sword chi streams pierced through, tearing the monster corpses to shreds. But then, a drop of sweat trickled down his temple. He realized that a level 1 sword chi formation was still too weak. Undaunted, Nanzing's eyes lit up. Then, stack them! 2,000 sword chi formations! Amidst the scattered monster corpses, he stood firm, determined to turn this place into an automatic leveling grinder. At the second slaughterhouse, he continued to deploy. From the weak, the strong shall rise. Let bloodlust empower your blades. 2,000 bloodlust formations. Activate. An hour later, his system had transformed. The formation master leveled up. 10,000 formations were deployed. Abilities upgraded to level 2, but source stones were depleted. As dawn broke, he stood on a rooftop, sipping coffee, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. It was time to say goodbye and head straight to the front lines, where new challenges awaited. Meanwhile, a young girl with bright red hair cheerfully greeted those around her. Starting a new day, the door swung open. 3 figures stood there, one of them wondering if Leader Nan had worked through the night again. Another sighed, worried about the young man's health. The curly-haired man suddenly exploded, blaming the damn reporters. The red-haired girl and the man beside her were stunned, not understanding what was happening. He hastily pulled out his phone, explaining that he had stayed up all night fighting online trolls over the news. An article appeared, headlining Nanzing's father going to the front lines. Below were countless mixed comments, from admiration to attacking Nanzing as a coward. The red-haired girl and Qin Jimai stared at the phone screen, their faces furious. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth. Those bastards! They've gone too far! Qin Shuimai only managed to utter a call for their leader. Suddenly, the red-haired girl startled and turned around, her eyes wide with surprise to see Nanzing already standing there. Nanzing appeared, calm in demeanor but resolute in his eyes. He announced it was time to hand everything over. Nanzing's words shocked the entire group. They questioned him in unison, unable to believe their ears. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another comic panel, full of humor and noise, with ancient costumed characters shouting angrily. The brawl in the strange setting continued. One guy was sent flying. The other hastily apologized amidst the chaos. Back in reality, an elderly staff member approached, handing Nanzing an envelope. Nanzing took it. His eyes filled with complex emotions. The letter from his father, Nan Changsan, appeared. He wrote that he and his sister would go to the battlefield, emphasizing the shared burden of honor. Images of Nan Xiangzhen and Nan Zizhen appeared, like a final encouragement. Nanzing silently folded his father's letter, his eyes pensive as he stared into the void. His teammates gathered around. The red-haired girl and the curly-haired man worriedly advised him not to be too stressed, as the burden of the entire monster processing operation rested on his shoulders, and the front lines desperately needed supplies. Qin Shumai and the curly-haired man were furious at the malicious comments online. She declared she would personally silence those trolls, not letting them bother him any further. Nanzing smiled faintly, thanking everyone for their concern, but he had something more important to say. He looked directly at his teammates, asking about the announcement for the construction of the 5th Reserve Defense Line, a large-scale project currently underway. The red-haired girl and the others were stunned when Nanzing announced his intention to apply for the chief engineer position at that critical project. He reassured everyone, promising not to let the handover of duties delay the monster processing progress, while an elderly staff member handed him the necessary documents. Outside, a heroic statue stood tall amidst a sea of people and military convoys, thick with smoke and dust, evoking the atmosphere of fierce warfare. In his mind, Nanzing recalled his father's words that had been etched deep into his heart. He told himself that going to the battlefield now would only kill a few more monsters, unable to change the situation, and he couldn't leave his father, sister, and mother unprotected. Alien monsters are not carbon-based life forms. They cannot yield source stones to upgrade power. They only continuously send stronger enemies, and with humanity's current strength, there is no chance. He wouldn't be able to protect anyone. To win, he had to focus on the 5th defense line. That would be humanity's final battle, and he swore not to let his father down. 3 days later, construction of the 5th defense line began, with colossal steel structures gradually rising into the night sky. Engineer Li, an elderly man, praised Nanzing as an excellent architecture student and explained that the 5th defense line, according to his design, would be a 30 meters high, 10 meters thick steel wall, electrified, extending 300 kilometers along the northwest border. This steel wall would connect 20 cities, so fortified that even tanks couldn't penetrate it. But Nanzing knew well that this was just a smokescreen, unable to stop the monsters forever. That sturdy steel wall was just a smokescreen, Nanziying knew. The real defense line lay in the formations. To erect those magnificent formations, countless elemental stones were needed. He stood amidst the desolate, icy wasteland, looking at the colossal resource inventory displayed by the system. The area between Yi City and the 5th defense line. Not a soul in sight. A perfect location for his formations. Under the wrath of heaven and earth, by the power of the sun, the black-haired young man began to cast. Fiery red energy surged, swirling around him. Blazing flame formation. 50,000 formations, spanning 1 kilometer. Deploy! Countless brilliant red light pillars descended, plunging deep into the frozen ground. By the light of the sun and moon, by the opposition of creation and destruction, he continued to summon. A surging blue energy stream, shaped like a spirit beast. Elemental sword chi formation. 50,000 formations, spanning 1 kilometer. Deploy. Red and blue powers intertwined, creating an unparalleled defensive barrier. Stack 50,000. Blazing flame formations per kilometer. Stack 50,000 elemental sword chi formations per kilometer. He continuously reinforced, transforming the wasteland into an impregnable fortress. 10 kilometers were now covered by stacked level 2 formations. He checked the system, looking at the remaining elemental stones and the newly unlocked formations. This was enough to slow down any low-level monsters. No need to waste elemental stones on level 3 formations here, delaying the upgrade. Save them for the second layer. He meticulously calculated every step. Tonight, he would complete the first layer of defensive formations for 35 kilometers around Yi City. 1.25 million stacked level 2 formations would be erected, burning determination in his eyes. The next day, at the construction site, Engineer Li rushed over, shouting, "Chief Engineer Nan, we have a problem." Nanziying calmly replied, "What's wrong, Engineer Li?" Breathing heavily, Engineer Li handed him the phone, his face clearly showing panic. "Look at this." On the phone screen, a breaking news headline appeared. 5th Defense Line Plan, proven ineffective on the Western Front. Nanziying is wasting time and money. Tear it down before it's too late. Engineer Li worried. "The public is in an uproar, sir. If this continues." Nanziying placed a hand on Engineer Li's shoulder, his gaze firm. "Calm down, Engineer Li. Don't worry. Just continue construction as planned. I will propose a new, improved plan." He knew well, this was just the beginning. Nanziying was deep in thought, his eyes scanning the chaotic construction site. Besides deceiving the enemy, can this defense line be even more practical? He wondered, his mind delving into options. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. That's it! Nanziying's face lit up, a surge of blue energy swirling around him, as if a great idea had just been unlocked. He turned to Engineer Li, who was holding a clipboard. A gloved hand lightly patted his shoulder, as if to convey absolute confidence. "Although my elemental command script ability hasn't been unlocked yet, that doesn't mean I can't prepare for its deployment," Nanziying said, as he decisively scribbled on Engineer Li's blueprint. He looked up, his cold eyes fixed on Engineer Li. "Engineer Li, I need you to build 2 moats along the entire electrified wall. One in front, one behind. The front moat will be filled with water. The back moat will be filled with crude oil." Engineer Li was stunned, stammering, "Wait, do you mean?" Nanziying smirked confidently. "That's right. When the Xenos swarm in, I'll use electrolysis to turn the water surface into a deadly electric trap, if they still get through. Then I'll immediately light it up and burn them all to ashes." Engineer Li burst out, his face beaming. "Excellent. I'll immediately take this news to City Hall," he said happily, his previous worries vanishing. "I'm sure they're very worried too." Nanziying watched Engineer Li's retreating back, then his eyes grew deep again. "And once I unlock the elemental command script, this defensive line will become much more interesting," he thought to himself. Ambition burning. The scene shifted to a frozen land, where giant Xenos creatures lay scattered. A status panel appeared. Available elemental stones. 90 million. Nanziying, now in a white cloak and mask, was thinking. "Between the recent purges and monster harvests, I've accumulated enough to level up. I'm precisely at level 4. He stood atop the mountain, deploying millions of array formations. Fiery red lines tore through the air, covering a vast area. Wan City, Shou City, and Gan City now have a formidable 45-mile-long defensive line with 375,000 stacked level 2 array formations. A more detailed information panel appeared. Array Master. 5 million array formations deployed. Ability level 2. He had deployed 5 million level 2 array formations, each costing 50 elemental stones, capable of infinite stacking. The next upgrade will probably take a while. He muttered, his eyes glinting with calculation. Suddenly, Nanziying snapped his head up, his crimson eyes piercing through the mask. Wait, this familiar aura. A powerful Xenos? He sensed an anomaly in the frigid air. And there's also a powerful human aura. He narrowed his eyes, his expression tense. Two opposing streams of power were clashing. Nanxiang looked down, where a figure was moving rapidly amidst the broken ice. This isn't good. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning. The Xenos are trying to assassinate one of our own. Determination clear on his face, he prepared to act. In the deep mountains and valleys, an ancient village was hidden under a blanket of white snow, where a solitary figure stood before a stone tablet. A shocking explosion echoed, snow dust billowed, and a figure shot through space at terrifying speed. Clan elder Chu Changjiang, with a worried expression, questioned the young man who had just emerged from seclusion. Xing, why have you emerged 2 years early? You were supposed to come out 12 years after the invasion, weren't you? Chu Xing replied with resolute eyes. Master, I sensed a powerful aura from the northwest border. It resonated deeply with me, helping me break through early and forcing me to emerge from seclusion. Chu Changxiang was surprised. The northwest border? That region has almost no spiritual energy. How could it be? Chu Xing interrupted. That is precisely what is suspicious, Master. The young man decided. Master, I have decided to go to the northwest border myself. The clan elder quickly tried to dissuade him. But, Jinghe, there are rumors that Xenos are searching for ancient prodigies there. It's too dangerous. Chu Xing did not waver. In this apocalyptic era, danger is unavoidable. As he finished speaking, his figure shot up into the air. A burst of power erupted, and he unleashed domain flight, soaring away like an arrow tearing through the wind. Soaring high, Chu Xinghe looked down, thinking to himself, if I can receive some guidance from a master, this journey will be incredibly worthwhile. An hour later, on the vast icy land, Chu Xinghe was astonished to see brilliant red formations stretching out, wondering who could be so proficient in formations. He narrowed his eyes, and a sense of unease suddenly arose. Under the bright full moon, a dark creature with sharp wings appeared, circling in the snowy sky. A giant Xenos, with a mechanical form and glowing red eyes, swooped down to attack. Chu Xinghe exclaimed in surprise, a Xenos? He swiftly dodged an attack from a smaller Xenos creature, its body pitch black with sharp wings. Amidst the swirling snow dust and debris, Chu Xinghe continued to evade the giant Xenos' deadly blows. His eyes turned cold as he realized, their aura. Each one is an elite. I just emerged from seclusion and they're already on my tail. Clearly, they've been monitoring our ancient clans for a long time. A giant rotting colossus, with glowing yellow eyes spitting fire, swept over Chu Xing with a cold gaze, identifying him as a level 10 Esper prodigy and ordering destroy. Facing the charging mechanical Xenos, Chu Xing roared, activating his innate power. Domain control. The young man's face was tense. His hands gathered power, and streams of vibrant purple energy began to swirl around him, ready to explode. Chu Xinghe's domain instantly transformed into countless sharp sword chi, like a storm of steel, directly confronting the mechanical Xenos. He roared, pouring all his strength into unleashing his most powerful techniques, Blazing Inferno, Assura Spirit Formula, and declared, whoever invades me shall face my eternal wrath. In the midst of the battle, fragments of memories flashed through Chu Xing's mind. This timeline has changed too much. The front lines collapse faster. Father is already at the 7th line. And if everything is so different, I fear that even prodigies will have to face changes. He recalled that in the previous timeline, ancient prodigies only appeared in the 12th year of the invasion, bringing a glimmer of hope before everything collapsed in the 20th year. He knew well that Xenos had sent their top assassins to Earth since last year, hiding and waiting for the prodigies to reveal themselves to eliminate them before they could become a threat. This world needs my plans. I won't let them collapse before their time. Determination burned fiercely in the young man's heart. Back in reality, the mechanical Xenos charged again, unleashing brilliant green energy attacks that tore through the air. And then, the rotting colossus also joined the fray, unleashing fierce orange-red energy streams, forming a death pincer. Chu Xing gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Damn it, fighting 2 elite Xenos at once. It's too much. Both Xenos monsters attacked simultaneously, their lightning-fast blows tearing through space, creating a storm of destruction. He was sent flying, his body shaken, falling to the ground amid snow, dust, and debris, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Chu Xinghe looked up at the gloomy sky, wondering, am I, Chu Xinghe, having just stepped into this world, destined to die here? But then, his eyes suddenly became resolute. No! Though his body was battered, he still struggled to his feet, facing the 2 giant enemies. Even if I die here, I'll drag at least one of you bastards down to hell with me. A figure flashed like lightning, blocking the mechanical Xenos' fatal attack aimed at Chu Xinghe. Watch out! A powerful voice rang out. The terrifying collision created a massive explosion, dust and snow flying wildly, tearing through space. Amidst the smoke and dust, A black-haired young man wearing a mysterious mask was supporting the collapsing Chu-Xing, whose body was battered. Chu-Xing looked up at his savior, realizing it was the powerful senior he had sensed. The masked young man asked, his voice calm, "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" Despite the pain, Chu-Xing replied resolutely, "With your help, I can." He struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with fire. The masked young man looked at the two giant Xenos, laying out the strategy. "Then let's do it. I'll handle the Iron Massacre. You provide long-range support and hold back the rotting Colossus. Both are elite assassins, so be careful." At the same time, the rotting Colossus identified. Unknown level Esper detected. Eliminate. Facing the mechanical Xenos, brilliant red energy flared around the masked young man's hand. He smirked. "Long time no see, Iron Massacre. You've come at just the right time for me to use you in my formation." As he finished speaking, the ground trembled. Level 3, Solid Earth Spike Formation. Activate. Countless giant, sharp stone spikes shot up from the ground, surging straight towards the mechanical Xenos. But the mechanical Xenos remained standing. The masked young man clicked his tongue. "Tsk. As expected, a level 3 formation isn't enough for you." His eyes flashed with determination. "If that's the case?" He poured all his strength, and brilliant red energy erupted fiercely. 50,000 solid earth spike formations. Stack. 50,000 ice formations. Stack. The ground cracked open, and tens of thousands of giant, sharp ice spikes rose like a forest, engulfing the mechanical Xenos. The mechanical Xenos roared in despair, its metallic body chained by solid ice pillars, unable to escape. In just a blink, the giant mechanical Xenos was completely sealed within a colossal block of ice, standing majestically amidst the white, snowy battlefield. Chu-Xing was stunned by the colossal ice block. "These formations are much stronger than before?" He thought to himself. Such overwhelming power, yet he still hides in the northwest, secretly setting up formations. This fighting style is unlike any ancient clan. Then he wondered, who is he? What is his purpose? The colossal ice block emitted a cold blue light, completely sealing the mechanical monster. Chu-Xing looked at the shocking scene, finally exclaiming, He froze it." Without a second's rest, the giant, rotting colossus charged, unleashing brutal attacks. The masked young man glided like the wind, dodging cleanly. The monster roared fiercely, its pitch-black tentacles tearing through the wind. A surprise blow grazed Chu-Xing, making him cry out in pain. "Watch out! Don't let your guard down!" Without hesitation, the masked young man unleashed an explosive punch, brilliant red flames pushing back the monster. He erupted with power, his entire body glowing with brilliant red light, his eyes burning. A terrifying surge of energy rose. Assura. He charged in, transforming into a whirlwind of destruction. Roaring berserker. Overwhelmed by berserk power, he stood tall, like a war god, amidst the white snow. Assura. Chu-Xing was aghast, cold sweat pouring down. Could he be that mysterious, level 10, Assura Esper? In the midst of the fierce battle, the masked young man suddenly had a bold idea. Such a real combat opportunity was rare. Instead of ending it quickly, why not use it to hone this prodigy's experience? His potential is limitless, but he hasn't fully matured. If I can accelerate his development. He turned to look at Chu-Xing, who was blaming himself. "Senior, I apologize. I've been a burden to you." The masked young man suddenly thought, amplification formation. What if it's not for an area, but applied directly to a person? "Don't move." He gently touched Chu-Xing's hand, and a stream of brilliant red energy transferred over. "Senior, what is this?" He was astonished. Chu-Xing's eyes suddenly glowed red, and blue veins bulged across his face. "An amplification formation! 10-fold amplification!" he exclaimed in horror. Immense power surged in, and Chu-Xing screamed in extreme pain, collapsing. "Keep going!" A dazzling warning appeared before his eyes. Warning: the human body cannot withstand more than 10-fold amplification. Exceeding the limit will lead to death. But he still stood there, watching. Just then, he stopped, withdrawing his hand. Chu-Xing was exhausted, panting. "Just as I thought. The human body has its limits. But this 10-fold amplification is enough for him to defend himself." The rotting colossus still hovered in the distance, a constant threat. The masked young man mused. "Although I want him to train, in his current state, it's too risky. Perhaps I have no other choice but to." He was about to do something when a dazzling light suddenly tore through the sky, making him look up in surprise. "Huh? What the hell is this?" In a fit of rage, Chu-Xing tensed, purple energy erupting around his body, roaring, "Domain!" He continued to shout, "Sword manifestation!" summoning a giant sword entity made of energy which charged straight at the rotting colossus. But at the same time, the ice seal imprisoning the mechanical Xenos began to shatter. giant ice fragments cracking violently. In just a blink, the mechanical Xenos broke free from its chains, soaring up from the wreckage, making the masked young man exclaim in surprise. It broke the seal? Without hesitation, he clenched his hand, fierce electrical energy erupting, activating a level 4 formation. Thunderstorm formation. He pushed his power to the limit. Overload 50,000 times. A colossal blue-purple light burst forth, engulfing the mechanical Xenos. Amidst the berserk energy storm, he decisively ordered Chu Xing, "Destroy that monster." Chu Xing, with the sword entity behind him, charged to attack the rotting colossus, exclaiming, "Now this is combat power." After the fierce battle, Chu Xing knelt, filled with boundless gratitude. "Senior, you saved my life. This Chu clan is forever indebted, and I pledge to follow your commands." The masked young man quickly helped him up. Hey, take it easy, get up first." Standing upright, Chu Xinghe looked directly at him, his eyes sharp. "Senior, a mysterious Assura Esper, secretly setting up formations, and even acting while wearing a mask. You must be harboring a grand plan, aren't you?" He continued to deduce, believing that the masked man's placement of formations here was to turn this place into the final battlefield against the Xenos. The masked young man thought to himself, "This kid not only has combat talent, but is also incredibly intelligent." Chu Xing smiled meaningfully, probing, "Judging by your expression, Senior, I must have guessed correctly. If you don't mind, is your surname N?" The masked young man was startled. "What the hell is this?" Chu Xing calmly explained that unusual behaviors and prevalent news made the deduction not difficult at all. He continued to analyze the Assura class, the slaughterhouse, and the masked man's volunteering for the 5th front line. "To avoid being discovered, I won't say any more, Senior." Chu Xing chuckled lightly. "Of course, all of this is just my intuition and wild speculation. Haha. Please don't blame me if I'm wrong, Senior." The masked young man screamed internally. "Does this kid have a camera attached to me? Where did he learn to talk like that? Shouldn't prodigies hide before they appear?" How does he know so much? Faced with Chu Xinghe's sharp intelligence, the masked young man could only sigh. "Well, you win." Faced with Chu Xing's sharp intellect, the masked young man could only sigh and admit defeat, while Chu Xing's resolutely offered to lead his clan to the 7th defense line, seeing it as a mission and a way to buy time for the other's grand plan. The masked young man admitting he needed time, but also warning that the front line ahead was many times more dangerous, demanding that Chu Xing survive for what was to come. Chu Xinghe put a finger to his lips, signaling silence, affirming that he would not disappoint the other, that he would return and protect everyone there. The masked young man gazed into the distance, images of his father and his little sister flashing through his mind. Before Chu Xinghe went to battle, he decided to visit the Chu clan to bestow a special amplification array. Chu Xinghe bowed in thanks. Chu Xinghe unexpectedly asked about his mute sister who possessed teleportation abilities, suggesting that with the amplification array, she would be a valuable asset. The masked young man hesitated slightly. Hot news spread everywhere. Chu Xing, the genius of the Chu clan, had appeared, eliminating a C-rank assassin Xenos and rising to 9th place in the Esper rankings. A mysterious formation master had destroyed a B-rank assassin Xenos and ranked 8th, and Chu Xing was leading the Chu clan to support the 7th defense line. The people buzzed with talk about the legendary genius of the Chu clan, surprised that geniuses were heading straight to the battlefield instead of officers. They believed these individuals would reach the front lines faster than even seasoned veterans. And with a genius like Chu Xinghe fighting, they would drive the invaders back to where they crawled from. A full view of the city named Plague Slaughter City. In a room, Chu Xinghe introduced his sister Chu Tian to the masked young man, believing she would be a powerful assistant. The masked young man was so surprised, he blurted out, "Your sister, you're not kidding about the little part, are you?" He looked at little Chu Tian, who was sucking on a lollipop, and asked Chu Xinghe if he was asking him to babysit. 2 men nearby whispered ill, comparing Nan Ziying to the genius in the news, calling Nan Ziying a loser and mocking him for daring to play with children when the world was in chaos. The other agreed, praising the other genius for his talent and courage, while Nan Ziying had nothing. Chu Tian, the tiny girl, turned her head and stared at the 2 gossips, a faint purple energy beginning to swirl around her finger. The purple energy from Chu Tian's finger erupted powerfully, swirling like a vortex. A piercing swish rang out, and the 2 men who had just uttered venomous words vanished without a trace. Another person frantically cried for help. "Help! Someone! 2 old women just fell into the sewer!" The masked young man looked towards Chu Tian, calling her name in astonishment. The masked young man was stunned, sweat pouring down as a name appeared in his mind, a name linked to the Esper rankings, Chu Tian, the possessor of an 8th-level spatial ability. He knelt, taking little Chu Tian's hand, his voice full of reverence. "Chu Tian, it is an honor to meet you." Deep down, he saw a new future, With her teleportation ability, he could manage all the slaughterhouses from the 5th defense line, no longer needing to conceal his dark arts ability. A surge of blue energy erupted around the masked young man, his eyes glowing red. His 4th ability, dark arts, had finally awakened. Though only at level 0, with 9.5 million summon points, he was ready for a big game. At the same time, in another place, a grotesque figure with pale blue hair and blood-stained mouth let out a satisfied burp. "So delicious," he mumbled, a crazed smile spreading across his lips. Under the brilliant blood moon, he stood there, katana in hand, his savage laughter echoing through the night. "What?" An astonished voice rang out. "You want to handle all the work for the slaughterhouses in 20 cities along the 5th defense line?" A brown-haired girl stood opposite the masked young man in the falling snow, her face full of skepticism. "How can you manage? Not to mention the enormous workload. Just the distance alone is a problem." The masked young man put a finger to his lips, signaling the girl to be silent. "Shh, don't worry. I've calculated everything. You just need to grant me authorization." The girl hesitated. "Well, I'm sure that's not a problem, as most slaughterhouses are under pressure. But thanks." The masked young man waved, turned his back, and walked away. "I have things to do, so I'll be going now." The girl watched his retreating figure, her eyes thoughtful. His abilities had developed remarkably, and he seemed to have no fear of death. So why was he stubbornly working in the rear instead of proving himself on the front line? The girl suddenly understood. With the large amount of elemental stones from the slaughterhouses and Chu Tian's teleportation ability, we'll be able to upgrade and deploy at an unprecedented speed. The masked young man turned to Chu Tian. "All right, Chu Tian, let's go." The little girl nodded. A whoosh sounded, space twisted, and they had teleported to a desolate, snow-covered land where ethereal blue lights hovered. The masked young man looked at the wolf-shaped shadow creatures surrounding them, saying with satisfaction, "Well done, keep going." His dark arts ability had reached level 1, and he possessed 99.5 million summon points. He commanded, his voice full of authority, "Begin summoning. We have plenty of elemental stones to burn." He turned to Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. 100 kilometers from here." Chu Tian concentrated, her small hands radiating dark energy, as wolf-shaped shadow creatures growled around them. And then, a terrifying sight unfolded. From colorful spatial rifts, countless wolf-shaped shadow creatures simultaneously appeared, forming a colossal army. From colorful spatial rifts, countless wolf-shaped shadow creatures simultaneously appeared, forming a colossal army. And then, a dazzling light tore through space, bringing the masked one and the little girl to a desolate, snowy peak. He looked around, his face doubtful. This isn't the mausoleum. Did she teleport to the wrong place? A close-up of the two, the masked one pondered, realizing the problem. So there's a limit to the teleportation distance. Even after being enhanced, one teleportation can only cover a maximum of 100 kilometers. A directional arrow appeared on the snow, clearly marked Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. The target was close, just not yet reached. The masked one turned and ordered the little girl. "Chu Tian, go find a safe place to hide." The little girl vanished into the snow, leaving only a faint shadow. He watched her go, then unexpectedly blurted out, "Huh? This girl is even smarter than her brother." He began to act, dark energy exploding around him, incantations echoing. Necromancy. A colossal summoning array appeared beneath his feet, staining the snow red. "Awaken, spirits of the great Qin Empire." The ground cracked open, and a fierce surge of green energy erupted, as if something ancient was rising from the earth. The masked one was stunned, his red eyes wide with astonishment at the sight before him. A majestic spirit appeared amidst the green smoke, radiating an overwhelming imperial aura. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The system displayed a notification. "Yingzheng Qin Emperor, level 10 summon, cannot be summoned at your current level." The masked one took a step back, feeling the millennia-old pressure. He thought to himself, even after 1,000 years, this aura, this is the presence of a true emperor, a king of kings. Perhaps I can negotiate with him. He knelt on one knee, pleading. "Your Majesty, my world is in peril. I beg you grant me strength. Lend me your army." Qin Shi Huang's spirit roared. "Insolent brat," the ancient emperor questioned, his tone full of disdain. "Do you think my soldiers are yours to command, boy?" Qin Shi Huang laid down a condition, his gaze sharp. "If you want my army, then prove yourself worthy." The masked one stood up straight, his eyes resolute, his entire body erupting in a fiery red glow. "Very well. Forgive my presumption. Assura mode. Activate." Yingzheng was enraged, unleashing a verdant sword chi, scolding the presumptuous one for daring to flaunt his meager talents before imperial majesty. Two streams of power, one majestic verdant, one blazing crimson, clashed fiercely in midair. The masked one, covered in sweat, his red eyes resolute, declared, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Only through battle can one truly understand." Ying-jung roared contemptuously, calling him an arrogant fool. Without flinching, the masked one unleashed a new technique, his crimson energy transforming into Assura, Dragon Slayer. Ying-jung, with the image of a coiled green dragon behind him, scoffed. "You dare call that a Dragon Slayer? Let me show you the power of the Supreme Emperor." A colossal green dragon roared, carrying imperial might, and charged straight at the challenger. In response, the masked one summoned a colossal crimson gorilla monster, growling ferociously. Assura, Demon Slayer. The green dragon and red demon clashed, creating an earth-shattering battle. The masked one gritted his teeth, acknowledging the power of the imperial-level spirit, but did not back down. Assura, maximum power. He continued to summon a colossal blood-red skeleton, shouting, "Hell on earth!" The monstrous skeleton charged into the green dragon, creating a terrifying explosion that tore apart the ground. Ying-jung still maintained his disdain, deeming it nothing more than a cheap trick. The masked one, his red eyes flaring with anger, provoked, "Oh, really?" As soon as he spoke, crimson energy surged, engulfing the green dragon and overwhelming the imperial spirit. Ying-jung, the majestic emperor of 1,000 years, finally revealed extreme astonishment. How can this be? Despite being overwhelmed, the masked one did not relent, unleashing a fatal attack, forcing the emperor to utter an apology. Ying-jung's verdant spirit was torn apart, a painful groan echoing through the silent space. The next blow seemed to crush everything, making Ying-jung roar in despair. "Stop, arrogant brat! Do you want to destroy this entire mausoleum?" Hearing the warning, the crimson energy from the masked one gradually receded, and he bowed, replying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ying-jung, his spirit now stable, looked directly at his opponent, finally conceding, "Very well, you win. But I have slept for 1,000 years." The majestic emperor continued, his eyes sharp. "Before I entrust my army to you, tell me the whole story." After listening, Ying-jung handed him an ancient tiger seal, explaining that it was the token to summon Qin soldiers. The masked one accepted it, his heart full of gratitude. Holding the tiger seal, green energy surged, and the masked one commandingly ordered, "Hear my summons, Qin warriors." The colossal summoning array exploded, green energy spreading like a tsunami. He roared, "The enemy has crossed the border! I summon you to protect our homeland! Arise!" The cry, "Arise!" echoed ceaselessly, as millions of Qin soldiers were being summoned. His soul summoning ability had reached level 3, with 10 million Qin soldiers possessing undying loyalty and continuous regeneration. The system displayed upgrade requirements and the current number of source stones. At the same time, a surge of elemental energy enveloped him, ancient runes swirling around. "The Elemental Forbidden Arts ability has finally been unlocked," he exclaimed. Elemental Forbidden Arts. Level 1 allowed him to cast 10 types of destructive forbidden spells, with power increasing by level, and could be amplified by the power of heaven and earth. Outside the mausoleum, snow fell lightly, and flocks of black birds swooped down, signaling an ill omen. Sensing the anomaly, the masked one frowned. "This isn't good. I can feel the presence of Xenos assassins. They're targeting 2 ancient geniuses simultaneously, from 2 different directions. I can't save both alone." Ying-jung did not hesitate, immediately summoning 2 renowned generals. "Wang Jian, Meng Tian." 2 valiant warrior spirits appeared, ready to obey. "Your servants are here. Advance. We will wipe out those invaders." Amidst the verdant energy encirclement, the masked one decisively divided the front lines, ordering Ying-jung to retreat eastward, while he would block the enemy's advance in the west. At the same time, a voice called out, urging Chu Tian to teleport them out of danger. But on another battlefield, amidst a swarm of hideous Xenos monsters, a young man suddenly appeared. He looked around in bewilderment, muttering about the chaotic energy source that had pulled him here. He was Su Chang'e, the genius of the Su clan, a talented puppet master, but now found himself in an ironic situation. "What utterly terrible luck," he growled, preparing for battle. Without hesitation, Su Chang'e unleashed his move. 100 Ghosts Impact! A surge of fiery red energy erupted, engulfing the Xenos. With a furious expression, he roared, "Die, you bastards!" determined to annihilate those who stood in his way. Amidst the dust and smoke, a colossal mechanical Xenos charged forward, delivering a fatal blow to a green monster Xenos. "Not enough!" Su Chang'e shouted, commanding the mechanical Xenos to continue its assault, forcing the remaining ones to join the fight. Dark red energy tendrils tightened, binding a green monster Xenos into immobility. "Don't worry," he smirked, as his mechanical Xenos charged into battle, while another green monster Xenos, unexpectedly, attacked its own kind. "Damn it!" Su Chang'e gritted his teeth, realizing the Xenos' cruelty. They showed no hesitation, no quarter, even towards their own kind. "Don't worry," he commanded, urging his mechanical Xenos. "You're tough. Show them what you've got. Fight for me." Amidst the dazzling green energy, the mechanical Xenos and Su Chang'e coordinated perfectly, fighting together against the ferocious horde of monsters. Another green monster Xenos growled, charging straight toward Su Chang'e, its eyes filled with murderous intent. With quick reflexes, Su Chang dodged the fatal attack, the red energy tendrils still swirling around him. Meanwhile, the mechanical Xenos continued to fight relentlessly, unleashing sharp slashes, protecting its master from the enemy's encirclement. Su Chang'e gritted his teeth, dodging the Xenos' furious assault, the red energy tendrils still swirling around him. "Damn it! You're like rabid dogs when you attack like this," he growled. The cold, sharp blade grazed past. Su Chang'e narrowly dodged, his eyes resolute as steel. "If I fall, I'll drag all of you with me. You won't escape here alive, you alien scum." Suddenly, a strange green light erupted, startling Su Chang'e. "Huh? What is this?" Amidst the light, the majestic spirit of Ying Zheng appeared, raising his staff to block a fatal blow for Su Chang'e. "Fear not, young man. I have come to help at another's request." Su Chang'e was astonished, recognizing the powerful spirit. "Qin Shi Huang," Ying Zheng urged. "Hurry! There's no time to waste! End this now!" Su Chang'e quickly replied, "I'm still not sure what's happening, but thank you, Your Majesty." Looking at the ferocious Xenos, Ying Zheng snarled. "So these are the invaders who dare threaten my descendants and their homeland?" His voice boomed. "Show them no quarter. Leave no one alive." Wang Jian and Meng Tian, two general spirits, responded in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty," and charged straight into the Xenos' encirclement. The three powerful spirits simultaneously unleashed destructive attacks, green energy surges sweeping away the Xenos, turning them into dust. The scene shifted to a gloomy night sky, flocks of black birds circling above the treetops, signaling an ill omen. 20 kilometers west of the Qin Mausoleum, in the barren wasteland, Qin Sui held Qin Ying tightly, shouting, "Sui Sui, when I give the signal, run! Don't look back!" But the girl was resolute. "No way, brother. We're in this together. We fight together. We die together." The bloodthirsty Xenos horde was closing in. Qin Sui tried to persuade his sister, "Sui Sui, please, listen to me." With fiery eyes, Qin Sui concentrated his power, green energy erupting around him. "Summon plants." The ground trembled. A colossal creature, the Lonewood Behemoth, emerged from the earth, growling as it faced the enemy, verdant tendrils tightly wrapping around the charging Xenos. But his face suddenly changed, his eyes widening in horror as a surge of dark energy struck. He spun around, shielding his faintly glowing sister Qin Ying, shouting her name. "Sui Sui!" Fury erupted in Qin Sui's eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks as he roared. "You dare lay a hand on my sister?" A colossal tentacle clamped down on Qin Sui, squeezing him in a brutal, crushing pincers. From above, two grotesque, dark Xenos with tentacles and glowing yellow eyes swooped down. Qin Ying frantically called out, "Brother, I'm fine. Watch out above." A brilliant red light tore through the air, grazing past the siblings' heads, making them exclaim in astonishment, "What the hell was that?" Suddenly, a colossal purple energy vortex erupted, sweeping all the grotesque Xenos a kilometer to the south, at the command of a resounding voice. "Chu Tian, teleport all those bizarre Xenos a kilometer south." Immediately, a young man with black hair and cold eyes appeared amidst the verdant energy. Beside him were Chu Tian and the Qin Sui siblings. He commanded, "Don't move. Don't say anything." Qin Sui was stunned. "What?" He raised his hand towards Qin Sui and Qin Ying. Green energy surging, making their hair stand on end. Then declared, "First, I will amplify your powers tenfold." Qin Sui and Qin Ying cried out in pain and astonishment as power surged into their bodies. Su Chang'e, with a confident expression, looked towards the Xenos being teleported back in the energy vortex, then said, "Once amplified, you two will handle half of those monsters." He continued, his eyes sharp. "As for the other half, let's see how long you Xenos can withstand the power of my forbidden art." A surge of fiery red lightning erupted from his hand. Lightning element, forbidden art. The forbidden art erupted, forming a colossal lightning storm, its power amplified 100-fold. 100x. Overload. The furious lightning storm descended, crushing the Xenos into dust, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Amidst the devastated landscape after the lightning storm, Qin Sui turned to Su Chang'e, his expression a mix of astonishment and reproach. "Hey, benefactor, you said you'd only handle half." The girl Qin Ying beside him added, "Leave the rest for us." Su Chang'e replied nonchalantly, his tone slightly apologetic. "Sorry about that. I got a little carried away." He admitted that this forbidden art was much stronger than he had imagined. But then, a terrifying roar echoed. Qin Sui frantically shouted, Watch out! There's still one left! A grotesque Xenos, with 3 glowing yellow eyes and terrifying tentacles, suddenly charged. Without hesitation, Qin Sui unleashed Alloy Vine attack, while Qin Ying also cast Hell's Lock to deal with the monster. The hideous Xenos growled, its 3 glowing yellow eyes flashing ferociously as it faced the attack. Verdant vines tightly wrapped around the Xenos' body, while black and white energy from Qin Ying constricted it, attempting to restrain it. Su Cheng stood there, his cold gaze sweeping over the battle. Then he spoke with full confidence. "I've seen enough of your combat power. This last cowardly monster is mine." He clenched his fist, earth elemental energy erupting around his hand, declaring, "Earth element, forbidden art." The ground shook violently. A colossal stone arm, glowing red with energy, rose from the earth, carrying the power of 50x overload. Su Chang'e looked directly at the Xenos, his red eyes resolute, decisively ordering, "Entomb." The ground cracked open, sharp stone pillars and surges of blue lightning erupted, swallowing the Xenos deep into the earth. Amidst the chaotic scene of rock and lightning, Su Chang'e stood tall, his expression eerily calm. From a distance, the little girl Chu Tian, sucking on a lollipop, watched the scene with wide eyes, an image of a cannon shooting down a tiny insect appearing in her mind, utterly speechless. Qin Sui and Qin Ying stood beside Su Chang'e, still stunned. Qin Sui mumbled, "Sister, I just thought of a name for this." Qin Ying also nodded slightly. "Me too." Qin Sui suggested, "Sky crumbles, earth splits." Qin Ying followed, "World turned upside down." They looked at each other, then Qin Sui gave a wry smile. "Doesn't seem to quite fit, does it?" Su Chang'e stood amidst the energy vortex, looking down at Qin Sui and Qin Ying who were kneeling. He asked, his tone cold, "So, what do you intend to do now?" The young duo prostrated themselves, offering their deepest gratitude, not only for being saved, but also for being granted power amplification. Su Chang'e narrowed his eyes, a cold drop of sweat trickling down. He thought to himself, do all ancient clans perform such extravagant rituals? Qin Sui and Qin Ying spoke in unison, their voices filled with fervor. "Benefactor, our lives are yours. Any command we will carry out without hesitation." Su Chang'e placed a finger on his chin, his red eyes behind the mask gleaming with contemplation. He asked, "My command? So, do you know who I am?" The young duo looked up, their faces bewildered. Qin Sui mumbled, Not exactly." Qin Ying added, "We apologize, Benefactor. We should have asked your name first." Su Chang'e shook his head slightly, his tone a little disappointed. "That's not what I meant. It's fine if you don't know." He secretly sighed, telling himself, "Perhaps I expected too much. Power amplification doesn't equate to intelligence. Not every genius is like Chu Xing'e." Suddenly, a resounding laugh echoed, and the spirit of Ying Zheng appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. He looked at Su Chang'e and spoke, "Ha ha ha, young friend, you are truly to my liking. You and this emperor could become good friends despite the age difference." Meng Tian, another general spirit, turned to Ying Zheng and asked, "Brother Shi Huang, this masked person, is he the one you spoke of?" Ying Zheng nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is he." A long-haired young man, dressed in ancient attire, approached Su Chang'e. He introduced himself. "Brother, thank you for saving me. Normally, I should bow deeply, but I'm not accustomed to such rituals. Nevertheless, I, Su Chang'e, owe you a debt of gratitude." Su Chang'e thought to himself, "Finally, a genius who doesn't speak empty words." Su Chang'e extended his hand, signaling Qin Sui and Qin Ying. He said, "All right, I have 2 requests. 1, take me to your clan. 2, prepare for a mass amplification." Qin Sui and Qin Ying immediately bowed. "Thank you, Benefactor." The long-haired young man was surprised, frowning as he asked, "Amplification? What kind of amplification? And why do those 2 look so terrifying?" Su Chang said little, simply raising his hand. A surge of fiery red energy shot from him directly into the long-haired young man's forehead, making him let out a small cry. Tenfold amplified power erupted within the long-haired young man's body, making him scream in agony. Su Chang'e coldly added, "And this too." Qin Sui and Qin Ying, now amplified, were filled with energy and loyalty. Qin Sui hastily asked, "Benefactor, do you need anything else? We are ready to brave fire and water for you." Su Chang'e pondered behind his mask, asking himself, "Should I send them to the front lines? They are all local geniuses. Unlike Chu Xing, their clans won't be affected for another year. While I strategize from the rear, sending them to the front lines early. Is that a moral obligation or a duty to put them into battle before it knocks on their doors?" Su Chang'e merely gave a curt instruction, as if to dismiss them. But the long-haired young man was unwilling. he questioned, his eyes showing clear annoyance. You're terrible. Always hiding things. Just tell me, what do you really want? He continued, questioning Suchanga, his tone full of indignation. You summoned an entire army to protect the homeland, but you don't need us? Do you see us as a burden, as useless trash? Or do you just want to be a lone hero hiding in the shadows? The questions cut like knives, but Suchanga remained silent, his eyes behind the mask, unreadable. Suddenly, Qin Ying erupted, snapping. How dare you speak to the benefactor like that? She defended Suchanga, while he let out a faint sound, as if agreeing with the accusation. Suchanga finally spoke, decisively. I need you to lead your clansmen to the 7th line of defense. Holding them off for a few days will be enough, he continued, his voice echoing the coldness and brutality of the battlefield. The true battlefield is far more brutal. If you are worthy of being called geniuses, survive and find me at the 5th line of defense. Then I will reveal myself. Qin Sui and Qin Ying bowed in obedience, while the long-haired young man smiled with satisfaction. Suchanga turned to Ying Zheng, entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. The 10 million Qin army, I entrust to you. The Spirit Emperor nodded slightly, accepting. Qin Sui and Qin Ying bowed in gratitude, but Suchanga also returned a slight bow. Ying Zheng quickly intervened. Benefactor, you must not, he simply said softly. Please rise. Ying Zheng looked at Suchanga, his spirit eyes glowing brightly. The blood of emperors flows within you, an immortal spirit. The whisper was like an ancient prophecy. Shocking news kept pouring in. Prodigies everywhere, those expected to lead their people to the defense lines, were assassinated as soon as they appeared. A sinister plot was unfolding. Panic erupted in the military base. What the hell is going on? They're eliminating them one by one, as soon as they show themselves. Those children are our future. The front lines are already tough. Now the rear is being swept clean too. They are humanity's strongest. Who can protect them? The prodigies are awakening earlier in this life. A contemplative voice echoed. This situation is not good at all. Even if I rush to save them, I can't protect everyone. He turned and walked away, a sense of powerlessness overwhelming him. Saving them one by one is like trying to empty the ocean with a ladle. But then his eyes suddenly flashed with determination. We must strike at the root of the problem, otherwise nothing will change. Chu Tian, we're going to the Arctic wasteland. We will personally awaken the 5 great prodigies and drag out all of Zenus's assassins. Brilliant purple energy flared around him, his red eyes full of confidence. Watch me round them all up in a flash. Under the blood moon, a long-haired young man with an arrogant aura erupted in crimson energy, roaring a command. Zhou Tian, take us to the Han Mausoleum first. Great ancestors of Han, awaken. The ground trembled. Crimson energy streams swirled skyward, and a rallying cry echoed. Emperor Wu! General Wei Qing! General Huo Kubing! Whoever dares to insult the prestige of Great Han, even if thousands of miles away, shall face my wrath. Amidst the dazzling light, the black-haired, red-eyed young man, known as the Array Master, stood there, giving a powerful command. 20 million Great Han warriors. I order you to advance into the northern wilderness and annihilate the invaders. On a desolate mountain, white and red energies intertwined, erupting violently, and a voice echoed, It's time for the 5 great prodigies to make their grand debut. Sharp eyes hidden behind the mask, a cold declaration rang out. Starting with Assura, the long-haired young man, Assura, erupted in a crimson energy, his aura soaring to the sky, declaring, Supreme Hell Mode. On the airship gliding through the night sky, a member of the Supernatural Investigation and Oversight Agency recognized in surprise. It's him, the mysterious Assura. The 2 girls on the ship showed clear signs of worry. The blonde girl exclaimed, His aura is countless times stronger than last time. He must have completely gone mad. Assura, with a full mask, surrounded by crimson flames, urgently commanded, We need to report to the military immediately. He is in the northern Gobi Desert. Form up, front line and rear. Protect the flanks. Assura and the Array Master cast spells together. Lightning and frost swirled, and the incantation echoed. By the power of heaven and earth, with lightning as the guide, and frost as shackles, destructive attacks were unleashed. Elemental Sword Chi, Hell, Earth Spike Array, Frost Array. Stack them up, spread across millions of square meters. An array hundreds of miles wide. Deploy. On the ship, the 2 girls were stunned. The blonde girl exclaimed in surprise, Wait! Another energy surge, array magic, from the same location. Could that be the mysterious Array Master from the Esper rankings? Ugh, my energy's depleted. I can't see. The Array Master raised his hand. Crimson energy surged, casting Necromancy, Souls of Great Han. The souls of generals, including Ying Zheng, Wang Jian, and Meng Tian, materialized in green light, roaring, Destroy the invaders for the Great Han. Wei Qing, Emperor Wu, Huo Kubing. Emperor Wu! Attack! The blonde girl on the ship was completely stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What? What's happening? The girl with twin buns trembled, exclaiming that she had never felt such a powerful surge of necromantic energy. These were definitely the souls of the dead. Qin Ying, beside her, looked astonished, unable to believe that besides Assura and the Array Master, another soul summoner prodigy had appeared in the northern wilderness. Qin Ying continued to analyze. This energy surge far surpassed all previous records, something never before measured. With a tense expression, Qin Ying tried to define the terrifying power spreading around. Finally, she uttered a single word. God tier. The girl with twin buns immediately paled, asking in horror, God tier? Do you mean there are now 3 God tier espers in the northern wilderness? That's insane. The girl with twin buns immediately realized the gravity of the situation, urging, Yes, we must report this to the highest military command immediately. At the same time, elsewhere, the Array Master, with glowing red eyes, was casting a terrifying forbidden art, light element, overload 100 times. A dazzling beam of light erupted, tearing through the night. The light was so brilliant it enveloped the entire city, making someone who had just woken up wonder if they had overslept and woken up at dawn. But no, it was still 10 p.m. The entire city was plunged into confusion, wondering what was happening, if this was some kind of supernatural phenomenon. The Array Master growled, No, quickly check the breaking news. The urgent news reported that 4 mysterious God-tier espers had appeared in the northern wilderness, forcing the military to dispatch aircraft for investigation. The public was abuzz with the unprecedented power, wondering if this was new hope as the military faced a major event. At the Inland Center's defense frontline, the Array Master was sitting in a helicopter, urging the pilot, Hurry up! Take me to the northern wilderness, divided by northwestern border immediately. The pilot replied that even at maximum speed it would take over an hour to get there, but he just roared, Talk less, fly as fast as you can. Meanwhile, a powerful voice echoed, summoning a colossal monster legion. 500,000 steel wolves, 500,000 fire Tibetan yaks, 1 million frenzied apes, 1 million war elephants. Assemble. Hordes of steel wolves with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes growled, ready to tear everything apart. Giant fire Tibetan yaks with sharp horns also appeared, their eyes burning with fierce aggression. Next came the frenzied apes with bulging muscles, roaring to the heavens, brimming with destructive power. Giant war elephants with sharp tusks stomped, shaking the ground. Urgent news confirmed 4 monster tides in the northwest, converging in the northern wilderness, with a 5th God-tier esper, the monster tamer, suspected of being involved. The public was stunned to realize why previous attacks near Ye City had suddenly stopped. In the East Sea region, a crimson light tore through the night, dyeing the sky red, beneath which fierce waves crashed against the shore. Standing on a colossal monster, Lan Changkong, the Lan clan's prodigy, gazed thoughtfully into the distance, expressing a desire to meet that mysterious monster tamer. At the same time, deep inland, at the Zhuge Manor, Zhuge Yuan stood amidst a vortex of energy, realizing this was a golden opportunity for his clan to rise. Elsewhere, prodigies from the Xuanyuan clan, Huang clan, and Yu clan were also charging into battle, confronting the monster tides. The Shu clan's prodigy was no exception. Meanwhile, the Array Master, with glowing red eyes, surrounded by blood-red energy, sneered. This chaos will attract all ambitious prodigies. He smirked, his eyes full of calculation. Everything is in place. All that remained was to wait for the Xenos assassins to appear, and his plan would be complete. In a hidden corner of the inland, Huang Xuan, the Huang family's prodigy, was desperately fighting off 2 Xenos assassins, roaring in defiance of his fate. Huang Xuan recklessly provoked them, but unexpectedly, the Xenos assassins suddenly stopped and inexplicably turned and fled. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, as the powerful enemy suddenly retreated without explanation. Immediately after, the ground trembled. A crimson energy burst forth, carrying with it thick black smoke, while countless monsters were enveloped in green light. The Array Master smirked. Finally, it's here. The monster tide. From the depths of the earth, monster zombies rose, their eyes glowing green, enveloped in crimson energy, creating a terrifying spectacle. He commanded, his voice echoing like thunder. Let the purge begin! The Array Master charged into battle alongside a Xenos assassin, roaring a world-shaking technique. Assura, Blood Fiend Purge. The terrifying forbidden art was activated. Assura, Hell on Earth, erupted, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of crimson flames, tearing through space and crushing everything in its path. Amidst the wave of destructive energy, the Array Master stood tall, his red eyes sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, observing the attack's effectiveness. A colossal frenzied ape roared fiercely, its body trembling under the power of the forbidden art. cracks appearing on its thick hide. Hordes of other frenzied apes also met their fate, torn apart by the crimson energy, blood and flesh splattering into the air. But that wasn't all. A silver-armored Xenos was also repelled by a mysterious blue energy surge, indicating a much more complex battle. The Array Master hovered on a platform of green energy, surrounded by floating debris, his expression thoughtful. He mused, "Indeed, the enhanced beast tides and undead specters have become much more formidable. But even when enhanced, the monsters, except for the Beast Kings, are still overwhelmed by the elemental counter-Xenos, and the undead specters were no exception. They were still struggling against the enemy's power." The Array Master's red eyes flashed with determination. "If this continues, even if it's a dramatic battle, it will certainly lead to unnecessary losses." He raised his hand, red and green energy swirling around him, giving a decisive command. "Beast tides! Undead specters! Heed my command! I will draw their firepower to the center. You all, surround them, form a siege and crush them from all sides." He designated targets. "Beast tides. Aim for the Steel Slayers and Goblins." The monsters growled, turning to obey. "Undead specters, you fear no poison. Your targets are the poison apes and rotting monsters." The Array Master activated a new array. Crimson energy flared from his hand, his voice echoing. "Location, Xenos territory. Overlapping array." The Forbidden Art overlapping array was activated. A pillar of crimson light tore through the air, signaling the start of a fierce battle. Crimson energy exploded violently, tearing apart everything around in a terrifying shockwave. Crimson lightning bolts ripped across the sky. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the Array Master turned to the little girl Chu Tian, saying urgently, "Chu Tian, I need your help for the next part." He continued to instruct, his eyes full of determination. "If any Xenos breaks through the array and advances towards the city wall, teleport me immediately." Suddenly, the Array Master paused, a surprised, "Huh?" escaping his lips, his gaze fixed on a spot. Chu Tian, with an innocent smile and a lollipop in hand, was waving mystical purple energy swirls surrounding her. The Array Master was stunned, staring speechlessly at the colossal ape-like Xenos enveloped in purple energy. Without wasting time, he shot into the air, unleashing a powerful attack. Forbidden Art, Wind Element. The Array Master's body blazed in a crimson fiery vortex, his power amplified 50-fold, crushing everything in its path. The colossal Xenos roared in pain as it was struck by the terrifying attack, its heavy body collapsing to the ground, dragging smaller Xenos with it. The Xenos' body disintegrated into black dust, a final groan echoing before fading into nothingness. The Array Master descended, a triumphant smile on his face. "Ha ha ha ha! A troll has fallen. Well done, Chu Tian. But next time, could you aim a little higher?" He let out a tired ugh sigh, perhaps from fighting in an overloaded state. Surrounded by another swarm of ape-like Xenos, he sighed again. I guess I'll get used to this over time." Without hesitation, the Array Master unleashed his power again, his entire body engulfed in crimson flashes. Forbidden Art, Thunder Element, overload 50 times. Crimson light enveloped him. The Array Master growled. Time was running out. He had to end this game before the prodigies and the military arrived. The Forbidden Art erupted, flying Earth axis. He unleashed a crimson energy surge tearing through space. With another roar, overload 500 times. Bury! The ground trembled. Colossal rock formations surged upward, ready to crush everything. Countless crimson energy rings spread. The ground cracked open, and sharp rock spikes rose like death's claws. From a distance, Zhuge Yuan, the Zhuge clan's prodigy, watched in stunned silence. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of power was this that could manipulate the earth element to such a terrifying extent? Zhuge Yuan's face changed color, extreme panic evident. A dazzling red light pierced straight through, engulfing the growling Xenos. The frenzied apes and war golems, once a threat, were now just crushed masses of flesh under the terrifying power of the Forbidden Art. Not stopping there, the Formation Master roared again. "Activate! Tenfold amplification!" The fiery red energy around him surged even more violently. Both Zhuge Yuan and the surrounding warriors were swept into the terrifying energy surge, screams tearing through the air. As the red energy turned purple, he ordered decisively, "Amplification complete! Get us out of here! Teleport!" Amidst the chaos, Zhuge Yuan tried to ask the benefactor's name, promising the Zhuge clan's boundless gratitude. In the dazzling purple light, the Formation Master replied, leaving a mysterious message in the North Gobi Desert. "Want to repay me? Just follow my words." He vanished without a trace. Only the fading purple light remained. Zhuge Yuan realized that this mysterious individual did not want to reveal himself. "We will fulfill his request," Zhuge Yuan declared firmly. "The North Gobi Desert. Where? The mystery." awaited. At the same time, in the sky, military helicopters rumbled closer, bringing both hope and regrettable delay. The military helicopters rumbled down onto the desolate Gobi Desert, and the gray-haired commander hastily asked, "Is this the right place? Why is it so deserted? Where are the prodigies and Xenos assassins?" Only cold snow and rocks lay underfoot, with no sign of people or clear traces of battle. Suddenly, a horrifying sight met their eyes. Countless colossal Xenos buried under shattered rocks, a silent, tragic battlefield. Zhuge Yuan rushed forward, his eyes a mix of astonishment and understanding. "I knew it! The Formation Master buried them all. Not a single Xenos assassin was spared." The military commander looked at Zhuge Yuan, thoughtfully asking about the 5 mysterious prodigies. But Zhuge Yuan had only met one masked individual, whom he couldn't identify. Zhuge Yuan and the gray-robed warriors confirmed that the person had vanished immediately after amplifying their power. But he had left an important message. They led the way to a colossal rock, covered in ancient characters. A message from the 5 prodigies waiting to be deciphered. The military commander signaled his soldiers to take photos and quickly read the message aloud. The shocking message was relayed. "Summon all high-ranking military officials and ancient clan heads to the 5th defense line for an emergency meeting." On a distant mountain peak, the Formation Master silently observed, muttering to himself, "Sorry, everyone. It's not yet time to reveal myself." He knew this was the only way for the military to act, and if the identity of the 5 prodigies was revealed to be one person, the retaliation would be 10 times more terrifying. Moreover, human nature is unpredictable. There are always traitors in war. He could not let history repeat itself, as in his previous life, when internal conflicts had pushed them to the brink of annihilation. A voice echoed in his memory, calling his name, "Chu Tian, return to the slaughterhouse." Beside little Chu Tian, the Formation Master remained steadfast in his role as a coward in the shadows, a perfect cover for the strategist manipulating the situation. News of the 5 prodigies spread like wildfire. Zhuge Yuan and Xuan Yuan Hong had led their clansmen to the 7th defense line, while Lan Changkong was busy protecting the East Sea. The emergency meeting began. The military commander solemnly opened the discussion, asking everyone to deliberate on the mysterious message the army had found. The Xuanyuan clan head, with a learned demeanor, speculated this was not just a message, but a grand strategy, predicting that the 5 prodigies would make a final stand at the 5th defense line. Horrifying images appeared. An artificial volcano capable of incinerating everything, an endless celestial river flowing from the East Sea, an impenetrable steel forest, and sky-burning stones powerful enough to engulf the heavens in a sea of fire. General Fang Ling immediately spoke up, asserting that the carvings on the message were Assura's, but expressed concern about that individual's reckless and unpredictable nature. General Li Fei continued, agreeing that staking the nation's fate on a message of unknown origin was an insane act, no different from self-destruction. Amidst the tension, a calm voice rang out. The Zhu clan head requested permission to present his views. He argued that even if the message was Assura's, the Formation Master had confirmed it, and there must be a profound reason why the prodigies did not reveal themselves. He went on to explain that the requirements for volcanoes, canals, steel forests, all pointed to powerful formations that needed this very land to provide energy. The prodigies not showing themselves must be for a larger picture. The Xuanyuan clan head stood up, agreeing with the Zhuge clan head, declaring this was the moment to gamble, as the ancient clans had united as one. He further emphasized that the 5 prodigies had wiped out thousands of level 10 Xenos assassins in less than an hour, a feat no one else in the world could accomplish. The military commander, with resolute eyes, declared decisively, "We are bound by blood. Our destiny is one." With ironclad determination, he roared, "Damn it! Just do it!" Shocking news spread. The entire nation would dedicate its efforts to implementing 4 colossal projects in the northwest, including an artificial volcano, a grand canal, a steel forest, and source rock mountains. Many were terrified, believing this to be an act of self-destruction. On a colossal structure, the Formation Master, a man with black hair and red eyes, smiled with satisfaction at the nation's swift and bold decision. He looked directly into the void, declaring confidently, "You have placed your trust in me, and I will not disappoint you." The Formation Master listened as Chief Engineer Nan enthusiastically reported on projects similar to their plan. It seemed the superiors were very pleased. He merely hummed softly, his expression remaining calm. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed, interrupting the peaceful atmosphere. In the sky, a fiery red vortex was gradually appearing, engulfing the entire firmament. Chief Engineer Nan frantically pointed at the sky, crying out, "It's coming from the 7th defense line!" The Formation Master spun around, his sharp gaze fixed on the red vortex, a bad premonition. Extreme horror was evident on the Formation Master's face. His eyes glowed red, and cold sweat poured down. The Xenos spatial gate, A colossal dimensional rift had opened 2 years earlier than expected, engulfing the sky in deadly crimson. In that moment of despair, the Formation Master screamed, his ultimate fear for his loved ones. "Father, my sister, Chu Jing." He knew that with the gate wide open, the Xenos would overrun the 7th defense line, turning it into a bloody slaughterhouse. Without hesitation, the Formation Master decided, "The front line will be overwhelmed. I must go there and reinforce them." Masking his tense expression, the Formation Master waved his hand, summoning a mighty army. 20 million Dahan warriors, I summon you. Advance directly to the 7th defense line." At the same time, a wave of green energy erupted, summoning 3 million colossal beasts, ready to devour everything. He turned to Chu Tian, his eyes resolute. "Chu Tian, is there a way to teleport us and the beast army to the front line?" Little Chu Tian, with a candy still in her mouth, her pale eyes glowing, her entire body radiating dark energy, poured all her strength into it. Drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Chu Tian gritted her teeth, concentrating to the extreme, trying to push past her limits. The dark energy erupted more powerfully than ever, enveloping Chu Tian, while the Formation Master stood beside her, watching her every move. "Chu Tian!" the Formation Master exclaimed, anxiously embracing the exhausted girl, the teleportation energy still lingering around them. He looked at the girl, his voice filled with worry. "We're already over 1,000 kilometers from the 7th defense line. Don't push yourself too hard if you can't bear it." Chu Tian smiled weakly, leaning into the Formation Master's embrace, the teleportation energy continuing to carry them forward through the perilous night. The Formation Master suddenly flinched, his red eyes wide with horror, sensing something unusual happening. Ignoring the warning, Chu Tian still clenched her fists resolutely, her entire body radiating blue-purple energy, her eyes burning with determination. "I can do it." But at the 7th defense line, disaster had struck. The spatial rift was widening. The warning echoed across the battlefield. The army urgently prepared for the enemy encounter. Wang Zai, commander of the 7th defense line, roared his orders. "Prodigies, lead the charge! Esper Legion, provide cover! Artillery, clear the remnants! Hold the line, even if it cost your lives." Amidst bullets and smoke, old Zhang sighed heavily, his voice full of despair. "Brother Nan, we're almost out of nuclear weapons, and artillery shells are running low. Does it still make sense to keep fighting like this?" Nan Shanhong, the seasoned marksman, turned to look at Zhang with resolute eyes, then gazed up at the young prodigies charging into battle. He reminded him, "Remember last time? When we were on the verge of collapse, the prodigies appeared with an army of 10 million spirits. We achieved an unimaginable victory." He looked towards the Xenos army, surging like a red tide, the colossal cannons on the city walls ready to fire. Old Zhang was still immersed in fear. "It's not death that scares me, but this endless war is too hopeless." Under the fiery red sunset, the young prodigies, like Zhuge, Yuan, Lan Chengkong, and others, still advanced fearlessly. Facing their destiny, Nan Shanhong and Zhang watched their resolute figures, worry evident on their faces. They're still so young, and the children who have already fallen on this battlefield. Nan Shanhong placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder, his eyes burning with determination. "Precisely why we must give it our all," he growled, looking directly at Zhang. "We will cover them with every last bullet. Even if we die, we will sacrifice ourselves for them." Zhang looked at Nan Shanhong, his eyes shifting from despair to resolve, and nodded decisively. "You're right." Amidst the smoke, fire, and fiery red energy, Wang Zai led his soldiers directly into the spatial rift, his roar echoing. "All troops, charge!" Another heroic shout rang out. Su Chang'e led the Qin army, his figure radiating brilliant green light. "Qin army, follow me! Let's dye this battlefield red with their blood." The light gray-robed young man, his eyes resolute, concentrated his power. "Abyss Realm! Sword manifestation!" he roared, summoning the power of swordsmanship. The ground shook violently. Energy erupted, signaling an impending, devastating attack. Brilliant blue sword chi, sharp as the scythe of death, shot towards the Xenos horde. Heart-seeking sword rain. A series of explosions tore through space, engulfing the monsters in the dazzling light of sword chi. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a long brown-haired warrior with his hair tied up charged straight into the Xenos encirclement, his roar echoing, "That's right! Wake up, you alien scum! It's time for us to fight to the death." A light blonde-haired mage, enveloped in green light, unleashed powerful magic. The prestige of the great clan cannot be tarnished. Two other mages, one blonde and one brown-haired, simultaneously chanted, "By the power of wind, I cast Hell's Lock, Alloy Vine Strike." Gigantic vines emerged, constricting the enemy. The light gray-robed young man, his eyes sharp, commanded the firepower. 2 o'clock!
3,375 meters! Fire! Wang Zai, his face scarred, roared amidst the smoke and fire, urging his soldiers to fight back against the frenzied Xenos attacks. Each volley of artillery shells tore through the wind, slamming directly into the enemy formation, creating terrifying explosions. The power of the light gray-robed young man swept through, leveling everything in its path, pushing back the monsters. Wang Zai continued to command, his voice echoing amidst the gunfire. 10 o'clock! 2,978 meters! Fire! Hold the line against the new assault! Fire! The enemy is trying to flank our left! Eliminate them. The battlefield was filled with smoke, dust, and rubble, as Xenos continued to pour in, threatening to engulf everything. Suddenly, a bandaged man looked up in horror. What the hell is that? I've never seen a Xenos like that before. A colossal, pitch-black Xenos, with a pair of horns and heavy iron chains, appeared towering, threatening to crush all hope. What the hell is this? It's as big as the damn city wall! A long, brown-haired warrior exclaimed in terror, his eyes fixed on the colossal enemy. The Xenoblade Titan swung its arm, a destructive purple energy wave sweeping across the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. Smaller, ape-like Xenos were caught in the energy vortex, screaming in chaos. Amidst the smoke and dust, a green-armored general gave a decisive order. Bai Qi, protect Suchanga. Bai Qi responded, ready to obey. Suchanga, also in green armor, refused the protection. I'm fine. This one is no ordinary foe. Go help His Majesty quickly. The green-armored general didn't hesitate, charging forward and shouting, All soldiers, fight with me! Take it down! The Xenoblade Titan continued its rampage, delivering powerful blows that shook the ground. Green attacks began to rain down on the Xenos, but it still stood tall, its glowing purple eyes full of defiance. The green-armored general frowned. Damn it, it recognized us, Bai Qi replied with a firm voice. Then we shall face it head-on. Speaking boldly, Bai Qi roused the fighting spirit of the Qin soldiers. We are warriors of Qin. We have faced countless enemies and made glorious sacrifices on countless battlefields. Now that we are reborn, what is there to fear? For great Qin, the Qin warriors attacked in unison, brilliant green energy streams surging towards the Xenoblade Titan. On another front, Wang Zai, commander of the 7th Defense Line, gave a decisive order. Esper Corps, hold back the remaining enemy forces with everything you've got. Infantry, attack the smaller Xenos. Rows of soldiers responded in unison, ready to charge. Wang Zai continued to command, turning towards the prodigies. All prodigies, come with me. Together, we will capture their leader. From above, countless green and white attacks rained down on the Xenoblade Titan, initiating an all-out war. 200 kilometers from the 7th Defense Line, the blazing battlefield erupted, a colossal pillar of energy light soaring into the sky amidst countless chaotic attacks. Amidst the gunfire, Zhou Tian, exhausted and still wearing his mask, struggled forward, while the little girl Chu Tian beside him asked worriedly, Zhou Tian, can you hold on? Chu Tian, drenched in sweat, her eyes burning with determination, urged her brother. Only 200 kilometers left. He's out there. In another corner of the battlefield, a long brown-haired prodigy bravely charged into the Xenoblade Titan, saying, Your Highness, please lead the Undead Legion to block the other Xenos. As for this giant, leave it to us. Qin Emperor Yingzheng, in his majestic green spirit form, commanded his soldiers. Follow Suchanga's words. Warriors, follow me. The long brown-haired prodigy leaped, charging straight into the Xenoblade Titan, declaring with fervor, It's time to shine, you damn Xenos. Another short, gray-robed prodigy ordered the control of the growling, glowing, purple-eyed, ape-like Xenos, trying to hold them for 30 seconds. Zhuge Yuan, the Zhuge clan's prodigy, appeared majestically, activating his ability. Expanded domain. Sword manifestation. A colossal blue energy sword erupted, slashing down onto the battlefield like a scythe of death. At the same time, Qin Sui and Qin Ying acted in unison, summoning alloy vines, bind, and banyan forest, one tree forest, to surround and trap the Xenos. Huang Xuan, the Huang clan's prodigy, not to be outdone, unleashed divine fire, blazing fiercely, incinerating the enemy. The divine flames erupted violently, engulfing the Xenoblade Titan, turning it into a colossal mass of glowing embers. Wang Zai, commander of the 7th Defense Line, with a confident expression declared, It may be strong, but it cannot withstand the combined power of our 5 Esper. The Xenoblade Titan still stood proudly, enduring the fiery attacks, its body engulfed in a sea of flames, but refusing to fall. The colossal Xenos roared earth-shatteringly, swinging its heavy weapon, still fighting resiliently amidst the flames, defying all attacks. Amidst the sea of flames and relentless attacks, Qin Ying frantically called out Qin Sui's name, but another prodigy yelled, urging him to focus and continue attacking. The colossal Xenos still stood tall, its pitch-black body absorbing the brilliant energy attacks from the prodigies, its cold purple eyes still glowing. A short, brown-haired prodigy clutched his stomach in agony as dark purple energy streams swirled powerfully around the Xenos, indicating its counterattack was far from pleasant. Suddenly, a military helicopter streaked across the fiery red sky, the pilot inside shouting, declaring he would blow the monster to kingdom come. Nan Shanhong, with a surprised expression, looked up at the sky, seemingly realizing something unusual, his eyes narrowing his fate. "I will follow your orders." Back to the present, the helicopter plunged straight into the Xenos, and Nan Shanhong's voice echoed, "All right, you colossal monster. Let's see how you like the taste of human explosives. Hope you've prepared your stomach for this fireworks show." Seeing Nan Shanhong charging to his death, the long brown-haired young man yelled, "No! Stop!" But Nan Shanhong shouted back, urging them to continue fighting, not to let his sacrifice be in vain. Inside the helicopter cockpit, Nan Shanhong looked out, his eyes heavy. "The burden of this war. Now, it all rests on your shoulders, kid." Immediately, Qin Sui charged forward, declaring he would go first, activating forbidden spell, Wood Element, a stream of emerald energy rising from the ground, transforming into colossal vines that tightly wrapped around the Xenos. Zhou Tian, the black-haired young man wearing a mask, charged into the fray, his entire body ablaze with fiery red energy. He roared, ordering the helicopter to retreat, while his attacks tore through the air, striking the colossal Xenos tightly bound by vines. Inside the cockpit, Nan Shanhong was piloting the helicopter, his face tense. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a voice echoed a warning, "Careful! Slowly now!" Hearing the familiar call, Nan Shanhong suddenly froze, a premonition of ill omen washing over him. A close-up of Nan Shanhong's face, dotted with sweat. His eyes widened, full of astonishment and worry, as if he had just realized something incredible. That voice, my son's voice, Nan Shanhong uttered inwardly. He looked out, where Zhou Tian was still fighting frantically, fiery red energy enveloping his slender figure. The battlefield shook. The young prodigies like the long brown-haired young man Qin Ying, Qin Sui, and the bandaged man were astonished. "What? He? The benefactor?" A beam of light tore through the night, striking the colossal Xenos. Su Chang'e, alias Assura, appeared proudly. Quite an impressive debut. Assura, with his long hair flowing, one arm holding the injured Zhou Tian, the other commanding Chu Xing. "Chu Xing, take care of Zhou Tian, immediately." He continued to order. "Then, shut down all satellite communication devices." Chu Xing responded without hesitation. "Understood, sir." Chu Xing held Zhou Tian, while the bandaged man asked skeptically, "Who is that man? Why does he want us to shut down the satellites?" Chu Xinghe firmly replied, "Just do as he says, Commander. You'll understand soon enough." Far away at the Inland Defense Line Command Center, the atmosphere was also extremely tense. A gray-haired military commander roared, "We've lost contact with the 7th Defense Line. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance team." The officers responded in unison. "Understood, sir." The military commander looked out the window, where a colossal tornado was raging. He worried, just now, that giant monster created a tornado. "I fear the prodigies are in grave danger." Another voice rang out, full of dread. "Don't tell me the 7th Defense Line fell that quickly." Back on the battlefield, Assura was still rushing like a red whirlwind, his attacks as fast as lightning, tearing apart everything in his path. Assura's eyes blazed blood red, full of killing intent, as if a demon had just awakened. He was Assura, the embodiment of destruction. Assura's power was too terrifying. Nan Shanhong, the long brown-haired young man, the bandaged man, and the short gray-robed young man were all utterly terrified, witnessing the scene before them. The colossal Xenos, despite its iron-clad body, could not withstand Assura's continuous attacks. Large cracks appeared on its body, signaling its collapse. Assura stood tall, fiery red energy enveloping him like a god of war. He stared at the Xenos, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. "Oh, look who at Island. A lineage, A-grade Xenoblade Titan." Assura's blazing red eyes stared directly at his enemy, a cruel smile on his lips. He growled, full of challenge, "Long time no see, you bastard!" The man with the headband and Chu Xinghe looked up, wondering in surprise if the newcomer was the mysterious Assura everyone talked about, but then dismissed the idea because he had used a forbidden technique. Chu Xing wondered if he was one of the rare dual-element espers, but the man with the headband immediately dismissed it, asserting that Assura's power was on a completely different level. The man with the headband broke out in a cold sweat, his face tense, demanding a clearer explanation of his comrade's words. His eyes widened, filled with horror and disbelief, as if he had just witnessed something beyond imagination. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a warrior shot forward like an arrow, streams of dark purple energy swirling around him, tearing through the air. A wave of green energy erupted, engulfing everything, accompanied by a resounding roar of kill, terrifying the prodigies. The man with the headband stood stunned, his eyes vacant as he stared at the scene before him, unable to utter a word. Another warrior charged through the green smoke, realizing the significance of this battle, determined to fight to the very end. Amidst the brilliant green energy, a valiant mounted warrior shouted loudly, calling for the Han army to charge forward with it. Another warrior, holding a long spear, also roared with great spirit, urging the Qin army to give their all, not letting the Han army surpass. Assura, with his sword glowing red with energy, glided like the wind, ordering all soldiers and prodigies to retreat and recover, while he would face this assault alone. Chu Xinghe carried the injured Zhou Tian, retreating with the other prodigies, placing absolute trust in Assura's abilities. Meanwhile, Assura charged to confront the colossal Xenoblade Titan, streams of crimson energy surrounding him, challenging the monster's power. Assura unleashed a powerful attack, crimson rays of light tearing through space, forming a fierce energy storm. The colossal Xenoblade Titan was pushed back, its body cracking under Assura's terrifying onslaught. Assura looked up, his crimson eyes flashing with madness, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he declared himself the berserker. Red blood and dark energy splattered everywhere, the Xenoblade Titan still writhing under Assura's fatal blows. In midair, Assura was like a god of war declaring his identity. Assura, Dragon Slayer, Assura, Demon Slayer. With an earth-shattering slash carrying the destructive power of hell, Assura lunged straight at his target. However, the colossal monster was torn into fragments, enveloped in black smoke. The witnesses couldn't help but be terrified. He defeated the Blade Titan so easily? 5 of us couldn't even scratch it. The astonishment didn't stop there. From the rubble, a voice echoed, "Though truly strong, the Blade Titan cannot be defeated so easily. Assemble." Before Assura's eyes, the fragments of the Blade Titan began to reassemble, swirling into a sinister black mass. And then, it completely transformed, becoming a grotesque sphere with countless glowing purple eyes surrounded by a field of green energy. "Is this a spherical form?" someone exclaimed. Assura smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with disdain. He knew this was its final form, where its fatal weakness would be revealed. He stood on a colossal fragment of the Titan, turning, preparing for the finishing blow. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, "Kid, be careful!" From the ground, a colossal blue vortex unexpectedly rose. Assura didn't flinch. He swung his sword, summoning Forbidden Spell, Wind Element, 50x Enhancement, creating a crimson vortex to counter. Not stopping there, he continued to unleash Forbidden Spell, Lightning Element, 50x Enhancement. Brilliant purple lightning bolts merging with the raging storm. Assura's demonic blade, empowered by the might of thunder and storm, plunged straight into the Xenoblade Titan sphere. A slash tore through space, piercing directly into the center of the grotesque creature. The outer shell shattered, revealing a gooey pinkish-purple sphere, the dying energy core of the Xenoblade Titan. Assura gave it no chance to escape. He lunged forward, his eyes cold. "Where do you think you're going?" Assura, his eyes blazing, pointed his finger straight into the void, declaring a new Forbidden Spell. Forbidden Spell, Wood Element. Instantly, an ancient sigil appeared in the sky, and from the ground, countless glowing red spikes shot straight up, like the claws of death. Assura charged like a whirlwind, his figure merging with the crimson energy flow, dark blue ribbons fluttering, his power shaking heaven and earth. He soared upwards, muscles bulging, eyes filled with rage. This was not a battlefield. This was the earthly hell he had created. The Xenoblade Titan's energy core was pierced by a crimson cross-shaped surge of power. It's dead! What kind of god is he?" the prodigies exclaimed in terror. "I knew he was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong," the prodigies realized in shock. So the benefactor's forbidden spells aren't limited to just the wood element. The gray-haired man, Assura's father, looked at his son with a complex expression. "My son is truly terrifying." Assura placed his hand on the ground, crimson energy spreading. He commanded, "Immortal souls, advance. Beast tide, form a siege." He continued to direct, his voice echoing. "Leave a path 1 kilometer wide and 30 kilometers long in the center. It's time to set up the formations." Millions of elemental sword energy formations were activated, crimson energy surging beneath the ground. With a radius of 30 kilometers, the colossal formation was deployed, covering a vast area. A colossal crimson energy wall rose, with boulders suspended in midair. He commanded again, "Beast tide, tighten the encirclement." Assura stood at the eye of the energy storm, continuously summoning 1.5 million spiked earth thorn formations deploy within a 30-kilometer radius. 1.5 million frost formations deploy within a 30-kilometer radius. 1.5 million lightning formations deploy within a 30-kilometer radius. He stood atop a newly risen mountain of earth and rock, his eyes sharp and cold. Forbidden spell. Earth element. Rise. From the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, a colossal stone monster, ancient in form, rose from the ground, carrying Assura's powerful declaration. The Ancient One shall be reborn. Assura's father, the gray-haired man, watched the scene in horror. He then heard an even more terrifying command. 3 million immortal enhancement formations. 300-kilometer radius. Activate. The general, enveloped in a green aura, roared. There's nothing left to hold back. This is our chance. Charge. The army immediately attacked, unleashing the power of the Yan Emperor and Yellow Emperor. An information panel appeared. Formation Master Level 5***, capable of erecting colossal formations, increasing power by 50 times. Each formation costs 60 elemental stones and can be stacked infinitely. To reach the next level, 50 million formations must be deployed. He sneered, his eyes blazing red like hellfire. Perfect timing. The madman issued a terrifying command. 3 million colossal beast annihilation formations. Activate. But the system coldly reported an error. Insufficient elemental stones. He was stunned, wondering if he had been too hasty. Never mind. He quickly composed himself, deciding to conserve resources. A cruel smile appeared. 3 million beast hides, single target, 10-fold enhancement formation. He roared, activate. The ground cracked. Crimson energy erupted, tearing through space. A multitude of Xenos were crushed, buried under colossal rocks and destructive energy. 6 million elemental stones remained, enough to erect countless enhancement formations along the entire city wall. He raised his hand, crimson energy enveloping it. This was his final trump card. 50-fold enhancement formations. 100,000-fold acceleration, stretching 30 kilometers along the city wall. The warriors standing on the city wall felt the earth-shattering surge of power. The Protector has erected such terrifying enhancement formations? Someone exclaimed, feeling the surging energy. Wang Zai and the other prodigies looked up, realizing Assura's intention. He left us the trump card for the 7th defensive line. The long-haired, brown-haired young man mused, finally understanding Assura's identity and reason for wanting to cut off satellite communication. A god with 5 powers in one body. Humans already considered him an anomaly, let alone the Xenos. He sighed, mocking humanity's irony, always praying for a savior. But when a true god appeared, they were consumed by fear and destructive desires. This time, the Protector didn't hold back, not just because of the urgent situation. The long-haired, brown-haired young man continued, but also because we are on the front lines. He trusts us more than those in the rear. He concluded. He said to entrust it to him, so let's do as he says. There were 3 hours until dawn. The group decided to use this time to rest and recover, not betraying Assura's trust. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Assura was exhausted, his elemental stones depleted. But in his crimson eyes, his will to fight still blazed. No more elemental stones. But I still have power. Despite being exhausted and out of resources, Assura still wore a challenging smirk, declaring he would wipe out the alien races. He plunged into battle, his figure like a crimson whirlwind, true to his alias Berserker, the raging. From afar, Assura's father watched, his eyes filled with immeasurable pride for his son, who was fighting selflessly. A man beside him spoke in agreement, while another wondered why he still called Assura kid even though he was a god-tier prodigy. Assura's father just laughed heartily, speechless, when his son asked in return what he should call Assura amidst the swirling crimson energy on the battlefield. In a hospital room, an IV drip steadily dripped, a gentle voice reassuring that the little girl on the bed was merely exhausted, not in life-threatening danger. The black-haired girl stood by the hospital bed, telling the curly brown-haired man that she and her brother were here, and there was no need to worry because dawn was approaching, advising him to rest after 2 sleepless days. The curly brown-haired man looked at the unconscious girl, his voice filled with melancholy. I know, and I'm glad he's here, but he shouldn't waste his time and energy on this. Ultimately, it's because we are too weak. The black-haired girl placed a hand on his shoulder, hesitantly mentioning the saying talented people often have unfortunate fates, then sighed, Never mind, I know I can't convince you. Just do what you think is best. Afterwards, the black-haired girl left, saying she would take care of the other injured, and the curly brown-haired man nodded in agreement. Before disappearing, the black-haired girl turned back, her eyes gentle. I believe that, deep down, he is grateful to you. The curly brown-haired man merely smiled faintly, softly replying, I know. Then watched the girl's figure fade away. Suddenly, the little girl on the bed stirred slightly, weakly calling brother, startling the man who exclaimed, Tianer, you're awake! Tianer weakly asked her brother how long she had been unconscious, how the battle was going, and if Assura was fighting outside, then worriedly said, Brother. Many of his abilities require elemental stones, And since we came here in a hurry, I'm worried. Hearing elemental stones, the curly brown-haired man froze, suddenly realizing something horrifying. He quickly stood up, his eyes resolute as he looked at Tian'er. Tian'er, wait here. I'll be right back. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Su Chang'e, the exhausted hero, finally repelled the terrifying Xenos assault. As he was about to collapse, a familiar figure glided over, bringing news. Tian'er is awake! You can leave! Su Chang was surprised to realize it was Chu Xing. Chu Xinghe looked around the battlefield and nodded. Ahead is the destruction formation. Behind are the immortal souls and the monster tide. You've arranged everything meticulously. Then he urged, but what you need isn't here. Go back to your own battlefield. The future of humanity lies there. Su Chang'e and Chu Xinghe glided together over the ruins. Chu Xinghe continued, we'll buy you as much time as possible, and we'll try to survive to see you again. He added, the amplification formation on the city wall is the last trump card, right? If it falls, we'll retreat. Su Chang'e mused, you really are always meticulous. Stood amidst a complex formation, surrounded by elemental stones and monster corpses. He read the information. Remaining elemental stones, 80 million. He frowned. Relying solely on the slaughterhouse formation to collect elemental stones is too slow. I need to quickly tame the next monster tide. He continued calculating. Furthermore, the immortal souls summoned earlier are all on the front lines. I need to replenish them quickly, Su Chang'e said in a deep voice. I've reinforced the front lines, but the Xenos will counterattack with even greater force. I'm afraid they won't hold out much longer. He looked into the distance. The 6th defense line is almost useless. I must complete the establishment of the 5th defense line before the 7th defense line collapses. In a high-tech room, a group of people were chatting. A brown-haired man spoke. Strange things have been happening everywhere these past few days. The light brown-haired girl continued. Last night during the broadcast from the 7th defense line, the battle was fierce. Then the signal was lost. It came back this morning, and alien corpses were everywhere. Haha. The gray-haired man laughed. Exactly. It's like the place is haunted. The brown-haired man retorted. Haunted? Only aliens died. If anything, it's divine intervention. The light brown-haired girl nodded. That's right. That's right. It's a divine haunting. The brown-haired man said, not only that, many plants in the northwest have mutated. The light brown-haired girl added, roadside grass also grows lush and sharp. Another person interjected, not just plants, I also feel like I've just awakened, working more efficiently. Another continued, yes, lately I feel like I have endless energy. Su Cheng mused, his gaze sweeping across the display. He realized a harsh truth. Every time a gate to another world opened, Earth's spiritual energy surged. The more brutal the monster invasion, the stronger the planet's awakening. A faint smile crossed Su Cheng's lips. Looking at it this way, things aren't so bad, he said, reassuring his subordinate, who was worried about his health. Leader, were you at the slaughterhouse all night again? You must take care of your health. A brown-haired man spoke up. Su Cheng nodded. Don't worry, I'm going to catch up on sleep now. Night fell. A full moon hung perfectly in the deep sky, casting silver light onto snowflakes that sparkled like shooting stars. But Su Chang's sleep didn't last long. He, Zhou Tian, and Suo Tian had set off, heading straight for Meteorite Valley. Zhou Tian, we're going to Meteorite Valley, Su Chang'e ordered. It's time to tame a flock of level 7 mutated eagles. No sooner had he spoken than a roar tore through the air. A storm of eagles, an entire flock of giant mutated eagles, swooped down like arrows of death. Piercing cries echoed, and the warriors defending the valley fled in terror. We can't hold this valley! Retreat! A light brown-haired man shouted in despair. A giant eagle swooped down, its sharp talons seizing a hapless warrior. He only managed to utter a skill before being dragged away. Another warrior, his face contorted with fear, tried to counterattack with a burst of golden energy. But it was useless. His attack was like a tickle, leaving not even a scratch on the monster's steel-hard feathers. What? I'm a level 5 Esper. How can I not even leave a scratch? He exclaimed in horror. Despair enveloped him as he fell into a deep pit, his desperate cries for help echoing in the air. Help! Someone! Help me! The remaining warriors only fled, abandoning their comrades. A light brown-haired man turned back, his eyes filled with rage. Cowards! None of you dare to help your friend? The giant mutated eagle swooped down, its glowing purple eyes staring at the trapped warrior. A surge of dark energy enveloped it. What is this? The warrior trembled. Just in the nick of time, Su Chang'e, along with Zhou Tian and Suo Tian, appeared, charging straight at the monster. A crimson energy surge from Su Chang'e and a blue light from his comrades tore through the night. Su Chang'e reached out, a mysterious power surging forth. Tame, the giant mutated eagle, now named Steel Eagle, was enveloped in crimson energy, completely subdued. Steel Eagle, heed my command! Do not attack the city! Do not harm humans! Guard Meteorite Valley, collect source stones, and await further orders. Suchangay looked at the status panel, a satisfied smile clearly on his face. Finally, another skill is about to reach max level. He had succeeded, not only taming the monster but also moving closer to the pinnacle of power. The giant steel eagle still held the hapless man tightly in its iron talons, making him cry out in panic. "You're the mythical beast tamer of the Northwest, aren't you?" Su Chang was momentarily startled, as if suddenly remembering the existence of his prey, while the man hastily pleaded, "Giant eagle, quickly release him!" The wretched man still struggled in the iron talons, trying to correct himself but only stammering in fear. "No, I mean, aren't you?" But before he could finish, the steel eagle let go, sending him plummeting from a dizzying height. A desperate scream tore through the air. "Help! Help me!" Suchangay frowned, looking down and scolding.
"Stupid eagle, can't you see he has no wings?"
Without hesitation, Suchanga immediately ordered, "What are you waiting for? Go save him!" The steel eagle obeyed, swooping down and catching the free-falling man. Suchangay asked, "Are your injuries all right?" Having narrowly escaped death, the man sighed in relief. "Phew, thank you for saving my life. It's just a minor injury." Suchangay coldly pressed, "Who are you? Why are you wandering alone in this dangerous monster territory?" The man hastily replied, "I am Huang Jia. I wasn't alone, but everyone else ran away." Huang Jia said, "We are from the inner Huang family, subordinates of Huang Zidao, sent to explore and seize the Spirit Mountains." Suchangay was astonished. "Seize the Spirit Mountains?" Huang Jia nodded as a knife. "If anyone dares to disobey, no matter which family's prodigy they are, they will be killed without mercy." Huang Jia turned pale, hastily bowed. "Yes, I will relay the message immediately." Then he fled in a hurry. Suchangay watched Huang Jia disappear, then suddenly heard shouts echoing from the mountain. Where's that noise coming from? Could it be Huang Jia's comrades who fled earlier? He ordered the steel eagle. "Giant eagle, let's go. We'll go check it out." Flying to the location, the sight that met his eyes was a dead mutated lizard Xenos and a human corpse lying next to it. A mutated venomous lizard? Suchangay looked at the dead monster, a calculating smile playing on his lips. "Excellent. Let's tame another monster tide." The Xenos already had rotting monsters, and now mutated venomous lizards were added to balance the forces. He had tamed 10 million level 7 steel eagles, and now 10 million level 8 mutated venomous lizards. Suchangay commanded, his voice appeared, its voice echoing. "Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, answers your summons." Next, another spirit appeared, boldly declaring, "Li Shimin of the Zhengguan era, answers your summons." And then a magnificent queenly figure materialized. Wu Zetian, the empress regnant, answers your summons. Suchangay poured all his strength, crimson energy erupting around him. "By the souls of all warriors who have fallen serving the Tang dynasty over the past 300 years, I call upon you to awaken." A multitude of Tang dynasty warrior spirits materialized. He declared with grandeur, "Though General Fei of Longcheng is no more, no enemy shall trample upon our land." He was casting a level 6 soul summoning spell, summoning a total of 60 million soldiers from the Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, activating the special skill Immortal Soul Resonance. Suchangay ordered, "Your Majesties, I propose that 2 emperors and 1 empress each command an army, guarding the 3 great mountain ranges on the northwest border, especially Mount Tangmadao, where the 3 ranges converge. I will await you there." The spirits unanimously replied, "Understood." He gripped his sword, his eyes sharp. "If anyone stands in our way, try to talk first, but always be ready for war." Suchangay's voice rang out, full of killing intent. "Anyone who resists, kill them." At the same time, a black-haired man with his hair tied in a high bun, his face angry, snorted coldly. Don't make me laugh. These spirit mountains belong to no one. Whoever seizes them first owns them." Huang Zidao roared, declaring that other families had recognized his ownership of this spirit mountain, and if that beast tamer dared to approach, he would ensure he never returned. A cold voice echoed, questioning Huang Zidao. "Oh? You said you'd ensure I never return?" Suchangay and his retinue appeared, confronting Huang Zidao, who immediately recognized him as the cowardly beast tamer everyone had been talking about. Huang Jia, Huang Zidao's subordinate, stammered, trying to explain that he had relayed the message, but things had gotten out of control. Ignoring him, Huang Zidao furiously pushed Huang Jia away, roaring that he had disgraced the Huang family and ordering him out of his sight. Suchangay looked disdainfully at Huang Zidao's subordinate, remarking that this man had more sense than his master. Su Chang'e stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he looked at Huang Zidao, giving him one last chance to retreat. Huang Zidao laughed arrogantly, boasting that he had reached the half-king realm and challenged Su Chang'e to retreat if he wanted to survive. He continued to brag, saying that all the beasts on this mountain had either been annihilated or sent fleeing by him, implying Su Chang'e was nothing. Su Chang'e snorted coldly, his entire body erupting with crimson energy, warning Huang Zidao not to blame him if he persisted. Huang Zidao was stunned to see lightning erupting around Su Chang'e. He couldn't believe a beast tamer could use this kind of power. Without another word, Su Chang'e charged forward, swinging his lightning sword to attack, causing Huang Jia to cry out in panic, warning his master. Before Huang Jia could finish speaking, he was struck by the lightning, his face contorted in pain and fear. Screams echoed as Huang Jia was sent flying, his body engulfed in crimson electrical currents. Su Chang'e coldly looked down at Huang Jia, writhing in agony, while Huang Zidao's eyes widened in horror, yelling that he was a trash prodigy worse than an animal. Huang Zidao sneered, disregarding the lives of his subordinates, declaring them mere pawns to protect him. But Su Chang'e paid no mind, coldly striking with lightning, declaring he would show the man what true lightning was. Huang Zidao, still ignorant of his place, challenged Su Chang'e again, mocking him for being afraid. Su Chang'e, without needing a sword, resolved to teach the arrogant and self-important man a lesson he would never forget. The entire space was engulfed in a lightning storm, crimson electric bolts raining down, punishing both Huang Zidao and his subordinates. Huang Zidao remained stubborn, proclaiming himself the embodiment of lightning, scoffing at Su Chang'e's pathetic tricks. Su Chang'e said little, his eyes glowing crimson, activating a forbidden lightning element spell, doubling his power. Huang Zidao realized in horror that this was not the lightning he knew, but a destructive, forbidden spell. Screams tore through the air as his body disintegrated under the destructive power of the lightning. Unable to believe his eyes, Su Chang'e looked down coldly, declaring that the man would face the consequences of his arrogance. Huang Zidao, the arrogant one, now lay prostrate at Su Chang'e's feet, utterly powerless to resist. But the battle was not over. A majestic figure appeared, introducing himself as Huang Jutian, the Huang clan patriarch. Su Chang, his eyes glowing crimson behind his mask, coldly responded to the old patriarch's question. Huang Jutian, radiating a brilliant aura, spoke of relocating his clan here, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Another Huang clan member hastily explained, blaming Su Chang'e for arriving later and causing trouble, harming their clan's prodigy. Huang Jiuchen reassured the clan member, asserting that their clan always acted reasonably and would let Su Chang'e speak first. If he was wrong, the patriarch himself would punish him. Another Huang clan member agreed with the patriarch's wisdom, while Su Chang'e looked up, declaring he would explain everything clearly. He introduced himself as one of the 5 god-tier prodigies of the Northwest, the forbidden sorcerer. Huang Jiuchen and the Huang clan members were astonished. One suddenly recalled news of the 5 great prodigies having annihilated the Xenos assassins. Su Chang'e explained that to protect humanity, all spirit mountains in the Northwest must be entrusted to the 5 great prodigies, and no one was allowed to claim them privately. But Huang Zidao stubbornly ruined the grand plan. Huang Jiuchen pondered, realizing that if Su Chang'e's words were true, then Huang Zidao was completely in the wrong. The injured Huang clan member suddenly roared, questioning if the patriarch was afraid of Su Chang'e's title. He swore he would avenge his son, even if it meant death. Huang Jutian flew into a rage, roaring, "Shameless!" He delivered a powerful slap to the speaker's face, declaring that Huang Zidao's actions showed he had been spoiled rotten. Amidst the horror of the Huang clan members, Huang Jutian roared, asking if they understood the importance of this matter to humanity, and that their claiming of the spirit mountains was merely putting the cart before the horse. Huang Jiuchen bowed his head, apologizing on behalf of his clan, asking Su Chang'e not to hold a grudge, and for the greater good, the Huang clan would withdraw. Su Chang'e secretly thought the patriarch was indeed a reasonable man. Huang Jutian ordered the insolent man to be bound for punishment. Su Chang'e promised to nurture the Huang clan when they joined the battlefield. At Longshan, the Tang dynasty warrior spirits appeared, declaring that the 5 great prodigies of the Northwest had commanded, this mountain must not be claimed privately, and other clans must evacuate immediately. At Huashan, the Tang dynasty warrior spirits continued to declare, anyone who disregards the greater good and disobeys will be killed without mercy. At Kunlunshan, an ancient stone tablet appeared. The Tang dynasty warrior spirits praised their descendants as intelligent and righteous, worthy of great expectations. Another spirit applauded. Di Qing speaks very well. On the peak of Tangmodao Mountain, Su Chang'e sat amidst a crimson energy circle, whispering that the time had come, preparing to activate level 6 soul resonance. Crimson energy violently erupted from him, eerie rays of light swirling and spreading throughout the space, like a summons from the unseen realm. Across the 4 seas, the Emperor's wind blows,
1,000 years of virtue shining brightly, waters flowing clear, no longer in military attire, victory is near. Today I cast off my burdens, under the vast sky. At the same time, in a dark forest, countless green warrior spirits appeared, majestic and grand, like ancient warriors brought back to life. They chanted the summons. To Yumin Pass, heavenly power sweeps clean. 10,000 miles echo, the Who now keep the Han song. Crimson energy rays from the peak of Tangmadao continued to spread, piercing through space, like fiery arrows tearing through the sky. Even a modern hospital was enveloped by the mysterious energy flow, as if 1,000 years of virtue were overflowing, making the river waters crystal clear. In the hospital, an elderly man and a young man suddenly felt a surge of power in their veins, wondering in surprise. The triumphal song of Wang Qin. Where did it come from? At a defense base, workers suddenly found themselves able to lift giant steel beams like toys. They realized in astonishment that they had awakened superpowers, as if loyal subjects witnessing someone's grand vision. A slaughterhouse also witnessed a similar scene. Men exhilarated as power erupted, cheering, "It's real! We've truly awakened power! Look at the land where war has ceased. An era of peace is opening." A young man easily lifted an alloy sword, feeling strong enough to butcher mutated poultry, while another also affirmed he had become stronger. Even a burly old man felt the power. He lifted a giant rock and joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, I'm a little useful." Shocking news announced. 8 million people in the northwest border region had awakened soul, slaying abilities, but at the same time, the primeval forest had also transformed into a Xenos forest, prompting governments to send investigators. On a high rock, Chu Xing'a asked Zhou Tian if he was behind the mutations in the primeval forest, but Zhou Tian denied it, attributing it to the spatial rifts opened by the Xenos. Zhou Tian assessed that the situation at the 7th defense line was worsening, requiring swift action, and both decided to teleport to the primeval forest immediately. In the primeval forest, giant ancient trees with glowing blue eyes were moving, growling like monsters, heading straight for the city. A voice rang out, full of worry. "The situation is worse than we thought. These trees aren't just mutated, they can move too." Amidst the chaotic battle, Li, a wood elementalist, and her teammates were trying to fight back. She declared resolutely, "No retreat until we understand their combat strength and tactics." Li began chanting, attempting to control the mutated branches and roots, but they were too powerful, refusing to obey her will. Giant roots swung up, striking the ground with terrifying force, creating lightning-fast attacks. Li realized in horror, "It's useless. I can't control them." Her face turned pale, sweat pouring down. A chaotic scene unfolded. The giant trees not only possessed sentience, but also coordinated their movements, forming a terrifying plant army. Li cried out in despair, "They're here! Everyone, give it your all!" She and her teammates were surrounded. The forest army, also known as the Lin Jun, was advancing fiercely dark-bodied trees with fiery blue eyes charging forward. The level 7 and 8 mutated trees were smashing everything. Li exclaimed in despair, "These trees are at least level 7 or 8. We're completely overwhelmed. We can't hold on." Li and another teammate looked at each other in fear. They knew they couldn't resist, but at least they had to send this information back. A giant tree with glowing blue eyes charged forward. Li and her teammate closed their eyes, awaiting death. She wondered, "Will we really die here today?" Death was imminent. Cold sweat streamed down Li's face as she faced the deathly gaze of the giant tree. But then, something strange happened. The trees suddenly stopped attacking, surprising and confusing Li and her teammates. The trees' blue eyes turned crimson, and they began to bow, as if welcoming a king. A brilliant crimson energy surge erupted from afar. Li watched in astonishment as the trees bowed, realizing they were obeying a new command from the crimson energy source. "Iron Tree Army, obey my command. Do not attack the city. Do not harm humans. Your mission is to protect the primeval forest, collect source stones, and await the next order." A status panel appeared, revealing Suchange's astonishing monster taming power. Millions of level 8 Iron Tree monsters had been subdued, reaching maximum taming level. A new skill unlocked. Aura of the King, allowing him to conquer and tame all creatures with the power of ancient divine beasts. Su Chang stood tall, his eyes burning crimson like fire, an aura swirling around his body. Another skill activated, Ancient Awakening. When the number of tamed monsters reaches a threshold, he can summon their ancestors, transforming them into ultimate combat weapons. And the pinnacle was the forbidden spell, Storm of Life. When the tide of land and sea monsters merged, a destructive storm would be unleashed. Suchange's eyes blazed, an iron will hidden behind his mask. He murmured, looking at the status panel. His monster taming power was nearing its peak, only lacking sea creatures to complete the forbidden spell. He gave orders, determined to collect source stones and complete the 5th defense line, a crucial strategic step.
But suddenly, a searing pain tore through his head, causing him to collapse, his body trembling. So Thean, the small girl, rushed over in panic, her heart-wrenching cry echoing in the cold space. Without hesitation, the girl hugged him, activating her teleportation ability, taking both of them out of the dangerous forest. A flash of purple light appeared, then vanished into thin air, leaving the desolate forest in silence. When Su Chang'e opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, So Thean sitting beside him, her eyes tearful with worry. He was angry at his own weakness, but So Thean quickly reassured him, reminding him of the burdens he had continuously carried. No matter how strong you are, you're still human, the girl whispered, making Su Chang'e acknowledge the harsh truth. Humanity was too weak against the invaders. So Thean bowed her head, blaming herself for being useless, unable to share the enormous burden Su Chang'e was carrying. He gently patted her head, reassuring her that he was not alone, and that she had helped him greatly. So Teen, with an adorably pouting expression, declared she would lead him to the 5th defense line, once again affirming their inseparable bond. Night fell upon the 5th defense line, where 10,000 fiery formations and sword chi awaited. 10 million level 2 flame formations, along with 5-element sword chi, stretched for 200 kilometers, ready to engulf all enemies. Amidst the mystical blue lights, So Teen teleported in, carrying countless source stones. I've transferred all the source stones collected from the Slaughterhouse, Meteorite Valley, and Primeval Forest, the girl reported cheerfully. Su Chang'e, his crimson eyes hidden behind his mask, looked at the sparkling stones in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Is it enough?" So Thean smiled confidently, affirming, "More than enough to reinforce this entire defense line." Not just one, but countless other defense lines were forming. 20 million level 3 ice formations, along with thorny earth spike formations, stretched for another 300 kilometers across the icy land. On the snowy peak, thunder roared. 30 million level 4 lightning formations erupted, forming an electrified wall extending for another 300 kilometers. System report. Level 7 Formation Master has unlocked the Hell Sword Chi, Hellfire, and Abyssal Spikes formations. Each formation costs 70 raw materials and can be stacked infinitely. 70 million formations are needed for the next upgrade. Su Chang looked at the magnificent formation wall that had just been completed, and his Formation Master level had also increased. He declared, "This formation wall is finally complete, and my Formation Master level has also increased." He continued, his voice full of calculation. "Those 3 major projects should be put on hold soon. Then, we can leverage their power to deploy higher-level formations and forbidden techniques. As for the raw material mountains that have been supplied," Su Chang'e said, "I will keep them until the 5th defense line is attacked." Suddenly, a shocking news report appeared. Breaking news! After the Great Awakening, infrastructure in the Northwest has accelerated its development. The 1,000-mile Grand Canal project, diverting water from the East Sea to irrigate the Northwest cities, has finally been completed. The news immediately caused outrage. Now is not the time to worry about canals. Awakened ones in the Northwest should be on the front lines. Waste of resources. Is there no one in the interior to stop this absurdity? The Zhao clan just came out of seclusion and saw 3 ridiculous projects. Northwest corruption, people uneasy. Li Qianbing cannot sit idly by. Sun Li shouted, "I will join you in smashing these 3 major projects." One of the interior prodigies, the long-haired man wearing sunglasses, suggested, "Brother Qian, Brother Sun, why don't we live stream the entire process this time, so the whole country can witness our righteous actions?" The short-haired young man in the purple robe next to him nodded in agreement. "That's a great idea, Brother Zhao." The news continued, extensively reporting on the interior prodigies. Finally, some interior prodigies have stood up to question the Northwest's projects. Excellent. But what level are they? They are the strongest, said to be at the peak of the king level. Those fools in the Northwest will have a rude awakening when the king levels arrive. A water element forbidden technique was unleashed, forming a giant water dragon, roaring as it attacked. The surging mass of water engulfed everything. But a resolute voice rang out, preparing to activate Assura mode. Su Chang'e reacted in a flash. A fiery defensive circle enveloped him, blocking the water dragon's. With blazing red eyes beneath his mask, Su Chang'e roared, ordering the water element forbidden technique to stop. Amidst the raging water, the young man stood firm, his blazing red aura proving the power he had just restrained. "Not bad," he muttered to himself. A level 5 water element forbidden technique pushed Assura mode's defense to this extent. If combined with the power of the Dayune, this will be a game changer. Without hesitation, he unleashed another water element forbidden technique. Raging Water Dragon. With its power amplified 5,000 times. Immediately a notification appeared. Elemental Forbidden Technique Master has reached level 6. He stood atop the mountain, looking down at the blazing red formation circles, and confidently declared, "The Forbidden Technique Master has reached level 6. Soon, I will reach the peak." Ladies and gentlemen, a young man wearing sunglasses declared, "We are on the Dayune, one of the 3 great constructions. It's time to destroy it and bring justice back to everyone." Resounding cheers erupted. 3 prodigies soared into the air, vying to take on the destruction task. "Brother Zhao, let me handle this structure." "No, let me." Another voice rang out. "Hold on, you guys." Without waiting, one prodigy unleashed a fire element forbidden technique. World. Destroying fire dragon. Incinerating everything. "Hey, what are you doing?" Another exclaimed in surprise. "Looks like someone wants to play dirty." "All right, if everyone wants to participate, then let's do it together." The 3 simultaneously attacked, fire, ice, and earth forbidden techniques erupting together, creating a terrifying scene of destruction. The forbidden techniques clashed violently, creating a storm of energy. Peak performance, as expected of king-tier prodigies. Is this the pinnacle of human power? I want to cry. Am I the only one who thinks they're using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Haha, maybe one canal isn't enough for the 3 of them to destroy. Meanwhile, at Tang Modao Mountain, Nan Shanhong and Chu Tian stood at the summit. Indeed, Nan Shanhong said, "With the power of the spiritual mountain, the immortal soul energy is growing stronger." Chu Tian looked up at Nan Shanhong, asking, "Brother Nan, the awakened citizens, their abilities will also become stronger, right?" "That's right." Chu Tian suddenly pointed to the sky in surprise. "Wait, those 4 meteors, just twisted in midair?" Su Chang'e suddenly felt a familiar surge of energy, signaling the appearance of an A-tier Xeno. He worried if the Xenos had sent more assassins. Not only that, the water-forbidden technique from the canal also became uncontrollable. Su Chang'e wondered if his plan had been exposed, and if the Xenos were trying to strike first. Resolutely, he declared, "If they've arrived, there's no need to hide." Immediately, Su Chang'e activated the canal's forbidden technique, unleashing a powerful water dragon attack. At the same time, at the Grand Canal, 3 young prodigies were wantonly causing destruction. The long-haired one wearing sunglasses scoffed. "This puny canal, whether it evaporates, shatters, or gets buried, it's just child's play." But suddenly, the short-haired young man in the purple robe exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, did you guys see that? The water is changing." The water surged violently, forming a strange shape terrifying them all. "What the hell is this?" Before their eyes, a colossal water dragon materialized, coiling within a blazing red energy current, roaring ferociously. "A forbidden technique!" A terrified scream rang out. "Run!" The water dragon swallowed them all, leaving behind panicked whispers from afar. The 3 kings were swallowed by a water monster? Does the Northwest Project really have hidden power? Did anyone just hear a forbidden technique? My screen went black. The live stream was cut. What the hell just happened? The 3 prodigies were sent flying by the water dragon's terrifying power, their bodies sinking amidst the swirling water. The short-haired young man in the purple robe's eyes were filled with horror. He couldn't believe what was happening. Amidst the splashing water, a colossal dark figure emerged, standing majestically over the defeated. One of them weakly called for help. Recognizing the familiar figure, the long-haired one wearing sunglasses exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Aren't you a Xeno?" Su Chang'e, with a blazing red energy current on his finger, coldly commanded. "Stop," he questioned. "Who are you? Why are you causing this destruction?" The long-haired one, wearing sunglasses, hastily replied, claiming to be a prodigy from 3 great families from the interior, intending to explain their purpose. But Su Chang'e merely curled his lip, his blazing red eyes flashing with disdain. "Ah, I see. You fools," the one wearing sunglasses stammered, trying to explain their presence. But Su Chang'e's gaze remained icy. He ignored their excuses, his blazing red eyes sweeping over the 3 self-proclaimed prodigies. Those 3 are king-tier prodigies who just emerged from seclusion. The Xeno assassins are definitely heading towards their headquarters. Then he coldly commanded, his voice uncompromising. "Lead me to your families immediately!" The 3 prodigies were stunned, their faces filled with extreme bewilderment. Su Chang'e's blazing red eyes burned, his words echoing with menace. "Unless you want your families to be annihilated, you'd best hurry up." All 3 were aghast, extreme fear evident on their faces upon hearing the word annihilation. Night fell upon Tianchen Peak, but it was not silent. The mountain was ablaze, raging red flames devouring everything. Amidst the sea of fire, a group of prodigies watched the horrifying scene in shock. "Father! Clan head! Second uncle!" Terrified cries echoed as they realized. The Zhao family has been wiped out? What the hell is happening? Su Chang'e walked through the rubble, his gaze profound, just as I feared. This is the work of an A-tier Xeno. He turned to the stunned prodigies, his voice full of power. Now is not the time for mourning. If you want revenge, come with me. Then he decisively ordered, Chu Tian, to the Qian family estate. But before they could arrive, a similar scene unfolded. The Qian family estate on Fenghuangshan was also engulfed in flames. No, Su Chang'e roared, changing direction. To the Sun family. At the Sun family estate on Yuguan Mountain, the tragedy was even more horrifying. A fiery A-tier eagle-shaped Xeno was rampaging, striking down even a colossal ape-shaped Xeno. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. The ape Xeno was severely wounded. It roared in despair. You destroyed my family! You will die with me! The ape, Xeno's entire body burst into fierce flames. It decided to self-destruct, wanting to drag its enemy down with it. Let's go to hell together, you alien monster. An extreme fire energy Sorga erupted. But the A-tier Xeno did not flinch. It unleashed a fatal blow, piercing through the massive fire, finishing off the ape Xeno. Clan head! A cry of pain rang out from the prodigy. Witnessing the brutal scene, the prodigies were filled with extreme rage, charging forward like moths to a flame. You damned alien monster! You won't escape! But the A-tier Xeno merely glanced at them with disdain, its voice echoing with authority. Tiny, weak, useless humans. You are just corpses waiting to be buried. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Chang'e appeared, confronting the arrogant A-tier Xeno, red and purple energy erupting around his body. He looked directly at the monster, his blazing red eyes burning with an iron will, declaring that he would show it the true power of humanity. Without further words, he unleashed a series of moves. Army Breaker Slash, Earth-Splitting Mountain, Annihilating True Fire, destructive energy surges hurtling straight at the Xeno. The A-tier Xeno roared in pain, its dark purple feathers scattering in the air as it took the blows. Su Chang'e's terrifying power repelled the Xeno, creating a blazing red energy storm that enveloped the battlefield. The wounded prodigies fell, one hastily ordering, "Ah, the three of you are injured. Retreat for now and just observe." Su Chang'e did not stop, continuing to unleash a fatal blow. Assura's descent of slaughter, a blazing red light piercing straight into the A-tier Xeno. He charged like a whirlwind, swinging his sword wildly, blazing red energy surrounding his body, shouting, "Assura, berserk battle!" Consecutive fiery slashes tore through the air, embedding deep into the A-tier Xeno's colossal body, making it roar incessantly. Witnessing his terrifying power, the prodigies exclaimed in astonishment, "This Assura's killing aura is so strong, we might actually have a chance for revenge." And so he's the Assura from the northwest, not the forbidden technique master? The A-tier Xeno roared in fury, spewing a blazing red stream of fire, incinerating everything in its path. As the destructive fire stream rushed forward, a prodigy hastily shouted, "Teleport!" Immediately, a short-haired girl with black hair appeared, using a teleportation spell to narrowly whisk Su Chang'e away from the deadly fire stream. Su Chang'e did not hesitate, continuing to charge and attack, unleashing a powerful move. Assura, Demon Slayer. The A-tier Xeno looked at him, its blazing red eyes flashing with surprise, then slowly uttered, "You are not bad." But immediately after, it continued with a tone full of contempt. "You deserve not to die, but to be a slave." A surge of blue-purple energy enveloped Su Chang'e. Called a slave, Su Chang'e's eyes suddenly turned blazing red. He gritted his teeth, vowing to make the Xeno swallow its words. A surge of dark energy erupted from his body, enveloping his katana, transforming into the image of a majestic blazing red dragon. That was the power of Assura, Demon Slayer. The A-tier Xeno was knocked back. It growled, disbelieving its eyes. "You think you can recover from anything? Let's see how long you remain intact when torn to shreds." It roared with contempt, a blazing red stream of fire erupting, incinerating everything in its path. Ignorant, arrogant, human. With a sky-shattering roar, the A-tier Xeno charged straight ahead, spreading death. "Die." Su Chang'e did not retreat, he growled. "Enough, Assura. Hell on earth." A surge of purple-black energy erupted, blocking the Xeno's attack. He swung his sword horizontally, creating a blazing red spatial rift tearing through the Xeno's fire stream. But the monster remained resilient. Useless. As long as there's a spark of life. Not letting the Xeno finish its words, Su Chang'e concentrated his power, his eyes blazing red, activating Ice Frost Formation. 50,000 times overload. He charged straight at the stunned Xeno, roaring, "Damn your spark of life!" The blazing red blade pierced through the ice, aiming directly at its fatal weakness. The other prodigies, including Brother Zhao wearing glasses, exclaimed in horror, "The blazing sky eagle has been frozen into pieces! Assura knows formations too!" Su Chang'e continued to concentrate his power, blazing red light surrounding his hand. Single target amplification 10 times. A blazing red energy surge from Su Chang'e directly transferred into the wounded prodigies, causing them extreme pain and screams. He hovered in midair, looking down at the Xenos' shattered ice fragments. You have seen its power, its strengths, and its weaknesses. This ice layer will only hold it for a while. Su Chang'e pointed his katana downwards, his gaze resolute. This is your chance. Avenge yourselves with your own hands. A prodigy called out in surprise. Senior, you! Beside him, the small black-haired girl stood silently. Su Chang'e allowed no further questions. Don't ask. After avenging your families, head to the 5th defense line and prepare for war. He looked into the distance. A greater enemy awaits humanity. Just then, an urgent news report blared. 4 A-tier Xeno assassins detected in the interior. The Zhao, Qian, Sun, Sen, and Wang families have been wiped out. Zhao Yang, Qian Bing, and Sun Li, with Assura's assistance, have eliminated the Blazing Sky Eagle. The city was plunged into chaos. Xenos not only attacked the front lines but also targeted the young elites in the rear, an assassination more brutal than ever. Amidst the ruins, Su Chang'e ordered Zhou Tian to gather spirit stones, preparing to head to the East Sea to tame monsters and wipe out the assassins. On the vast sea, under the ethereal crescent moon, Su Chang'e and Zhou Tian stood amidst swirling red and purple energy. He began to chant, ancient words echoing. With unparalleled power, Su Chang'e summoned the most formidable creatures of the deep sea, commanding them to obey him. A single word, echoing like thunder, declared his absolute dominion over the ocean. Millions of mutated sea monsters, from giant swordfish to level 10 great white sharks, were forced into submission, becoming his army. Amidst the swirling red energy, Su Chang'e continued to chant, summoning a terrifying power that could shake heaven and earth. From the depths of the ocean, a colossal pillar of water surged, spiraling up to the blue sky. Its destructive power was enough to crush everything in its path. A true wrath of the sea. Zhou Tian was astonished by the terrifying power, while Su Chang'e was confident that Nan Chan Hong could handle it, now just waiting for the assassins to dare show themselves. Far away, another prodigy, Lan Changkong of the East Sea Land family, watched in horror as an unprecedented frenzy of sea monsters unfolded. He immediately ordered his clan to prepare for battle, while he himself spearheaded into danger, awaiting only the signal. Using water control techniques, Lan Changkong transformed into a dragon warrior, bravely advancing into the eye of the storm. With a tradition of protecting the East Sea for generations, Lan Changkong swore not to let the monsters run rampant. Amidst the tempest, a strange entity, shaped like a blue flame, flickered within the swirling water. But then, his eyes suddenly widened, and a terrifying truth gradually revealed itself. Amidst the surging sea, Lan Changkong realized in horror that he was surrounded by an alliance of various sea monsters, from sharks and orcas to mysterious humanoid creatures. He cursed under his breath. This isn't a tide, it's an army. At the same time, on another front, Su Chang'e was performing a summoning ritual. Zhou Tian, beside him, anxiously asked if he had forgotten to instruct them not to attack the city, not to harm humans. Su Chang'e's answer echoed, resolute. Do not attack the city! Do not harm humans! Kill the alien invaders! A blazing red aura erupted, engulfing a colossal sea creature. Suddenly, Lan Changkong flinched. The frenzied killing intent of the surrounding sea monsters vanished. He wondered, could the beast-taming prodigy from the northwest have made a move? But then, 3 colossal sea monsters, with blazing red eyes, appeared, growling, a chilling threat. Master of the sea. If not a slave, then death. Lan Changkong was stunned. Damn it. Are these assassins all targeting me? They must think I'm the beast tamer. Without hesitation, he plunged straight into the raging waves, his small figure amidst the vast ocean, facing a colossal sea monster. Lan Changkong roared with spirit. All right, come and get me! Sooner or later, this had to happen. To fight against the enemies of a god-tier beast tamer is an honor. Suddenly, a pod of colossal orcas charged, tearing through the surface of the sea. They didn't target Lan Changkong, but instead attacked another colossal sea dragon, creating a chaotic scene. Lan Changkong was stunned. What? The monster tide is attacking itself! Is that beast tamer commanding them? He quickly realized the horrifying truth. Swordfish, the Cyclops demonic turtle is yours. Tiger shark, eliminate the spiked serpent. And then, great white shark, tear the glacial drake to shreds. Lan Changkong commanded, and the frenzied sea monsters lunged at each other. Amidst the fierce battle, a colossal Black Sea Xenos, with blazing red eyes, roared ferociously. The sea dragon was attacked frantically, howling in pain. It spewed a colossal blast of ice, trying to fight off the relentless attackers. Amidst the chaotic battle, the Black Sea dragon still strained, enveloped by colossal ice blocks it had created, fending off the incessant attacks. Meanwhile, another colossal Xenos, with a spiky blue-gray body and fiery orange eyes, growled as if calling its attackers bugs. It was being fiercely attacked by a rain of colossal spikes, sharp projectiles tearing through its body. At the same time, another colossal Xenos with fiery orange eyes appeared. Smaller black sea creatures with blazing red eyes darted like arrows. But all efforts seemed futile. That colossal orange-eyed monster was collapsing, large rocks crumbling around it, creating an earth-shattering scene. Back on the shore, Su Chang'e and Zhou Tian stood side by side, looking out at the violently surging sea, where the sea monsters were still clashing. Su Chang'e sighed. These sea monsters can handle anything below A rank without breaking a sweat. He continued, his gaze sharp. But facing A rank? They are still too weak. With a decisive command, Su Chang'e activated 50 colossal amplification formations, covering a vast sea area of 700 nautical miles, transforming the sea surface into a blazing red inferno. Suddenly, a blazing red pillar of energy shot straight up into the sky from the middle of the sea, making Lan Changkong, standing on shore, exclaim in horror, "What the hell?" A colossal black sea Xenos, with blazing red eyes, suddenly broke through the wave of sea monsters and charged straight towards Lan Changkong, making him realize in panic. Huh? They've bypassed the sea monsters. They're coming straight for me. Lan Changkong gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Come on, I'm ready. Today, I, Lan Changkong, will fight you to my last breath. He plunged straight into the sea, summoning water magic, creating a swirling vortex of water around himself, challenging the Black Sea Xenos. Let's see if you can freeze me before I touch you. Lan Changkong poured all his strength into freezing the colossal Xenos in a large block of ice. But its blazing red eyes still glowed menacingly. He was injured and coughed up blood, realizing the horrifying truth. Damn it, its power exceeds all limits. Even my water dragon can't hold it back. A powerful counterattack from the Xenos knocked Lan Changkong back, sharp ice shards piercing his body, causing him extreme pain. The colossal Black Sea Xenos closed in once more, growling terrifyingly, making Lan Changkong only able to scream in despair. Amidst the surging seawater, a blazing red formation suddenly appeared, swirling deep into each wave. Lan Changkong was still struggling, surrounded by the Black Sea Xenos and mutated sharks, his situation hanging by a thread. Yet, a sight more horrifying than death unfolded. The sea monsters were frantically tearing each other apart. Amidst the chaos, Lan Changkong stood firm on the back of a monster, a blazing red energy surge erupting from him, piercing straight into the sky. This is an amplification formation? He exclaimed in astonishment, his body suddenly glowing red. Clenching his fists, Lan Changkong roared, pouring out all his strength. Water control art. Endless sea. A blazing red shockwave erupted from him, pushing back all surrounding monsters, creating a void in the open sea. Impossible. He realized something in horror. Within the red energy, fragments of sea Xenos became visible, as if they were disintegrating. Bugs. Parts of the Xenos bodies, such as the seven-spined Xenos or the one-eyed turtle Xenos, were being hydrolyzed, becoming part of this terrifying power. On the shore, Su Chang'e stood beside Zhou Tian, his gaze firm. Now the combat power is sufficient. Forget about A-rank monsters. Even S-rank alien monsters coming here will be flayed alive. He turned to Zhou Tian, ordering, Zhou Tian, go call Lan Changkong over. I have something to tell him. Zhou Tian replied with a mischievous smile. I already know what you want to tell him. Under the sea, Lan Changkong looked up, his voice filled with gratitude echoing, Beast Tamer Senior, Formation Master Senior. This junior is immensely grateful for today's life-saving grace. He continued to shout, wishing to meet his benefactors. May I ask if the two seniors could reveal yourselves so this junior may personally express his gratitude? A purple light descended, and Zhou Tian floated in midair, facing him. Huh? The legendary senior is a child? Lan Changkong was astonished. Zhou Tian, with resolute eyes and surrounded by purple light, looked directly at Lan Changkong. Without a word, Zhou Tian suddenly delivered a kick straight to Lan Changkong's face, leaving him dazed. Eh? Lan Changkong, still dazed after the surprise kick, struggled to stand and asked Zhou Tian, May I ask, who is senior? Zhou Tian responded with a silencing gesture, his sharp gaze piercing through the mask, forcing Lan Changkong to listen. He coldly assigned the task. Lan Changkong, if you use the East Sea as bait to eliminate the Xenos assassins from behind, can you bear this responsibility? Lan Changkong didn't hesitate, holding the little girl beside him tightly, resolutely replying, For this world, I am willing to sacrifice without a second thought. A blazing red energy began to gather in Zhou Tian's palm, signaling a momentous transfer of power. Zhou Tian placed his hand on Lan Chankong's head, and a fierce red light erupted as a 10x amplification formation was transferred. Lan Chankong screamed in pain as Zhou Tian declared, "From now on, you are the master of 100 million East Sea monsters! If the alien assassins dare to appear on the continent again, you will lead the beast tide to annihilate them." Suddenly, a colossal void gate tore through the sky. Red blood rained down, and a voice full of despair rang out. "Look, a void gate. The 7th defense line probably won't hold." The little girl in Lan Chankong's arms looked at the horrifying scene, her big round eyes welling up with tears, exclaiming in fear, "Oh no, my big brother, everyone!" From the void gate, swarms of small Xenos with blazing yellow eyes and grotesque forms poured out like a flood, howling in bloodlust. Amidst the chaos, an urgent voice rang out. "The enemy is coming! The main A-rank forces of the aliens are here. Old Nan says to abandon the 7th defense line. Retreat immediately." Another voice added, "The 6th defense line has fully retreated. Concentrate automatic firepower to delay. Buy as much time as possible." The curly-haired general with a resolute expression ordered, "All units, converge on the 5th defense line for this decisive battle. Full retreat. Preserve our forces. We will hold the 5th line." He turned to another commander. "Commander Wang Zai, you lead the main forces in retreat. We will hold the line and buy you time." With that, he activated the formation. Ultimate Amplification Formation. Activate. The formation emitted an ethereal blue light, ancient characters swirling, surrounding the general and the small Xenos charging towards them. He roared, "We must hold them long enough for the main forces to retreat." Amidst the green aura of the warriors, the curly-haired general said, "You all quickly go to the 5th defense line. We will take care of the rear." The long-haired young man, tied up high, angrily swore, "Even if only one warrior remains, we will not let the aliens pass." The curly-haired general looked at the young man, his eyes thoughtful. "But the seniors have noble intentions, and as a wise person, you should understand the bigger picture." Behind them, colossal Xenos in the form of apes, elephants, and wolves also stood firm, ready to sacrifice themselves. He firmly declared, "For the sacrifice of our ancestors, and these beast tides willing to act, we will not falter in this life and death battle." The long-haired young man, tied up high, bowed his head. "This junior bids farewell to our ancestors and the noble spirits of the beast tide." Other warriors also stood firm, their eyes resolute. "Urgent news. All forces have withdrawn from the 7th defense line. Only the Legion of Spirits and the beast tide remain to hold back the enemy to protect the 6th line, buying time for the 5th line. 300 million spirits are attacking, including 80 million mutants. The Lan family's deity in the East Sea has taken down an A-rank alien assassin, calling for support from major projects in the Northwest." Amidst the struggling masses, a resolute voice rang out, "God has bestowed upon us these brave souls for the decisive battle, and that moment is now." The men of the Northwest with fiery eyes shouted in unison, "We, the people of the Northwest, are united as one. We will hold the 5th line of defense with our very lives." Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was completing a secret project called Skyfire Stone. He said in a deep voice, "Everything converges here. Tonight, I will complete the upgrade. Tonight, I will put the finishing touches on the plan." He stood with the little girl with a single top knot, surrounded by blazing red energy. Zhou Tian declared, "The source of Skyfire, the power of the Source Stones. Absorb it all." Countless Source Stones surged into Zhou Tian, a terrifying 100 million Source Stones absorbed, raising the total reserve to 10 trillion. Tremendous power was accumulating. Next, he unleashed another project, Steel Forest, metal element forbidden spell sharp. Stone blocks sprouted densely, surrounding. Zhou Tian's hand glowed red, wielding elemental power. Water and steel merged, forming a destructive vortex. He roared, "With water to temper, devour steel and use steel to bind steel. 100,000 metal element forbidden spells deploy." The scene shifted to a devastated land, smoke and fire reaching the sky. A project called Volcano Heart being activated. Zhou Tian and the little girl with a top knot stood amidst the formation. Zhou Tian raised his hand to the sky, commanding, "Awaken, my lava dragons. Sweep across land and sea. Devour the sky and extinguish all. 100,000 lava forbidden spells deploy." At his command, countless colossal lava dragons roared, rising from the sea of fire, ready to devour everything. An ultimate forbidden spell appeared. Forbidden spell, primordial stars, endless destruction, max level, capable of consuming a vast ocean of source stones, bending even the stars to one's will. Zhou Tian mused, "A max level forbidden spell, primordial stars? Using a spell of this magnitude might exceed Earth's endurance. He turned to look at the little girl with a top knot, his gaze resolute. Unless I restrain it, only using it at the most crucial moment. Zhou Tian looked into the distance, his plan clear. Now it's just a matter of taming monsters, summoning spirits, and setting up formations. There are many inland areas, perfect for both taming monsters and summoning spirits. Take me there. The little girl with the top knot decisively replied, "All right." Zhou Tian's blood-stained hand reached out as if to grasp time itself. He called out, "Ancestors of ages past, awaken!" In an instant, ancient warrior spirits appeared, glowing with brilliant green light. They were heroes who once rode from the east, bravely dispelling darkness, stories told from the Three Kingdoms era, the Wei State. Not only the Tang Dynasty, but warrior spirits from the Three Kingdoms era, the Shu State, also answered the summons, their green aura shining brightly. The oath 5 passes I conquered. 6 generals I annihilated. My roar at Changban Bridge echoes for eternity. Reverberating, next came the warriors of the Wu State, with unyielding spirit. Upon the rock of wisdom, my imperial might, my legend echoes, forever brilliant. Their majestic oath. Then came the heroes from the Song Dynasty. Like the rising sun, brilliantly dazzling, illuminating mountains with my majestic light. Their overwhelming momentum. Warrior spirits from the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties also appeared in turn, each dynasty with its own oath and spirit, all converging under Zhou Tian. He, the summoner of ancient heroic spirits, with max skill level and the ability to summon 100 million spirits, was ready for the battle of life and death. Illustrious ancestors, heed my call. Prepare to fight at the 5th line of defense. Charge! Zhou Tian roared, his eyes blazing red like blood, declaring absolute authority. Heaven and earth are vast, but all belong to the power of the king. Across the land, my power reigns. All subjects must bow. My word is command. From the depths of the void, countless poisonous insects appeared. They were his new army. Next came a swarm of colossal venomous snakes, coiling in the red mist, ready to devour everything. All mutated monsters. Hear my words and obey, Zhou Tian commanded, activating his monster taming ability, turning them into his instruments of war. Ancient energy surged, amplifying the power of the monster tide. Zhou Tian gathered his strength, preparing for an all-out assault. He brandished his sword, his gaze resolute. Follow me to the 5th line of defense. But this power was not without cost. Dark liquid streamed from the corners of his eyes, a sign of impending exhaustion. Brother Nan, you're pushing yourself too hard. You can't keep going like this. The little girl with a top knot exclaimed worriedly, watching him kneel. Cough, cough. I must continue at all costs. We have no time to waste. Zhou Tian panted, his blood-red eyes still burning with the will to fight. But the little girl could only look at him with helpless and pained eyes. No buts. Now the only way is to use the formation to get me to the 5th line of defense, Zhou Tian growled, his blood-red eyes still burning with the will to fight. The little girl with a single top knot, though worried, gritted her teeth and obeyed. Brother Nan. Yes, Zhou Tian obeys. He did not rest, pouring all his remaining strength into summoning destructive formations. Hell Sword Chi, Purgatory Fire, Abyss Spikes, each formation stretching for 10,000 miles. Layer upon layer of deadly formations were erected, like a final shield protecting the homeland from the brink of annihilation. He, the god of creation formation master, reached the absolute peak, able to use heaven and earth, humans, beasts, and all things to arrange formations. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, his blood-red eyes still burning with will, determined to push past his limits. 5 ultimate abilities merged, transforming into a single power that erupted from his body. A blazing red pillar of light tore through the sky, striking the ground directly, shattering debris, and forming a bottomless pit. Brother Nan! The little girl cried out in alarm, watching him strain amidst the sea of blazing red energy, worried to the extreme. A heart-wrenching roar escaped him. Zhou Tian collapsed, his body trembling violently, but his will remained like steel, refusing to yield. In this critical moment, a group of people appeared on top of the skyscraper. The white-haired young man leading them spoke. Senior Nan, we have returned. Excellent, you've returned just in time. The white-haired young man smiled. The little girl with a single top knot rushed over, hugging the curly-haired man in the gray robe, exclaiming, Big brother, Senior Nan's hair has turned completely white, the young man with long brown hair tied up exclaimed. The curly-haired man in the gray robe stroked the little girl. It's all right, you've done very well. Big brother is here now. Benefactor, what happened to you? The young man with long brown hair tied up asked, his eyes full of worry. This is the result of all the preparations for the battle, Zhou Tian replied. his expression resolute. The young man with long brown hair tied up asked suspiciously, "Do you mean you're ready to show your hand?" "Exactly," Zhou Tian declared, his gaze sharp. At the same time, urgent reports poured in. The last lines of defense worldwide were collapsing, and the otherworldly army had invaded. Zhou Tian stood high above, facing the sea of people, his voice echoing like thunder. He announced that the otherworldly army was closing in, and before the final battle, a truth needed to be revealed. On the large screen, a shocking declaration appeared. "The 5 god-tier prodigies of the Northwest are all me." The crowd buzzed with astonishment mixed with indignation, unable to believe their ears. Zhou Tian, his face covered by a mask, his gaze resolute, he ordered the urgent evacuation of the elderly, children, sick, and wounded to the northwest towns, ensuring supplies. Only when the defense line collapsed were they allowed to join the fight. He continued to outline the strategy. Formations leading, followed by forbidden spells, the monster tide as vanguard, immortal spirits as rearguard. Mutants would fill any gaps, and civilians would be the final line of defense. Some citizens choked up, trusting their savior. Removing his mask, Zhou Tian mused, as if speaking to himself about the truth he had just revealed. He emphasized that all military power had been concentrated on the 5th line of defense. If it fell, all would be lost. He admitted that all preparations were insufficient to win, especially when facing S-tier, even SSS-tier mutants from behind. Therefore, he decided to form a mutant suicide squad to accompany him through the Void Gate for a counterattack. He didn't need many, just about 10 people. But they had to be the strongest, with complementary abilities. A little girl with a single top knot, a 9-year-old god-tier spatial mutant, volunteered. She was small but resolute, declaring she would find a safe place for Nanziying when they crossed the Void Gate. Chu Xing, the 3-year-old 130th generation prodigy of the Chu family, an ancient god peak-tier aura domain mutant, also volunteered for the suicide squad. Su Changge, a 5-year-old ancient god peak-tier puppet master, was not to be outdone. He confidently boasted that he had mastered the art of voodoo poison, capable of cursing several mutants to death. The duo Qin Sui and Qin Ying, 2 8-year-old ancient god peak-tier plant spirit summoning mutants, simultaneously volunteered, full of enthusiasm. Lan Changkong, a 3-year-old ancient god peak-tier water element mutant, also rushed forward. He declared that his family was handling the EC, and didn't forget to tease Nanziying not to blame him this time. Zhou Tian stood there, listening to each volunteer, his gaze sweeping over the determined young faces. A long brown-haired girl, 2-year-old Zhang Yuan, rode in on a motorcycle. She confidently boasted about her god-tier cooking skills and declared she would handle logistics, while also reminding Nanziying that he owed her a favor. Zhou Tian looked at her, a rare smile gracing his lips. With that special ability, he welcomed her to join the suicide squad. A blonde girl, 3-year-old Su Ling, confidently introduced herself as a level 10 sensory esper, crucial for detecting danger. Following her, 0-year-old Zhao Care, with her pink hair tied in high buns, also volunteered, boasting about her level 10 time reversal ability, albeit for only 15 seconds, and apologizing for her previous harsh words. Unexpectedly, Nanziying's younger sister appeared, declaring that their father didn't want him to go alone, so she would accompany him. She, the long black-haired girl, with blazing red eyes, revealed that she had just awakened a battlefield healing ability, likening herself to a reborn Huatuo. 2 other girls, blonde Chen Liani and black-haired Su Xiaonan, standing next to a monster truck, also asked to join, asserting that one healer was not enough for this dangerous mission and hoping to atone for their past mistakes. Nanziying smiled faintly, his eyes filled with gratitude, thanking all who had volunteered. And then, in the quiet space, he boldly declared, "The counterattack suicide squad is officially formed." But before they could rejoice, an urgent voice rang out. "The Xenos have arrived. Prepare for battle," as countless blue, big-eyed monsters appeared en masse. Immediately, formations and forbidden arts were activated, blue light erupting, sweeping away the first wave of Xenos. From somewhere, a colossal arm reached out, tearing apart a Xenos, a roar echoing, "Monster Tide! Attack!" Next, ancient warrior spirits, riding horses, charged like a storm, their shouts resounding. "Specters! Charge!" On the city walls, warriors leaped. A soldier with a red headband shouted, "We have 50 times our strength! You damned remnants, there's no escape!" Amidst the chaotic battle, Zhou Tian, with blazing red eyes and a resolute expression, decisively ordered, "Suicide Squad, depart!" He led the way, charging straight into the center of the battlefield, followed by the brave members of the Suicide Squad, surrounded by energy light. Zhou Tian raised his hand high, declaring with great spirit, "Follow me." We will shatter the void gate and end this evil's reign. Amidst the ethereal space, blue light ribbons twisted like a river of stars. Nan Ziying, bewildered, asked where they were. Chu Tian, with a mysterious smile, revealed it was a pocket dimension he created, where time flowed at the same rate as the outside world. Chu Tian continued to explain that it was a perfect place to rest, cook, heal, concoct medicine, and store belongings. He likened it to a personal mini-universe, completely shielded from the outside world. With a radiant expression, Chu Tian proudly announced the name of this space, Cozy Cabin. But Nan Ziying, with a serious expression, couldn't relax. He reminded them of their mission and duty, that they shouldn't be so comfortable. Nan Ziying questioned Chu Tian, asking if he was a mortal or some kind of spirit. He emphasized that no matter how strong, humans still needed to eat, drink, and sleep, and asked if Chu Tian thought a few days would be enough to eliminate all the monsters. Chu Tian replied, with a hint of reproach, that Nan Ziying was too stressed. He asked who forbade them from enjoying themselves amidst war, and reminded him that they had been awake for days, to the point where Nan Ziying's hair had turned gray from stress. Chu Tian advised Nan Ziying to look around a bit and understand others' good intentions. He asserted that even in an apocalypse, adults couldn't disappoint children. Suddenly, Lan Changkong exclaimed excitedly, declaring this was his dream home. Chu Tian looked at Lan Changkong and chuckled. He teased that the man's expression and posture looked even more masculine than theirs, and sarcastically remarked that he was a young soul in an old body with a secret feminine side. Nan Ziying turned to Qin Sui and Qin Ying, asking if they were curious and wanted to go inside. Qin Sui firmly replied that the two siblings had sworn to follow their benefactor to the end. Nan Ziying accepted, saying, "All right, let's go then." Chu Tian muttered, with a hint of sarcasm, that these two rigid siblings truly lived up to their title of plant spirit summoners. The whole group then stepped inside the house. As soon as they entered, the long-haired man with a high ponytail exclaimed in surprise, his face full of confusion, surrounded by strange characters. The long-haired man with a high ponytail asked in shock if his dream home was a nightmare. Another person wondered if this young man was having an existential crisis. Nan Ziying laughed loudly, explaining that it was his younger sister. Someone in the group remarked that it felt like they were about to pass away peacefully. The scene inside the house revealed neatly arranged beds, exuding a strange tranquility. Another person looked at the paintings on the wall, their voice full of nostalgia, saying that this style brought back all their childhood memories. Chu Tian smiled, pleased that everyone liked it. Nan Ziying turned to him, curious how Chu Tian knew this. In the cozy space, Qin Sui spoke up, asking Chu Tian if this was a philosophical embrace-death lifestyle, but he only replied gently that everything had been prepared in advance. Meanwhile, Lan Changkong lay snugly in a luxurious coffin, lamenting that he was about to collapse, then unexpectedly felt comfortable, telling himself that he just needed to close his eyes and he'd be fine. While another young man was astonished by this dream home turned nightmare, the crowd began to disperse and explore. Lai eagerly checked the kitchen and pantry. A light brown-haired girl suggested planting more vegetables. Lai then asked about the medical room, and a short brown-haired young man wondered if the bathroom had a soaking tub. Zhuge Yuan thoughtfully sensed the peaceful atmosphere, wondering if this was what the apocalypse felt like, while Chu Tian reminded him not to be too stressed, pointing to the cannibals sleeping soundly in a coffin, and a gray-shirted curly-haired man also advised Guo Hui to rest. In the modern kitchen, the short brown-haired girl, full of determination, declared this would be a magnificent opening meal, even though the pantry had enough food for a year, but she worried that after today, they might not have another chance to gather together. The light brown-haired girl brought a basket of fresh vegetables to Qin Ying, excitedly saying that her brother was still outside planting more, making Qin Ying realize they were plant spirit summoners. Qin Ying explained that her brother believed vegetables had to grow from the soil, especially with a bit of mud, to feel more authentic, and she whispered thoughtfully, "Even if we're not here anymore later." The short brown-haired girl immediately interrupted Qin Ying, urging her to take the vegetables and go outside, as cooking smoke was bad for her eyes, and Qin Ying obeyed. In the modern medical room, Lai exclaimed in surprise that the little girl Chu Tian was truly extraordinary, wondering how she managed to bring this whole system along, while a long-haired, black-haired girl reminded herself to focus on concocting combat-enhancing medicine. The long-haired, black-haired girl sat in the pristine white recovery room, thoughtfully pondering the little girl Chu Tian's peculiar ideas, as this was the only place with white bedsheets. Outside, Chu Tian stood amidst the forming teleportation array, declaring that they were still 300 kilometers from the Void Gate, and he could set up a reconnaissance point 30 kilometers away to make scouting easier for him and Care, then ordered the array to be deployed. Nan Ziying wondered why Chu Tian could create this pocket dimension but not a new Earth, but Chu Tian, the little girl, unexpectedly asked the girl with two hair buns directly if her flat chest was by choice, or if she thought only adults' lives mattered. Nan Ziying angrily yelled at Chu Tian, the little girl, calling her a brat. But Chu Tian, the man, intervened, saying that the girl was only 9 years old and was just speaking a harsh truth. The girl with 2 hair buns tried to defuse the situation, saying that being flat-chested was fine, at least she was alive. While Chu Tian, the man, revealed that creating this cozy cabin cost him 50 years of his lifespan, making Chu Tian, the little girl, suddenly realize she might not live long enough to be called flat-chested. The girl with 2 hair buns quickly apologized, but Chu Tian, the little girl, only smirked to herself. Adults are so easy to fool. Back in the kitchen, the short, brown-haired girl happily announced that the soup was ready, and since she didn't know what everyone liked, she had made a variety of dishes, causing everyone around to praise the delicious taste, even waking up those who were sleeping. In the cozy room, Chu Tian stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces gathered around the dining table, declaring it was time to outline the battle plan. He explained about the 2 teleportation gates, one leading to the 5th defense line, and one leading directly to the Void Gate, where pressing a red button would teleport them to a reconnaissance point 30 kilometers away. Chu Tian continued to assign tasks, designating Su Lung and Zhao Keir to take turns guarding the reconnaissance point, while Zhang Yuan, Chen Lianyi, Su Xiaonan, and Nan Zishan would remain in the cabin to handle logistics. The long-haired, black-haired girl, a doctor, firmly objected to staying in logistics, asserting that she could support the battlefield and provide timely treatment, and also trusted Chu Tian to protect her. Nan Ziying, after a moment of thought, finally nodded in agreement, allowing his younger sister to go to the front lines. Jin Yang stood up and loudly announced that everyone should eat their fill and rest for 3 hours before departing, after which they would take turns resting depending on the battle's developments. Chen Lianyi and Su Xiaonan, the 2 girls assigned to logistics, though a bit disheartened, still accepted the order, believing they would be more useful by staying behind. The dining table atmosphere remained lively with casual chatter. Chu Tian, the little girl, demanded sweet tofu cake. The girl with 2 hair buns wanted savory cake, and Lan Changkong declared he was vegetarian. Zhuge Yuan incessantly teased Lan Changkong about his age, calling him pickled vegetables, while Chu Tian, the little girl, asked Chen Lianyi about the stinky tofu she was eating with a donut, to which the girl responded with her own culinary philosophy. Amidst the deep night, a glowing purple cube transported the group into a teleportation space, preparing for the upcoming battle. Su Ling and Zhao Keir appeared at the reconnaissance point, astonished to discover millions of Awakeners waiting outside the Void Gate. Realizing it was the deserted Indian Buddhist army, Su Ling continued to report on the terrifying enemy levels, from the lowest level 8 to the highest ancient god level, while Nan Ziying immediately ordered an attack, declaring they would eliminate the gatekeepers first. Chu Tian, the little girl, stood before the brightly glowing teleportation gate, her eyes resolute, shouting, "Open!" decisively pushing the door to a completely new world. A blinding light burst from the gate, revealing a giant, blazing golden Buddha statue made of fire. The enemy began to preach, declaring the aliens were gods and calling for surrender. Nan Ziying and the other warriors were immediately enraged, cursing the enemy as stinky curry clowns, declaring they would never surrender and would make them pay. The entire team charged like a storm. Nan Ziyang laughed loudly, praising Su Changsheng for making the battlefield more dramatic, while the long-haired, black-haired doctor girl also roared in anger, and Zhuge Yuan lamented that direct combat was not his forte. The giant golden Buddha roared, declaring it would enlighten the dissenters with force, and chanted an ancient spell. Immediately, Su Changsheng charged forward, unleashing the fiery Assura hellslash, tearing through space. Nan Ziying was not to be outdone. His red eyes blazing with fire, he roared, "All gods and Buddhas shall fall!" Su Changxiong's blade struck directly at the golden body, shattering golden fragments, but the golden Buddha remained standing. The giant golden Buddha sneered, declaring its golden body immortal and indestructible, the fragments quickly reassembling. Chu Tian didn't hesitate, waving his hand to summon Aura Field, manifested shield, an instant blue energy wall rising up. But the golden Buddha's power was too immense. The colliding golden body fragments caused Chu Tian's shield to shake violently. The long-haired, black-haired girl realized the dangerous situation. They're using a war of attrition. The golden body keeps breaking and reassembling. Nan Ziying gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. Then we can't get bogged down in this war of attrition. We must break their formation. The giant golden Buddha roared, channeling its power into the myriad fists united technique. Thousands of giant golden fists appearing, ready to crush everything. Meanwhile, inside the array barrier, Lan Changkong fumed. Damn it! At this rate, it'll take forever to even get close to them, let alone defeat them. Zhuge Yuan sneered. You underestimate Brother Nan and the others too much? Getting close is a trivial matter. Chu Tian, Nan Ziying roared. Understood, Chu Tian replied, his eyes flashing with determination. Teleport, Chu Tian shouted, a purple energy vortex erupting. The entire team vanished in a blinding purple light, evading the Golden Buddha's destructive attack. The giant Golden Buddha was stunned, unable to react to the opponent's teleportation speed. The entire team reappeared amidst a blazing red energy, Nanzing unleashing Assura Thunder, Dark Slash, a murderous attack. The silver-bearded elder, who controlled the giant Golden Buddha, frantically ordered, "Quick! Use the Vajraprajna mantra to protect yourselves!" Nanzing's Assura Thunder. Dark Slash was like a whirlwind, tearing through the defenses, crushing the small Buddhists, and striking directly at the giant Golden Buddha, causing it to shake violently. Without hesitation, Nanzing decisively ordered, "You guys handle those 4 protectors. Leave the leader and the rest to me. Remember to separate them." The elite squad immediately charged forward, their morale soaring. The long-haired man with a high ponytail eagerly replied, "All right, 1 each. No fighting over them. Those 2 rigid siblings count as 1. The 2 gray-haired siblings looked at each other in confusion, wondering, "Rigid siblings? Is he talking about us?" Su Changxiong said little, activating Entangling Arena, charging straight towards a dark-skinned protector, roaring, "Hey, you old dark-skinned curry geezer, unleash all your dirty tricks." Hearing this, Protector Viger's hair and beard bristled, and he growled, "Your mouth needs serious purification." "Come on then, let's see if you can purify me or if I'll blow you to pieces." At the same time, Chu Tian, also unleashed Aura Field, Isolation, creating a purple energy field that enveloped himself and Protector Anup, declaring, "An old god, tier protector, huh? Your opponent is me, Chu Xing." Protector Anup, with a solemn expression, advised, "Those who seek the Buddhist path must save themselves. I advise you to stop while you still can." In another corner, Protector Deepak created a water screen isolation to deal with the short black-haired young man. Protector Deepak calmly preached, "Supreme goodness is like water. It benefits all things without contention. You, sir, are going against the current." The short black-haired young man immediately retorted, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm not like that at all." The 2 gray-haired siblings coordinated perfectly, unleashing Thorn Forest, verdant, thorny vines surrounding Protector Raja. Protector Raja clasped his hands and chanted a Buddhist prayer, calmly replying, "Amitabha Buddha, I am not in the mood to talk." The 2 siblings agreed, "Neither are we." Nanzing stood in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes blazing, summoning, "Rise, my fallen warriors, fight for me." A multitude of green warrior spirits materialized, surrounding Nanzing, ready to fight. He decisively ordered, "Annihilate those false Buddhas." Nanzing continued to unleash the powerful Vajra power attack, causing the silver-bearded protector to exclaim in astonishment, "Such incredible ability! No wonder the gods favor you and want you to join them." Nanzing coldly retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense! You're next!" The silver-bearded protector still tried to explain, "Greed, anger, ignorance, the 3 poisons of Buddhism. You have committed all 3. Greedy for the world, angry at the gods, and ignorant of karma. Since you have committed all 3, you must face the consequences." Protector Anup clutched his head, screaming in pain as he was psychically attacked, trying to ward off the tormenting voices. In midair, Ju Tian appeared, his eyes glowing red, surrounded by a vortex of red energy and ancient runes. He unleashed Forbidden Art, Sound Element, Absolute Silence. To suppress the invisible attack, Nanzing charged forward, his blazing red sword energy striking Protector Anup directly. He declared, "I, Nanzing, despise those who impersonate gods the most." Protector Anup retorted, accusing Nanzing of greed, anger, and ignorance. Nanzing didn't flinch, responding sharply, "I willingly transform into an Assura for humanity. But what about you? You don't hesitate to trample your own kind to achieve Buddhahood. Who is the true Buddha, and who is the devil here?" Protector Anup chanted Vajra mantra, "Shield," creating a blazing golden shield. Nanzing didn't hesitate, unleashing Forbidden Art, Assura's wrathful fire. Blazing red flames erupted, and he growled, "I will tear off your false divine mask." Protector Anup, enraged, transformed into a giant golden Buddha, declaring he would show Nanzing his true Dharma body by chanting Vairocana. Nanzing smirked, his red eyes staring directly at the giant golden Buddha. True Dharma body? Granted by those aliens, wasn't it? Doesn't Buddhism say all dharmas are empty? You're so fixated on form, your cultivation must be very weak. The giant golden Buddha roared, "What the hell do you know? I, Sakya, am the incarnation of Tathagata." Nanzing scoffed, "Ha, I've never seen a Tathagata as weak as you. Do you think just because your name is Sakya, you're Shakyamuni?" The giant golden Buddha mocked Nanzing, saying he was only fit to be a golden-furred demon from the Little Thunderclap Temple. Then unleashed a fierce attack. He declared, "You are full of sin. I will banish you to the Avicii hell of the 6 paths of reincarnation." Nan Ziying endured the blow but resiliently replied, Avicii hell. I've already lived in it, no need for you to brag. Suddenly, Suchengi appeared, surrounded by blazing golden energy. He challenged, You think that's a formation? Let me show you what real hell looks like. 5 elements hell formation activate. Golden energy violently erupted from Suchengi, engulfing the entire space. Protector Anoop's formation shattered, and he exclaimed in horror, Impossible! How could my god-tier formation be broken so easily? Nan Ziying appeared, surrounded by a blazing red aura, declaring, Let me tell you, you are no god and your formation is just a joke. If you have nothing left to throw at me, then it's my turn. The giant golden Buddha chanted cloud riding technique to prepare a counterattack, but Nan Ziying was faster, unleashing forbidden art, Assura's molten rock. The giant golden Buddha hastily chanted Vajra mantra, Shield, to defend. But Nan Ziying didn't stop, continuing to unleash forbidden art. Assura's frost! In a flash, memories flooded back. Nan Ziying, with blazing red eyes, activated the Golden Lock formation, binding 2 roaring dragon-headed and crocodile-headed Xenos, while Protector Anoop, his father, screamed in pain. Protector Anoop was tightly bound by crimson chains, desperately crying out to the alien gods for salvation from his tragic fate. Nan Ziying watched the scene, fragments of past life memories flashing through his mind about the rapid appearance of S-rank Xenos and the demise of humanity. Protector Anoop's desperate cry echoed, Son, save me, causing Nan Ziying to respond in shock. Father! A kidnapper appeared, holding a knife to Protector Anoop's throat, threatening Nan Ziying to surrender in exchange for his father's and his people's lives. Nan Ziying immediately deployed a root shield of support to protect himself and his comrades, who were being attacked by a blue energy stream, while the kidnapper continued to growl threats. The 3 remaining warriors, trapped behind the shield, realized in shock, Damn it! That's our benefactor's father! The shield shattered, and the warriors were sent flying by the blue energy stream, screaming in pain. In an instant, little Chu Tian appeared, unleashing instant teleportation to rescue the warriors from the dangerous encirclement. The long black-haired girl, the team's doctor, immediately cast Divine Light Restoration, while also declaring she would hold off the enemy to give Nan Ziying a chance to save his father. Meanwhile, Protector Anoop, with resolute eyes, was casting spatial teleportation to get everyone out of danger. He didn't hesitate, decisively ordering, No more time, get out of here, get 100 miles away from this place. Back in the present, the fierce battle continued. Nan Ziying relentlessly attacking the giant golden Buddha. Lai, with a resolute expression, reminded her comrades, Everyone, focus on the battle. Trust Nan Ziying. The giant golden Buddha swung a whip of light, but the long-haired man with a high ponytail immediately scoffed. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Don't even think about distracting me with that dark old devil. The spiky blonde-haired man wasn't to be outdone, adding, And what's wrong with your ridiculous divine whip? Is it too short to reach me? Protector Anoop roared, his face contorted with rage, unable to believe someone dared to insult a sacred artifact. The giant golden Buddha's Dharma body swung its arm, unleashing Shiva's divine punishment, blazing lotus karma fire, engulfing Nan Ziying in a sea of fire and poison. Nan Ziying, amidst a swirling vortex of azure water, scoffed. He declared himself the chosen firefighter, ready to extinguish all flames with his endless ocean. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the past. A stranger held a knife to Protector Anoop's throat, growling a threat. Aren't you afraid I'll kill him? The kidnapper ordered Nan Ziying to kneel, or Protector Anoop would be killed immediately. Nan Ziying, his body flaring with red energy, coldly asked if he truly wanted him to kneel to save him. Protector Anoop panicked, screaming that he was Nan Ziying's father. How could he stand by and watch him die? The little girl with high buns offered to teleport Protector Anoop, but Nan Ziying refused. He entrusted her with protecting his sister and the others, while he would personally save his father, asking her to teleport him as close to the enemy as possible. The kidnapper warned Nan Ziying not to play any tricks, saying he could kill Protector Anoop in an instant. But Nan Ziying merely scoffed, asking what tricks he could possibly play. In an instant, Nan Ziying exploded with power, swinging his sword and charging forward, his eyes burning with hatred, declaring he would save his beloved father. He transformed, his entire body enveloped in blazing red energy, roaring as he questioned the kidnapper for underestimating his father, and challenged him to reveal his true form. The kidnapper, his face covered in purple eyes, mocked Nan Ziying for his indifference to his biological father's pleas, and doubted his acting skills. The monster offered Nan Ziying to join him, considering it a final privilege. But Nan Ziying flatly refused, launching a fierce attack, telling him to die. The kidnapper was enraged by Nan Ziying's stubbornness, declaring he would use the most brutal methods. But Nan Ziying only responded with contempt. The kidnapper unleashed Lava Slash, and Nan Ziying braced himself, letting out a painful groan. Despite being wounded, Nan Ziying still scoffed, exposing the enemy's weak nature, that it was all just a deceptive illusion. He declared his sole goal was to wipe them all out. The monster still couldn't believe Nan Ziying was indifferent to his father's fate, emphasizing that this time everything was real, no longer a deception like before. Nan Ziying roared, blazing red power erupting, his eyes burning as a horrifying memory flooded back, a recollection he couldn't believe was real. In the memory, his father, Nan Xiongsan, held him in his arms, proudly naming him Nan Ziying and telling of his victorious return from the battlefield, promising a peaceful future. But the memory shifted. Little Nan Ziying cried to his father about being bullied by friends, and his father simply asked, "Did you fight back?" His father patiently taught him, telling him not to be afraid, to fight back, and even if he couldn't beat them all, he should grab one and fight with all his might. His father's words were deeply etched in his mind. Little Nan Ziying, with eyes full of anger, lunged back, pinning another child to the ground, causing the bullies to panic and cry for help. From the shadows, Nan Xiongsan quietly watched, a satisfied smile on his lips, thinking that from now on, no one would dare bully his son again. Time passed. Nan Ziying grew older, but the battlefield remained brutal. He asked his father why he was so severely wounded, and Nan Xiongsan replied that the battlefield was no fairy tale, but a place of cruel sacrifice. The memory shifted to another scene. Nan Xiongsan was asked by a woman and a gray-haired man about re-enlisting, and he firmly replied, "Wherever there's a mission, there I am." The current Nan Ziying, surrounded by blazing red energy, wondered how Protector Anoop knew these things. Protector Anoop's Dharma body, with its grotesque form and purple energy, appeared, mocking Nan Ziying as a pathetic insect, and stating that with his current power, killing him would not be difficult. But then, a blazing golden energy erupted, and Protector Anoop's Dharma body transformed into the giant golden Buddha, delivering a powerful blow. Nan Ziying realized in horror, it was his father. Nan Xiongsan was being controlled by Protector Anoop, screaming in pain. Protector Anoop's Dharma body explained that these injuries were not caused by him, but by Nan Xiongsan himself rushing to the front lines. He even said that from another perspective, he had saved his life. Now, Protector Anoop declared it was time for Nan Xiongsan to repay his debt, and Nan Xiongsan writhed in pain, purple energy enveloping. A female military officer reported to her superior that Nan Xiongsan was missing in action, and at the same time, Nan Ziying stood there, watching his father being controlled, his expression pensive. Protector Anoop laughed maniacally, declaring he had fully merged with Nan Ziying's father's bloodline, that he was his father, and he challenged Nan Ziying.
Letting me go means killing your father.
"Do you dare to do it?" Nan Ziying stood motionless, his blazing red eyes staring directly at the enemy, silently facing the ultimate threat, a cruel choice awaiting him. Anoop, through Nan Xiongsan's body, scoffed at the weakness of humans bound by emotions, declaring he would leave. Anoop's Dharma body, a blazing golden Buddha statue, emerged from the ground, preparing to unleash an escape technique. Nan Ziying painfully looked at his father, asking in despair, "Father, what should I do?" Suddenly, Nan Xiongsan cried out for help. "Son, save me!" astonishing Anoop, as he realized his consciousness still existed. Nan Ziying roared in anger. Unable to endure this cruel game any longer, he summoned a forbidden art of blazing lava. The forbidden lava art engulfed Anoop's Dharma body, making the sorcerer scream in extreme pain. Why? Even while screaming in the flames, Anoop continued to think, realizing Nan Xiongsan's plea for help was identical to the words he had once faked, and wondered about the unpredictable nature of humanity. Anoop continued to scream, but in his agony, he still proudly declared that it was the complexity of human emotions that allowed them to survive. Nan Ziying whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, father," while Nan Xiongsan, with a gentle smile, promised to wait for his son somewhere. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face, vowing that one day he would reunite with his father. "I swear, that day will come." With a broken heart, he begged his father to rest in peace. "But for now, please rest, father. When I've cleaned up this mess, I'll bring you home so you can cook us something delicious." Meanwhile, the long black-haired girl in a white robe powerfully repelled the parasites, while the other comrades painfully apologized for getting in the way. The long black-haired girl in a white robe reassured them, affirming that this was a mutual decision between Nan Ziying and his father, while also blaming herself for not being able to control her emotions like her brother. Amidst the divine light of the healing technique, the little girl with a single high bun innocently asked why Nan Ziying didn't summon his father back when he could summon the souls of the dead. The long black-haired girl in a white robe explained that on the battlefield, even souls could be permanently destroyed, and Nan Ziying wanted his father to rest in peace. She sighed, lamenting the burden he always carried alone. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, little Chu Tian struggled against the grotesque red parasites, lamenting that they were too tough to handle. A long-haired black-haired girl and a brown-haired boy with a high ponytail rushed in, determined to assist, their eyes burning with readiness to face danger. Meanwhile, Protector Anup, riding a colossal organic monster, roared in fury, demanding the return of his stolen Dharma body. In another corner, a silver-haired female warrior and her comrades were determined to clear the battlefield themselves, waiting for no one. Surrounded by green energy, Protector Anup was stunned as his Dharma body vanished, a voice mocking that it was merely an illusion created by an outsider. Protector Anup screamed in pain as the brown-haired boy with a high ponytail mocked his weakness after losing his illusory power. The brown-haired boy with a high ponytail continued to taunt, exposing the weak nature of the protectors as the illusion collapsed, turning them into fools. A sharp stream of green energy pierced straight through Protector Anup, making him shriek miserably. He struggled in vain as his body was engulfed by the green energy, vanishing into nothingness. Strands of red energy, like chains, tore apart Protector Anup's body, ending his existence in extreme agony. Nan Ziying roared, his entire body ablaze with crimson energy, summoning the earthly hell vortex to sweep away everything. Nan Ziying's eyes burned crimson, his face filled with rage and determination, power erupting like a god of war. Amidst the ruins, the brown-haired boy with a high ponytail declared the battlefield cleared, while the long-haired, black-haired girl asserted that the remaining people needed to mature on their own. Suddenly, the green-haired Protector Raja fled in panic, lamenting the failure, but a resolute voice stopped him. In despair, Protector Raja roared an ancient incantation, summoning hordes of disgusting sea parasites to fight back. Amidst the chaotic battle, the spiky, blonde-haired prodigy unleashed anti-parasite, transforming the glowing red pathogens into green energy that attacked in reverse. Protector Anup screamed in despair as his Dharma body was torn apart by green energy, while the spiky, blonde-haired prodigy coldly unleashed alloy spikes to finish him off. Protector Anup's body disintegrated in extreme agony. He cried out, asking why Buddha wouldn't save him, but only silence answered. Under the ancient tree, the spiky, blonde-haired prodigy calmly told the long, brown-haired boy with a high ponytail that Buddha only helps those who help themselves. On a brightly lit hill, the white-haired commander stood majestically amidst tens of thousands of green souls, granting them a chance at liberation. He looked up at the dawn sky, where green souls soared freely, like birds escaping their earthly cages. A pink figure appeared, carrying hot lunchboxes, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. The sun's up. Time for breakfast. The long-haired boy with a high ponytail took his meal, teasing the pink-haired girl about her dedication, to which she replied that she didn't want to be fired. He called out, "Everyone, come get your food. Chu Tian, teleport Su Ling and Zhao Care here too." The little girl with a single topknot eagerly ran over. On the desolate hill, 4 resolute warriors stood, their eyes pensive as they looked forward, where the morning light was filtering through. The spiky blonde-haired prodigy told the white-haired commander about planting a tree near his father's spot so he wouldn't get lost. And so, a lush ancient tree rose majestically, a symbol of new life amidst the ravaged battlefield. The long-haired boy with a high ponytail and the little girl with a single topknot stood side by side looking towards the tree and their gathered comrade. He reminded the little girl that the food would get cold, and it was time for everyone to eat and regain their strength. Under the ancient tree, the warriors gathered around their meal, a rare moment of peace after the storm of war. The pink-haired girl handed rice to the white-haired commander. The long brown-haired boy with a high ponytail handed a tray full of food to the white-haired commander, his voice full of enthusiasm. "You have to eat to keep your strength up." Beside them, the little girl with the top knot and the long-haired, black-haired girl were also sharing a meal, a rare, peaceful moment amidst the days of battle. Under the ancient tree, the warriors gathered, each with a portion of rice, hastily replenishing their energy. The white-haired commander stared at the food tray, his gaze distant, his mind seemingly still burdened with worries. The long brown-haired boy with a high ponytail approached, patted his shoulder, and urged, "Come on, don't space out. Eat quickly. We still have work to do after this." Soon, the rice trays were empty, with only chopsticks resting idly, signaling the swift meal had ended. The white-haired man ordered Su Ling, "Compile the Times Alien Monster Book Times and share it immediately with the 5th defense line." "I'll read." "You write," he stated decisively. Alluriarch are S-class creatures, capable of creating illusions, shapeshifting, and possession. Weakness: low physical defense. If you encounter them, don't be fooled. If an ally is possessed, eliminate them immediately. Su Ling replied, "Yes, sir." But before she could begin, Su Ling received an urgent report, her face changing color. "News from the 5th defense line. An S-class alien creature, the Sound Bat King, has appeared on the front lines. Casualties are very heavy. The report says it came from the direction of the Kawasaki Nation. The collapse of that nation is related to it." No sooner had she finished speaking than a blazing red void gate tore open the sky, spewing forth countless A-class alien creatures, a new wave of attack crashing down. "Damn it! The Void Gate is spewing out another massive wave of A-class alien creatures. Hordes of grotesque A-class Xenos, with bulging eyes and sharp fangs, roared and charged out, ready to devour everything. The white-haired commander did not hesitate, immediately making a decision. Chu Tian, return to the 5th defense line with me. As for everyone else, deal with the A-class alien creatures here. The battlefield erupted fiercely, once more. The ruined structures engulfed in a sea of fire, thick smoke and dust obscuring everything. Amidst the chaos, blazing red magic circles continuously appeared, preparing for a powerful counterattack. The A-class Xenos were trapped within the energy circles, screaming in despair as destructive power descended upon them. And then a brilliant blue entity with multiple arms appeared amidst the Xenos encirclement. It was the power of the spiky, blonde-haired boy, unleashing dazzling bolts of electricity, finishing off the monsters. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the ape-like A-class Xenos still screamed in despair, their bodies torn apart by relentless attacks. On the defense line of the Immortal Souls, a valiant Tang Dynasty warrior soul wielded a spear, unleashing single saber charge and 18 single-handed spears, sweeping away the enemies. But then, a sinister purple energy suddenly surged, swirling in the air, engulfing the ape-like Xenos, preparing for a terrifying attack. Destructive power erupted, consuming the monsters in a dazzling purple light, leaving behind only scattered fragments. The gray and white-clad warriors, including a man wearing a headband, watched the scene in horror. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The purple energy continued to spread, surrounding the warriors, making them feel their internal energy about to explode. No attacker visible, no sound heard. What kind of attack is this? It feels like all my energy is about to burst. The man wearing the headband tried to calm himself, employing the Blood Abyss stillness skill to counter the mysterious energy flow. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds were covering, and realized, judging by the attack trajectory, it's definitely from those dark clouds up there. A colossal bat-like creature, with vast wings and fiery eyes, swooped down from the sky. The man wearing the headband immediately ordered, "Steel Eagle, heed my command. Disperse those dark clouds." A close-up of his face revealed clear panic. Are those bat-like alien creatures? The bat-like Xenos continued to attack with invisible sound waves, creating purple energy explosions, a sound humans can't hear. Don't tell me it's a sound wave attack? Are they using sound waves to make our internal energy lose control until we self-destruct? Can an S-class attack be this deadly? Faced with the enemy's terrifying power, the man wearing the headband had no other choice. He urgently ordered, "All ability users on the battlefield, retreat to the underground shelters immediately. Preserve your strength. Transmit a message to Nanziying at once." Meanwhile, at the slaughterhouse, the awakened warriors were demonstrating their new powers, sweeping through the Xenos. Ever since we awakened our necromantic abilities, we've been clearing everything faster than ever. In my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd be this strong. Yes, we truly get better with age. Ha ha. The sinister purple energy continued to spread, engulfing even tall buildings, creating a gloomy and terrifying scene. A man writhed on the ground, clutching his head, screaming in pain as he was enveloped by the purple energy, feeling the destruction gnawing at his body. Amidst the chaos, a man writhed, clutching his head, his painful screams tearing through the air as the sinister purple energy gnawed at his body. Throughout the city, deadly purple energy currents swirled, engulfing every street, every building, spreading terror among the panicked crowd. In the air, a colossal bat creature shrieked, emitting destructive sound waves, while a wood element magic array struggled to resist. The long brown-haired boy with a high ponytail looked forward, his face full of worry. A sound wave attack? This situation is really bad. We need to find a way to soundproof the city and protect our forces. Without hesitation, Nanziying, with his spiky white hair, decisively unleashed a forbidden spell. Sound element forbidden spell. Absolute silence. A colossal sound shield, glowing brilliant green, enveloped the entire city within a 500 kilometers radius, activated with billions of times its superior power. Nanzishan, the man wearing the headband, escaped the pain and cheered. "The sound waves have stopped. It's Nanziying. Warriors, return to the battlefield with me." Meanwhile, other civilians gradually recovered. A woman exclaimed, "What the hell just happened? I thought my head was going to explode." Another man replied, "There must be a master appearing on the 5th front line. Come on, let's watch the live broadcast from the front." Nanziying, with blazing red eyes, turned to Chu Xing. "Chu Xing, teleport me there. You stay and provide support." Chu Xing replied concisely, "Understood." In the blink of an eye, Nanziying appeared in the air, facing the colossal bat Xenos, swinging his sword to create blazing red sword trails. The colossal bat Xenos charged with terrifying speed. Nanziying muttered, "Damn it, too fast. I guess there's no other way but to use lightning." At the same time, Li, the long black-haired girl, had also cast a wood element forbidden spell. creating a solid shield. Nanziying did not hesitate, swinging his sword to unleash a dazzling blue lightning bolt. Forbidden spell, lightning slash. However, the colossal bat Xenos still dodged it, astonishing Nanziying. Even lightning can't keep up with its speed. Does that mean normal attacks can't injure it? The colossal bat Xenos roared ferociously, its purple eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, as if wanting to devour everything. Amidst the dark night, Nanziying stood tall on the mound, gripping his staff tightly, his gaze resolute through the darkness. He roared, casting a light forbidden spell, a blazing golden energy tearing through the sky, dispelling everything. However, right behind him, the colossal bat Xenos had appeared, its fiery purple eyes staring intently, full of killing intent. Nanziying spun around, his face filled with extreme horror. The bat monster flipped upside down in the air, unleashing deadly purple sound waves, striking directly at Nanziying. He gritted his teeth, realizing a single forbidden spell was insufficient, and had to find a way to increase his power. Without hesitation, Nanziying concentrated his power, continuously enhancing his sound shield by 10, 100, then 1,000 times, creating brilliant green energy rings. The shield continued to be boosted by 10,000, then even 1,000,000,000 times. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still worried. To neutralize a sound wave attack, it requires at least a forbidden spell accumulated 100 million times. With the remaining source stones, I can only last for 4 billion more times. I can't be drawn into a war of attrition with that thing. Suddenly, Chu Xinghei's voice rang out, full of worry. Brother Nan, its attack range is insane. The soundproof shield is stretched too thin. It's about to break. Nanziying roared, pouring all his remaining strength into reinforcing the sound shield to 3 billion times its power, trying to hold the fragile defense line. This is bad. Chu Xing, find a way to teleport me and that thing out of here. Get us away from the 5th front line, he ordered urgently, and the black-haired girl replied, Understood. The giant bat Xenos roared, Die, diving straight down at Chu Xing, its purple eyes glowing as if to devour her. The bat's purple sound wave struck Chu Xing directly, causing her to spit blood, her body shaking violently. In the nick of time, she managed to cast a forbidden wood spell, creating verdant tree tentacles that wrapped around her as a shield. Wang Zai rushed over, catching the injured Chu Xing and holding her tightly in a protective embrace. Nanziying quickly instructed, Wang Zai, take care of Chu Xing. Don't let her leave the soundproof shield. Nanziying turned back, facing the giant bat Xenos, and cast a forbidden sound nullification spell, amplifying it 1,000,000,000 times, creating a chaotic field of green and purple energy. He soared into the air, unleashing a fierce counterattack with sound waves of his own, creating brilliant golden energy rings that enveloped the bat. Since normal attacks do nothing to you, why don't you get a taste of your own medicine? Amidst the raging purple energy storm, Nanziying launched the first attack, a crimson sound wave swirling directly at the enemy. Weak, but enough to be effective. He concentrated all his power, unleashing the forbidden sound element technique. Soundwave burst with its power amplified 100 million times, turning the air into invisible blades. The colossal giant bat Xenos roared in pain as the sound wave pierced through, its dark purple body torn apart in midair. The monster's eardrums were severely damaged. Nanziying's attack had taken effect, making it shriek in rage. Enraged by its injury, the Xenos roared, calling Nanziying a pathetic insect and unleashing a deadly counterattack from its mouth. Nanziying remained unfazed, continuing to focus his power, compressing the sound waves into a dazzling beam of light, preparing for the next strike. Suddenly, another surge of purple energy shot forth, hitting Chu Xing nearby, causing him to spit blood and hastily create a vine shield to defend himself. Nanziying fell, gasping for breath. He realized that even unleashing hundreds of millions of concentrated sound wave attacks was like a drop in the ocean, and his energy source was depleting. He pondered, realizing that relying solely on forbidden techniques to create sound waves was too wasteful, and a bold idea flashed in his mind. Nanziying let out a long roar, transforming his voice into a forbidden sound element technique, conversion, creating a blazing crimson energy blade. The ferocious giant bat Xenos charged forward, its purple eyes burning with fire, ready to finish off its enemy. Nanziying's sound blade struck the monster, but it seemed too weak, only creating a small explosion. He sneered, admitting his voice was nothing, but then his eyes flashed with a spark. But what if it's the voice of hundreds of millions of people from Solaria? And then, a colossal, fiery sound wave, carrying the power of an entire city, erupted, engulfing the giant bat Xenos. Wang Zai supported the injured Chu Xing, looking anxiously at the sky, asking Nanziying if they would fail in this battle. Nanziying, though injured, resolutely ordered Wang Zai to gather the entire city to shout together, while he tried to maintain the soundproof shield that would only last a few more seconds. On the holographic screen, Nanziying appeared, his face tense but full of spirit, ordering the entire city. Great Han is on the brink! Everyone, shout with me! He poured out all his strength, his eyes burning, roaring an ironclad vow. Great Han is eternal. Below the screen, 3 ordinary citizens. A girl with brown hair tied up, a man with curly hair, and a woman with gray hair. Their faces filled with determination, raised their hands and shouted, Great Han is eternal. The entire vast city, thousands of citizens pouring into the streets, chanted the slogan together, their voices merging into a wave of unyielding will. Great Han is eternal. Not only the citizens, but also the warriors in white and gray uniforms and ancient spirits, led by the giant axe-wielding spirit, joined in the heroic chant, Great Han is eternal. The furious roar of a colossal ape Xenos echoed, seemingly agitated by humanity's wave of will. Nanzing, with a determined expression, poured all his strength into unleashing a forbidden technique, crimson energy enveloping him. Forbidden technique, sound element, absorb. The giant bat Xenos in the air was struck by a powerful sound wave, its body violently shaking, a painful scream echoing. Targeted sound wave, shatter. Without pause, Nanzing continued to unleash forbidden techniques, transforming the sound waves into a colossal blazing fire dragon. Forbidden technique, sound element, sound wave transformation. Forbidden technique, sound element, 1 billion acceleration. The giant bat Xenos continued to endure the sound wave attack, unable to resist, its eyes filled with pain. Targeted sound wave. The colossal fire dragon and purple sound waves charged towards the enemy together, forming an all-out attack, tearing through space. The fire dragon blazed fiercely, devouring everything in its path, like a symbol of unyielding will and hope. Great Han is eternal. The blazing crimson flames enveloped the giant bat Xenos, creating a terrifying scene of destruction. The colossal fire dragon tightly coiled around the bat Xenos, crushing it in the blazing flames, giving it no chance to resist. Nanzing, with a face full of fury and resilience, shouted a declaration of war into the void. Hear the dragon's roar from Great Han. Repent for your arrogance towards humanity. The final blow. The fire dragon tore the giant bat Xenos into pieces, ending its existence in a sea of flame. The crimson fire dragon's roar still echoed, tearing through the night, leaving the mark of a fierce battle that had just ended. Amidst the falling snow, Nanzing carried the injured Chu Xing, his face tense as he ordered Wang Zai. We must return to the Void Gate immediately to prevent the Sound Bat King's Legion from teleporting through. If an S-Class Xenos appears, report it to me at once, Wang Zai responded resolutely. Chu Xinghe weakly asked Nanzing, Are you all right? Can you teleport me back to a warm home? Nanzing looked at him, his eyes full of worry. A brilliant purple vortex appeared, signaling teleportation. Chu Xinghe tried to concentrate, muttering, I can. But Nanzing couldn't wait. He called Chu Xing's name, his voice full of urgency, holding him tightly. I have to get him back for treatment first, Nanzing declared, rushing straight into the blazing purple teleportation gate, carrying Chu Xing. At the same time, outside the Void Gate, a young man with long hair and a green cloak unleashed a destructive attack. Domain. Annihilation. The mutated humanoid Xenos were torn apart by the blue-purple energy. He continued to fight, his eyes sharp and cold. Only a few of these bastards left. Too bad none of them are top tier, otherwise I'd have made soup. On another front, a young man with short black hair and a white shirt faced a colossal snake Xenos, roaring, I've learned my lesson from you bastards last time, but I'm not the fool I used to be. He summoned blazing green thorns, coiling them tightly around the monster. Hellthorn Vortex, suffocate them. 2 other warriors were also flying in the air, supporting the battle. After the battle, the young man with short black hair sighed in relief. Phew, finally done. Now I can rest. His comrade, a long-haired man with a beard, complained, It's like I just used up all my breakfast, now I'm starving again. The 3 warriors stood amidst the ruins, chatting. The young man with brown hair tied up asked, I wonder how Nanzing is doing over there. The long-haired, bearded young man replied, On days like these, no news is good news. The young man with brown hair tied up continued to speculate. Hey, have you guys noticed that the Void Gate hasn't sent any more A-Class Xenos since the last wave? Maybe there's a pattern to the teleportation times and the types of Xenos that appear. The long-haired, bearded young man's eyes lit up. Damn it, my friend. I think you've discovered something huge. The young man with short black hair turned to Su Leng, the blonde girl standing nearby, and ordered, Su Leng, from now on you're in charge of recording every wave of Xenos that teleports through. Monitor the time, type, and rank of each appearance. Su Leng immediately brought her hand to her temple, responding resolutely. Understood. Amidst the boundless universe, streams of green and red energy intertwined, along with countless glowing eyes, harboring unfathomable mysteries and threats. In the deep black universe, Countless glowing eyes and swirling red and green energy streams created a terrifying spectacle that made the young man with long brown hair tied up scream in fear, unable to believe his eyes. In the infirmary, Nanziang hastily carried the severely injured Zhu Tian and placed her on the bed. The two girls, one with blonde hair and one with short black hair, standing nearby, also couldn't hide their worry. One immediately went to get medicine. The blonde girl hurriedly poured the green medicine into Zhu Tian's mouth, trying to save the unconscious girl. Although the medicine had an effect, the blonde girl still made it clear that it would take some time for Zhu Tian to wake up, and her severe internal injuries would prevent her from using her powers for a long time. Meanwhile, Nanziang received urgent news from a blonde female captain. A new S-class Xenos with unknown abilities had appeared at the Void Gate. Chu Xing also messaged to trust their teammates, stating that if they couldn't overcome this, they weren't worthy of being on the team anymore. More horrifying news arrived. The female captain reported that America had fallen, and a rebel army of millions of mutants was advancing towards the 5th defensive line, only 5 hours away. Nanziang desperately looked at Zhu Tian, muttering about how the raw material stone reserves were depleted after the battle with the Sound Bat King, rendering all magic, formations, spirit summoning, or beast taming useless. The short black-haired girl proposed an instant power-boosting medicine she had just developed, but the blonde girl immediately objected, warning that it would burn through life force and cause permanent damage to Zhu Tian in her current state. Nanziang resolutely refused, unable to let a 9-year-old child bear that risk, and decided that he could only summon a hawk to fly there, leaving everything else to adapt as needed. The short black-haired girl bowed her head in apology, promising to try and think of another way amidst the heavy atmosphere. Suddenly, Zhu Tian woke up, her eyes resolutely looking at Nanziang as she said, "Give it to me." Nanziang tried to reassure the girl, saying that what she had just heard was only a dream. But Zhu Tian sharply retorted, calling him a terrible liar, and asserting that she wasn't a child, easily fooled. Nanziang angrily ordered Zhu Tian not to be reckless, but the girl snorted coldly, reminding him that she had once recklessly pretended to be mute and recklessly followed him. And then, Zhu Tian decisively snatched the medicine bottle from the short black-haired girl's hand, declaring, "I was always a reckless child. How can I suddenly not be reckless?" Nanziang watched in horror as Zhu Tian swallowed the pill, only managing to utter that she understood what war was, then called her name in despair. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Zhu Tian, making the girl scream in extreme pain, while Nanziang and the blonde girl stood by, watching with horrified expression. Nanziang was still stunned, calling the girl's name in despair as the terrifying power erupted from Zhu Tian. Nanziang's face contorted in fear, cold sweat pouring out, witnessing Zhu Tian's horrifying transformation. But then, as if by a miracle, Zhu Tian stood up, energy surging through her veins, declaring she had never felt so powerful, and she wanted to use this strength to rush into battle. Nanziang still hesitated, asking if she was sure, but Zhu Tian affirmed confidently, so self-assured that she could teleport him off Earth immediately. In the control room, the short black-haired girl suggested getting more medicine for herself, while the blonde girl anxiously advised both of them to take more recovery medicine to reduce the side effect. The short black-haired girl handed them 2 bowls of porridge, instructing them to eat before leaving, as she had carefully cooled it. Nanziang and Zhu Tian took the bowls of porridge, thanking the short black-haired girl, who just smiled lightly and said there was no need to be formal. Meanwhile, at the Void Gate, another battle was unfolding. Su Changshang stood in mid-air, ordering his teammates that since Nanziang wasn't there, they had to handle this S-class threat themselves. The long black-haired young man in the green cloak confidently replied, saying he would use puppets to scout, as the monster hadn't fully revealed its power. Su Changshang raised his hand, and crimson puppet strings shot out, controlling skeletal humanoid creatures with blazing red eyes. He roared, "Puppet strings, all of you, rise!" The puppets charged to attack the Void Gate, where purple energy swirled with countless horrifying eyes, creating a chaotic and terrifying spectacle. But then, a puppet touched by the purple energy immediately disintegrated. Su Changxiang realized in horror, "This damn thing is corrosive?" The skeletal puppets continued to be corroded, and the control strings also began to rot. Su Changshang exclaimed, "It can even corrode my strings?" With danger imminent, Su Changshang hastily ordered his teammates to cut the puppet strings. One of them, the young man with spiky gray hair, startled awake after a moment of distraction, quickly apologized. Su Changshang quickly devised a strategy. Due to the enemy's corrosive nature, the top priority was to prevent it from spreading. He determined that his sword and the Wood Brothers' abilities wouldn't hold, so he turned to the long black-haired young man in the green cloak, calling him Old Pickle Jar, and asked him to use his water ability. The young man in the green cloak asked blankly, "Old Pickle Jar? Are you talking about me?" Su Changshang had no time to explain, hastily saying he'd deal with it later. The young man in the green cloak immediately acted, summoning a colossal mass of water, enveloping the corrosive energy. He roared, "Endless ocean! Water mass!" The water mass froze, forming a thick layer of ice, completely sealing the purple energy. He roared, "Seal!" The colossal ice block shook violently, and inside, a purple tentacled creature with countless eyes struggled, trying to break free from the seal. The entire formation stood at the foot of the colossal ice block, witnessing the ice cracking open as the corrosive purple energy relentlessly destroyed it. Qin Sui and another warrior poured all their strength into summoning a green root shield, trying to reinforce the defenses, but time was running out. The root shield was constantly corroded, disintegrating into pieces, and they strained, shouting, "Reinforce! Thicken! Repair!" Su Changxiang gazed thoughtfully at the ice block, remarking, "Lan Changkong's water mass is still corroding, but it has stopped the spread. Now we need to find a way to attack its weakness." "Water controls the spread, but what about fire?" Lan Changkong replied, "None of us can use fire." Qin Sui immediately suggested, "We can create flammable plants. We just need a spark to ignite them." Su Changxiang added, "My sword Qi can create sparks. Let's coordinate." Chu Xinghe leaped onto the arm of a colossal skeletal humanoid Xenos controlled by Su Changxiang, preparing to attack. He concentrated his sword Qi, creating a sharp blue energy stream that shot straight into the ice block, simultaneously ordering, "Sword Qi collision, ignite!" An earth-shattering explosion erupted, as brilliant blue-purple light and fiery red flames tore through space. But then, a horrifying sight appeared. The purple tentacled creature was not only not destroyed, but also split, regenerating into many smaller parts, escaping the ice. "It can split and regenerate?" Su Changxiang was thrown back by the explosion, groaning in pain. Realizing the situation had exceeded expectations, he fell freely through the air, surrounded by debris and a hazy purple smoke. Streaks of pink-purple energy began to reach out, pursuing him in the darkness, a warning echoing. "Danger!" Chu Xing landed heavily, and Lan Changkong quickly asked, "Chu Xing, are you all right?" He replied concisely, "I'm fine." Qin Sui and the other warriors were still struggling with the root shield, lamenting, "The shield's repair speed can't keep up with the corrosion. The shield is about to be completely destroyed." Su Changxiang looked at Lan Changkong, asking, "Lan Changkong, can you control this black rain?" Lan Changkong shook his head. "No, because they are separated entities, not water. But I can still control the corroded water, for now." Su Changxiang analyzed the situation, realizing that long-range firepower could slow down the enemy's regeneration. He proposed penetrating the corrosive layer, finding and burning the core to turn the tide. Hearing this, Lan Changkong asked about spatial abilities, mentioning the spatial bubble that Nanziying and Chutian had used. Nanziying, amidst the deep blue energy, decisively charged in, unsure if the spatial bubble could keep him safe. He only knew this was his only chance. A green spatial bubble enveloped Nanziying, steadily piercing through the corrosive energy layer, heading straight into the colossal mouth of a monstrous Xenos. He shouted, confirming he was inside. Su Changxiang and his comrades behind him breathed a sigh of relief, hope burning in their eyes. The long-haired, black-haired girl, a doctor, rushed over, anxiously wanting to treat the injured Su Changxiang. But he waved her off, ordering her to use holy light to counter the corrosion threatening the shield. Without hesitation, the long-haired, black-haired girl raised her hand, and a brilliant green holy light shield erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The holy light shield temporarily stopped the corrosion of the black-purple tentacles, but it couldn't last. The long-haired, black-haired girl anxiously reported that with her current strength, she could only cast the wide-area shield 2 more times. Su Changxiang did not flinch, asserting that 2 times would be enough to hold on. He ordered the long-haired, black-haired girl to expand the shield, taking over the positions of Qin Sui and the Wood Element warriors, protecting everyone. The holy light shield expanded, covering the entire battlefield. Su Changxiang declared that he would be the vanguard, using sword Qi to tear through the Xenos' defenses to find its core. He continued to instruct Qin Ying and Qin Sui to create extremely powerful, flammable, explosive seeds. Then, Su Changxiang's colossal puppets would carry them directly into the enemy's core. Everyone responded in unison. Su Changxiang reassured the long-haired, black-haired girl, telling her to simply coordinate with his sword, Qi. She nodded, her face full of trust. At the same time, Su Changxiang roared myriad sword domain, while the long-haired, black-haired girl also concentrated her power, holy light blessing. 2 streams of power erupted, merging together. Inside the colossal Xenos' mouth, the green energy of holy light and brilliant sword Qi swirled, attacking furiously. Blazing golden sword Qi, sharp as blades, tore through the Xenos' body, creating deep gashes. And then, amidst the chaos, the Xenos' core appeared, a blazing red orb enveloped by black-purple energy. The target was revealed, Amidst the enveloping brilliant green light, Nan Zizan collapsed from exhaustion, and the green-haired young man quickly caught her, anxiously calling her name. Su Chang'e! Hurry! It's regenerating! Lan Changkong shouted, urging Su Changxiang, who was standing in the spatial bubble, as the Xenos' core began to show signs of regeneration. Without hesitation, Su Changxiang roared, ordering his army of skeletal puppets to rise from the ground, ready for the final attack. Qin Clan, deploy the exploding Bodhi seeds, he commanded. And Qin Sui immediately responded, implanting the emerald green seeds into the puppets' bodies. The skeletal puppets shot forward like arrows, piercing through the black-purple energy screen, heading straight for the shimmering Xenos core. One of them reached out, embedding the seed deep into the energy orb, completing its suicide mission. It's in, Su Changxiang coldly ordered. Chu Xing, detonate. Chu Xinghe unleashed his sword chi domain, and brilliant sparks of collision erupted, spreading throughout the space. The Xenos core vibrated, and blazing golden sparks tore through the darkness, signaling an imminent catastrophic explosion. And then, a colossal fireball exploded, engulfing everything in sight, shaking the entire space. Quick, everyone into the spatial bubble, Nanxing shouted, as the colossal water mass began to disintegrate. The entire water mass is about to explode! Get out of here! Nanxing's green spatial bubble quickly enveloped the entire team, protecting them from the destructive explosion that was consuming the colossal water mass. Inside the bubble, the green-haired young man grimaced, complaining about the pungent stench, while Nan Zizan looked at him with confusion. Lan Changkong angrily turned to Su Changxiang, questioning the strange smell, while Su Changxiang merely shrugged, further irritating Lan Changkong, who loudly asserted that he was a water-controlled genius and couldn't possibly smell. Amidst the tension, the light blue-haired girl timidly raised her hand, awkwardly admitting, it might be because of me. The light blue-haired girl awkwardly explained the reason for the smell, saying that because her brother told her that Earth was the most precious, she couldn't bear to wash off the mud and dirt on her. The green-haired young man sighed, blaming his foolish sister for being excessive. Lan Changkong burst out laughing, teasing the siblings. Nan Ziying, meanwhile, spoke up, asking if they needed to crowd into this cramped space now that they were safe. Su Changxiang nodded in agreement, ordering everyone to disperse. Immediately, the spatial bubble shattered, releasing the group, and the long-haired black-haired girl in white breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out, the long-haired black-haired girl in white noticed a faint, earthy smell, but not the unpleasant odor from before. The spiky gray-haired young man, hearing this, happily declared that he didn't need to bathe anymore. The spiky blonde-haired young man looked at his light blue-haired sister, shaking his head slightly, implying she had misunderstood. The long-haired man, with a high ponytail in a brown robe, confidently invited the long-haired black-haired girl in white to smell his natural scent, boasting that even demons would praise it. The girl refused, saying she was still shy, then quickly concluded that the stench wasn't from the two of them. Nan Zizan philosophized that when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. The green-haired young man, with a hopeful expression, asked if the doctor still had enough strength to treat him. The doctor asked if he was in pain, but the green-haired young man chuckled, telling her to rest first, as the treatment could wait. The long-haired man with a high ponytail and a brown robe suddenly shouted, asserting that his wound hurt like hell and he would die if not treated soon. Nan Zizan calmly replied that no one would think he was mute if he just kept quiet. The green-haired young man declared that for his brother's happiness, he was willing to become a silent, good dog. The long-haired man with a high ponytail and a brown robe gestured for everyone to go back and rest, while he would stay and guard. The spiky blonde-haired young man, despite not liking the long-haired man with a high ponytail and a brown robe, still declared that he had strength to fight and would stay with him. The long-haired man with a high ponytail and a brown robe then praised his loyalty, unlike those who abandon friends for beauty. Meanwhile, in the frigid Antarctic, Chu Tian saw real penguins for the first time, and in this state, the white-haired commanding man reassured the little girl, promising to summon all their souls after the war ended. He confidently asserted that not only victory, but also the summoning of the penguins was within his capabilities. Chu Tian softly hummed, her face thoughtful. He pointed to a colossal, glowing emerald source mine, saying this was the last mine on Earth, and believed that after this collection, the amount of stone would be sufficient until the war ended. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. With a decisive motion, he began to absorb energy from the mine, emerald crystals swirling in a brilliant red glow. Nan Ziying raised his hand. Green energy erupted, and he called out, "Oh, great Antarctic! Legendary warriors of ages past, heed my call and awaken from your icy slumber. Advance, reinforce Cathay's fifth line of defense. Fight once more for humanity, for Earth." Green energy exploded around Nan Ziying as he bowed, and a multitude of warrior souls shot up, merging into the vast white snow. Chu Tian looked up at Nan Ziying, wondering, "Brother Nan, you've summoned the souls of fallen warriors. from all the nations we've lost. But why have you never summoned the heroic souls of Solaria? Why is that? Nanziang replied, his gaze distant. Because of a selfish wish. He said sternly, my selfish wish is for Cathay. After eliminating the aliens, humanity will be free from conflict, no longer vying for power or engaging in racial wars, so that ordinary people can live in peace and prosperity. Chu Tian listened, her eyes sparkling with empathy. Brother Nan, you are an idealist. Your ideals are difficult to achieve, but they are also truly beautiful. I genuinely want to see that day. Then I'll have many penguin friends, right? Nanziang turned back, offering a faint smile, and confidently affirmed, there will be. Suddenly, Nanziang decisively ordered, and a brilliant purple spatial bubble appeared, inside which was a colossal scorpion-shaped Xenos. Let's go. It's time for us to visit Riftreaver, he shouted. Teleport! In a flash, Nanziang and Chu Tian appeared in a desolate land, facing the colossal scorpion-shaped Xenos, Riftreaver. The alien spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. Well, you certainly picked the right spot. Spacious, abundant energy, ideal for a grave. Riftreaver approached, his glowing purple eyes fixed on Nanziang. You must be the legendary Nanziang. I am Riftreaver, a humble creature who has long admired your reputation. Nanziang gave a faint smile. You are truly different from the other aliens. Not only do you speak our language most clearly, but you are also the most polite one I've ever met. The others only know how to scream bugs and kill. Not even a Luriarch can speak as fluently as you, Riftreaver continued, his tone mysterious. I fully understand how a Luriarch could ensnare millions of Buddhist followers with his illusions, but I couldn't fully grasp your entire plan until now. Nanziang replied, his tone calm. You flatter me, sir. A group of warriors appeared, led by the muscular John America in his superhero suit. Beside him, the long-haired man with a high ponytail wearing a school uniform. John America roared, now do you understand? Surrender, resistance is futile. For the future of Earth, America, the strongest nation, has made a decision for all humanity. John America raised his hammer high, shouting passionately, only the glorious United States can lead our Earth to a new golden age. Long live America! Long live America! The black-clad warriors around him echoed in unison. Nanziang and Chu Tian observed from a distance, Nanziang's face full of disdain. How disgusting. Betraying the enemy and still putting on such a show? Truly, it's a waste of your talents not to be Hollywood actors. You'll sweep the Oscars, I tell you. John America was furious, pointing directly at Nanziang, roaring. Still laughing, instead of surrendering? Fine, I'll smash your face in. He continued to provoke. If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much talk? I need to see your worth in this battle. Amidst the chaotic battle, John America ordered a warrior. If you fail, it proves you have nothing. The subordinate responded loudly, full of vigor. Without hesitation, the black-clad warrior charged straight towards Nanziang, roaring, Die, Nanziang! But he only received Nanziang's contemptuous gaze. Just you? A god-ancient level nobody? You're not even worth me warming up for. Why don't all of you come at once? With a resounding roar, the black-clad warrior transformed into a stream of purple energy, descending like a colossal hammer, shouting, Thor's hammer! Nanziang glided lightly, evading the powerful attack. Nanziang smirked, brilliant blue electricity crackling around him, mocking, With that pathetic bit of energy, you dare call yourself Thor? Unwilling to concede, the opponent transformed into a blue electric dragon, roaring, Shut up! Thor's dragon! Nanziang remained calm, issuing a challenge. Speaking of dragons, have you ever seen a Cathay dragon? He raised his hand to the sky, golden lightning energy erupting, declaring, Today, I shall enlighten you. Forbidden art, lightning element, amplify. A colossal, majestic, golden electric dragon appeared, directly confronting the opponent's blue dragon, swallowing his roar of Thor's dragon. Nanziang's golden lightning dragon roared fiercely, completely overwhelming the opponent. My lightning dragon! The black-clad warrior stared in horror at the colossal golden dragon, disbelieving his eyes. How can this be? He hastily summoned a vibrant blue electric shield, trying to defend himself. Lightning shield! But it was all in vain. The shield shattered, and the black-clad warrior collapsed amidst the rubble, desperately screaming, No! Impossible! I am the greatest! His final pained groans echoed. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He had been completely defeated. Zhu Tian smiled mischievously, scoffing, He's really obsessed with greatness, isn't he? And the B on his helmet stands for big shot, right? Ahem. You know, in Cathay, a certain word starting with B isn't exactly a term of endearment. Meanwhile, Riftreaver, the enemy of humanity, stepped forward, looking at the remaining black-clad warriors. Your captain has proven his uselessness through death. What about you? When it comes to useless trash, I don't mind cleaning up myself. The black-clad warriors and the burly man with long, tied-up hair could only remain silent, their eyes filled with unease at Riftreaver's cold threat. Deputy Captain Johnny America, with his blonde hair and scraggly beard, roared orders to his warriors. "Oh, great warriors of America, charge with me. Avenge our captain." He summoned a forbidden earth element spell, and at the same time, the black-clad warriors behind him also charged. Nan Ziying, with his brilliant blue energy sword, looked disdainfully at his opponents. So you stubborn fools won't give up until you're 6 feet under? He continued to mock. That fighting spirit is commendable. Anyway, all of you will soon become my soldiers. He declared he would let his opponents experience his latest techniques, then unleashed a barrage of forbidden spells. Wind element, razor windstorm, enhance, and sound element, sonic wave, enhance. Blue energy swirled, spreading across the battlefield. Deputy Captain Johnny America was fiercely attacked by the blue energy, screaming in pain as his body was torn apart. Not only him, but the other black-clad warriors also could not escape Nan Ziying's wrath, sent flying by the skill Earthquake. 8 desolate screams, screaming miserably. Deputy Captain Johnny America tried to fight back by creating a steel clay fortress, but was still repelled by Nan Ziying's overwhelming power. Nan Ziying stood atop a rock, looking down at Johnny America buried in the rubble, coldly saying, "You've dug your own grave." He continued to mock. "But burying yourself alive is a bit cruel, isn't it? Let me help you find eternal rest." He summoned Earth Dragon Manifestation. A colossal golden dragon made of earth energy appeared, majestically circling him. The Earth Dragon charged to attack Johnny America with sonic wave convergence. Target focus! Creating a brilliant golden light explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Deputy Captain Johnny America was hit directly, screaming desperately. No! Golden energy erupted, destroying everything around him. He was flung into the air, still screaming incessantly and disbelieving. "How can you master everything?" Streams of golden energy still enveloped him. Nan Ziying looked down at Johnny America, lying unconscious on the ground, disdainfully saying, "If you want to be great again, it's simple." He began immortal summoning. Green warrior souls rose from the ground. Nan Ziying commanded, "All of you, rise, fight for Earth, for Cathay, go." Reinforce Cathay's 5th defensive line. The warrior souls, including the fallen black-clad warrior with the bee on his helmet, rose powerfully, shouting in unison, "Fight for Earth!" Riftreaver, the colossal scorpion-like Xenos, observed the scene, speaking. "Nan Ziying, you are indeed an incredibly valuable existence. Unfortunately, I know you would choose death over submission." It concluded, "Therefore, a great battle between us is inevitable." Amidst the desolate battlefield, the colossal scorpion Xenos, Riftreaver, spoke with venom, admitting that Nan Ziying was the most cunning outsider it had ever encountered, even more cunning than Alluriarch. It almost had to admire him. But then the Xenos roared, asserting that an enemy was still an enemy. From Nan Ziying's hand, a surge of green energy erupted, forming countless colossal warrior souls roaring, "Hell Slash!" Riftreaver, still standing firm amidst the brilliant golden energy, suddenly proposed a wager. "Nan Ziying, shall we make a bet?" The Xenos continued, explaining the conditions. "A battle of wits. If I win, you will serve me. If you win, I will serve you." Nan Ziying smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with disdain. "Interesting terms. However, if I lose, I will die. And if I win, whether I accept your service will depend entirely on the value you demonstrate." Without hesitation, Nan Ziying launched a counterattack. A colossal blue vortex roared, reversing everything. "Vortex! Reversal!" His blue vortex violently collided with Riftreaver's brilliant golden energy, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore through space. Riftreaver accepted the conditions, its body ablaze in a magical ring of fire ready for the fated confrontation. Nan Ziying stood firm, surrounded by blazing fireballs hurtling towards him, his gaze resolute. He concentrated his power. A magical blue energy circle enveloped his body, preparing for a counterattack. Nan Ziying roared, activating a terrifying ice spell. Ice formation, amplify, 50-fold. The colossal fireballs exploded in a cloud of smoke and vibrant blue light, creating a scene of destruction. A series of explosions continued, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of fire and ice, causing space to tremble violently. A colossal fireball, fiercely blazing with energy patterns, hurtled directly towards the Scorpion Xenos. The fireball collided, creating an explosive blue icy wave around it, freezing everything in sight. Amidst the brilliant icy magic circle, Nan Ziying roared, unleashing Ice Formation Amplify, 100-fold. The icy energy erupted, engulfing everything in a white fury. Brilliant golden lightning tore through the sky. The colossal scorpion Xenos, Riftreaver, sneered. "Mr. Nan, how can this petty formation hold me?" it roared. "Heavenly fire meteorite, descend!" A series of blazing fireballs, carrying destructive heat, hurtled from the sky to the ground. Nan Ziying's eyes were blood red, his face extremely tense. "If that's the case, I'll have to use my ultimate move, one I've never unleashed before," he said, amidst the rain of blazing meteors. His entire body erupted in brilliant red light, energy surging like a storm. Forbidden incantation, overload. An invisible force suddenly spread, blocking all incoming fireballs. Spirit of creation. From the vast space, the fireballs were repelled, flying back into the cosmos. Cosmic shift. Begone. Leave Earth. Return to the universe. Riftreaver was stunned, its purple eyes looking up at the starry sky. You can control the stars. This move you've never used before. Is it to protect Earth? Nan Ziying glided in a red aura, facing the monster. Riftreaver, your vortex, magic bullets, and heavenly fire meteors are useless now. If you have any more tricks, bring them all out. He charged forward, a brilliant red energy sword tearing through the wind, unleashing the attack Assura. Dragon Slayer. The colossal scorpion was knocked back, a fatal wound clearly visible. "If I had a choice, I truly wouldn't want to fight you," it growled. Nan Ziying stood firm, his aura soaring. "But you're not planning to kneel and surrender right now, are you? Then save those words for after the battle." He roared again, red energy erupting even more fiercely, summoning a colossal fire dragon from the void. Forbidden incantation, overload, fire dragon. The blazing fire dragon, a destructive surge of power, roared and charged directly at the colossal scorpion. "Attack!" Nan Ziying's roar echoed, commanding his divine beast. An earth-shattering explosion tore through space as the fire dragon and Riftreaver collided. Their powers were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. The monster roared. "With this move, our powers are equal. No victor can be determined." Atop Riftreaver's head, Nan Ziying stood firm like a god, his sharp eyes following the battle between the two colossal forces. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, the blade blazing brilliantly. "Then add another Assura purgatory slash," he roared, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. A terrifying slash tore through the air, striking directly onto Riftreaver's back. The monster roared in pain, the ground cracking as if struck by an earthquake. Impossible. Did that activate seismic power? In that instant, Nan Ziying saw through it. His crimson eyes flashed with calculation. Its reaction just now seemed overly focused on protecting its back. Furthermore, its tail usually moves above its back, and now it's tightly wrapped by my lava dragon. Putting it all together, its fatal weakness is definitely on its back. A smirk appeared on Nan Ziying's lips. "Now that I've found its weakness, this will be easy." He roared again, energy erupting. Forbidden incantation. Overload. The ground trembled. Colossal rocks flew up, emitting an ethereal purple light. Earth element. Myriad earth convergence. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be manipulated by him. Not stopping there, he continued to summon. Vibrant blue lightning bolts began to dance on his fingertips. Lightning element. He roared, his entire body erupting with energy. Blue lightning surging like a storm. Myriad thunder tribulation. Furious thunder and lightning descended, combined with the fire dragon and myriad rocks, crushing Riftreaver. The monster had no way to resist, desperately screaming, "Stop! I surrender!" A close-up of Riftreaver's tormented face, its purple eyes glowing with supplication. "I swear to obey you, to serve you for life!" Nan Ziying looked down at the newly surrendered foe, his face cold and expressionless, lightning still flickering around him. "Oh? But how can I trust you? An outsider, especially one as intelligent as you. How will you prove your worth and loyalty to me?" The thunder still rumbled, like a stern warning, making Riftreaver tremble. "Stop!" Nan Ziying's crimson eyes glared, coldly warning. "If your answer is unsatisfactory, the myriad thunder tribulation will descend immediately." Riftreaver hastily and respectfully replied, "Mr. Nan, I understand your concerns. Proving this is very difficult, but if you retract the fire dragon, I will use my tail to prove it. I swear, there is no deception." Amidst the fierce battle, Nan Ziying still maintained the blazing fire dragon, secretly thinking that this was not a fair gamble. And even if it was a trick, the monster could not defeat him in a rematch. Riftreaver, with a respectful tone, hastily thanked the young man for his calmness and wisdom. To prove its loyalty, Riftreaver exposed its fatal weakness, a sack of green eggs protruding from its tail, which it called its ultimate vital point. Nan Ziying stared in surprise at the vibrant green eggs, while Riftreaver trembled as it explained they were its young, the last seeds to sustain the civilization of the Sky Scorpion tribe. The monster continued to utter its oath of loyalty, willing to entrust these tiny lives to Nan Ziying's care, which left the young man surprised and suspicious. Nan Ziying was unconvinced. He swung his sword, delivering a blazing slash, questioning, "How do I know these are your young, and not some kind of weapon?" He continued to question, his sharp eyes looking down at the green eggs, suspecting the monster was plotting a larger invasion. Nan Ziying's fiery blade pierced through Riftreaver's outer shell, creating a large crack, but the monster remained still, offering no resistance. The sight of Riftreaver not defending itself, enduring Nan Ziying's attack, made the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Riftreaver, with a resigned expression, affirmed that it had not activated its defensive armor, allowing Nan Ziying to finish it off at any moment, then asked, "Now, can you trust me, sir?" Nan Ziying retracted the fire dragon, his eyes still full of vigilance, but with less killing intent, and he replied, "Now I can believe half of what you say, but you must tell me why." Riftreaver began to reveal the horrifying truth. "Because my race and humanity, in essence, are one. Both invaded, both facing destruction. Deep down, I am a rebel, just like you. Seeing you, it's like seeing my former self." Nan Ziying sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. What a strange tale. An invader claiming to be a rebel? Is there no limit to how low you'll stoop to survive? Riftreaver sighed, explaining that Nan Ziying found it hard to believe because he didn't know the truth behind the so-called Shiwan Zhongzhu Qinlu, which piqued the young man's curiosity. The monster continued to reveal a shocking secret. It was all just a game orchestrated by a higher civilization in the universe, known as the Tianqian. The 10,000 races were merely participants who had been invaded and driven from their own planets, and Earth was simply the arena chosen by the Tianqian for this game. Riftreaver concluded his explanation with a harsh truth. The war humanity was facing was merely a battlefield cleanup before the actual matches of the 10,000 races began. Nan Ziying was stunned to realize that, in their eyes, humanity wasn't even qualified to participate. They were just ants being swept away before the real war commenced. The giant scorpion confirmed. Nan Ziying, with sharp eyes, demanded to know more about its race and the Celestials' brutal invasion. Riftreaver began its story, its voice heavy with sorrow. Its flying scorpion race once dominated the distant planet N68, a vibrant world in the universe. After millions of years of evolution and development, enduring civil wars and countless conflicts, its race finally built a peaceful, prosperous civilization. But the peace did not last long. A mysterious celestial descended upon the planet, bringing omens of disaster. That stranger ordered its race to participate in the Myriad Races tournament, but they refused. The proud flying scorpion warriors rose up, launching a fierce attack. However, their arrogance and ignorance cost them dearly. The Celestials' power far exceeded all imagination, crushing all resistance. Every compatriot, every loved one of its kind, all fell, vanishing in a sea of fire and despair. That Celestial seemed to wield the power to control all cosmic elements. The fierce battle lasted less than half an Earth hour, and the flying scorpion race was completely defeated. Sadly, the last remnants of its race still refused to yield. They preferred death over slavery, and the outcome was complete annihilation. Only it, Riftreaver, was a traitor in the eyes of its kin. It wasn't that it didn't want to resist, but that it couldn't bear to see its civilization destroyed by blind opposition. As the sole survivor, it was brought to Earth, forced to participate in this brutal hunting game. An entire race wiped out in less than half an hour. Nan Ziying muttered, his eyes burning red. He turned to Riftreaver, questioning, "I'm curious. Why did you bet everything on me?" "From the start, your attitude seemed to imply this," Riftreaver replied, its voice carrying a horrifying truth. "That's because I sense in you an aura similar to that of a celestial." "What?" Nan Ziying was horrified, his face paling. "How can that be?" "Though it's faint, like a small spark, its essence is identical," Riftreaver continued. "Especially in our battle, your elemental control ability is unmistakable." Nan Ziying fell silent, lost in thought. He pondered deeply, thinking back. In my previous life, just before I died, the success of my 5 great skill trees was very strange. And my reincarnation, too. Could it all be related to those beings called Celestials? Nan Ziying frowned, a big question forming in his mind. If so, what is their purpose? Besides, I also sense something in you that resonates with my race's civilization, Riftreaver added. Instead of being killed by you in this game, I chose to surrender and bet once more. Nan Ziying nodded deep in thought. You have a point. Nan Ziying coldly questioned Riftreaver about the value it could bring. The monster, without hesitation, declared its terrifying power, crushing all Xenos below S-rank and matching other S-rank Xenos. More importantly, it understood the teleportation mechanism of the Void Gate and how to destroy it. Upon hearing this, Nan Ziying smirked and laid out his conditions. From now on, Riftreaver must obey him absolutely until this war ends. If this gamble succeeded, he promised to let it return to its planet and continue its destroyed civilization. Riftreaver bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude, accepting all conditions Nan Ziying put forth. An unexpected alliance was formed between the destroyer and the survivor. Nan Ziying turned his back, called Zhu Tian, and signaled for her to return. The black-haired girl who was creating a brilliant purple teleportation gate answered immediately upon hearing his call. Zhu Tian looked in surprise at the giant creature behind Nan Ziying, wondering how it was still alive and what that strange appearance was. Nan Ziying calmly introduced, "Let me reintroduce. This is Riftreaver. Now it's part of my team." He continued, ordering them to teleport back to the Void Gate battlefield first, promising to explain everything on the way. Zhu Tian was still stunned, but reluctantly nodded in agreement. The girl focused her mind, summoning a massive purple energy vortex, preparing for a spatial teleportation. The purple energy swirled violently, engulfing a whole section of the sky, signaling an imminent large-scale teleportation. But then, Zhu Tian suddenly grimaced, beads of sweat forming. She realized Riftreaver was too large to teleport all at once. Seeing this, Riftreaver quickly apologized, explaining that it could shrink or transform into a human form, but would lose its combat abilities when transformed. Nan Ziying waved it off, ordering it to transform anyway, as its combat abilities weren't needed at the moment. Riftreaver obeyed, purple energy flaring around its giant scorpion body, beginning the transformation process. Thick purple smoke enveloped the monster's entire body, obscuring the view, revealing only the shape within gradually changing. Within the hazy smoke, a human form gradually became clear, with softer lines, yet still retaining some of Riftreaver's appearance. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a human body but still bearing traces of the scorpion creature. Large pincers and a long tail. Finally, Riftreaver appeared in the form of a dark-skinned girl, bald, with 2 small braids, wearing a 2-piece swimsuit, and still retaining its pincers and scorpion tail. She asked Nan Ziying if this form was acceptable. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Zhu Tian gnashed her teeth in anger, her face darkening, muttering that she suddenly felt like punching someone. Zhu Tian was still annoyed, clutching her head and muttering, an uncomfortable feeling rising as if she wanted to punch someone. Nan Ziying, with a stern expression, ordered Riftreaver to transform into a male form, a model suitable for Earth's aesthetics. Zhu Tian beside him was still scowling, muttering reluctant agreement. A burst of purple light erupted, enveloping Riftreaver. The monster's body began to transform, swelling and becoming more solid, taking on a powerful appearance. The light dissipated, revealing a burly man. With bulging muscles, a bald head topped with a tuft of spiky white hair, he still retained his pincers and scorpion tail, only now he wore nothing but a pair of briefs. He confidently asked Nan Ziying for his opinion. Both Nan Ziying and Zhu Tian froze, their eyes wide, mouths agape. Extreme astonishment was evident on their faces. Unable to bear it any longer, Nan Ziying and Zhu Tian simultaneously rushed to beat up the monster thoroughly. Amidst the dust, Nan Ziying's growl echoed. "Do you have a huge misunderstanding of human aesthetics? What kind of monstrous idea is it to put your tail in front?" After some adjustments, Riftreaver reappeared, this time with its tail back in the correct position. It bowed its head in apology, admitting it still had much to learn about human aesthetics. Nan Ziying sighed in relief. Phew, much more presentable after the adjustments. Zhu Tian, though still resentful, threw him a piece of cloth to cover himself. Nan Ziying crossed his arms and instructed, "Wrap this around your waist. Try not to embarrass us." Riftreaver obediently took it, thanking him. Under the faint crescent moon, the void gate in the sky remained silent. 2 warriors, the man with long hair tied up in a brown robe, and the bearded man with long hair, were on guard, wondering about the unusual quiet. One muttered, "Chu Xing was right. These alien teleportation gates definitely follow a pattern." Suddenly, a burst of purple light flared, and a teleportation gate unexpectedly opened. From within, Riftreaver, in the form of a burly man, stepped out. The 2 guarding warriors were startled, immediately taking defensive stances. "Who's there?" the bearded man with long hair roared in warning. The man with long hair tied up in a brown robe beside him was also tense, immediately realizing that the newcomer was no ordinary human. Nan Ziying and Zhu Tian appeared, standing with Riftreaver. He calmly introduced, "Our new teammate, an S-rank alien, Riftreaver. You can call him Reaver." The entire group of warriors, including the man with long hair tied up in a brown robe, the bearded man with long hair, Chu Xing and Su Changshang, were stunned. The bearded man with long hair exclaiming, "What?" Nan Ziying explained, The Void Gate only opens at dawn, mainly teleporting aliens of A rank and below. S ranks are few and appear only at noon, so there's no need for night watch. Riftreaver stood beside him, raising a hand to the sky to illustrate. Nan Ziying turned to Riftreaver, asking directly about the core issue. So, what's the way to close the Void Gate? Riftreaver answered without hesitation, revealing a shocking secret. Inside the Void Gate, each race has its own corresponding teleportation passage, transit space, and teleportation center, in an illusory space filled with swirling purple and blue energy. Riftreaver continued to explain the method. We go through the passage, reach the transit space, eliminate the aliens there, and destroy the teleportation center. That will prevent any further teleportations for that race. Nan Ziying listened, but his eyes were still full of doubt. He posed a sharp question, as if piercing through the facade of the explanation. After being destroyed, can it not be rebuilt? Riftreaver, with a naive expression, explained that the teleportation center could be rebuilt, but the rules of the universe did not allow it. It continued, saying that once a teleportation center was destroyed, it was the end for that race, and the Celestials would proceed with suppression. The surrounding scenery seemed to tremble with strange creatures. Nan Ziying pondered, asking about this mysterious deity and if they could truly win. The man with tied-up long hair replied that they would learn step by step and wait to see what fate held. The man with tied-up long hair and his bearded, long-haired friend happily put their arms around each other, exclaiming that they could return to the cozy cabin to eat and rest, as the next wave of teleportations wouldn't occur until dawn. Zhu Tian also smiled and agreed. Zhu Tian raised her hand, purple energy flaring, and ordered an immediate teleportation, bringing the group back to the cabin for discussion and to call Su Ling and Chen Care. The scene shifted to the cozy cabin, where a lavish feast awaited the group, overflowing with delicious dishes. Su Ling sat next to Chen Lianyi, expressing surprise that an enemy could become an ally. Chen Lianyi smiled, saying that having new friends was good, and invited Riftreaver to make itself at home. Riftreaver, still with a bewildered expression, repeated her words, telling itself not to hesitate and to consider this home. And then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Riftreaver began to eat frantically, tossing all the dishes on the table. Nan Ziying's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with astonishment at Riftreaver's unexpected actions. Su Ling and Chen Lianyi were no exception. Both were deeply shocked, mouths agape, watching the chaotic scene. Riftreaver, its mouth still full of food, innocently asked everyone if it was being too polite, then casually asked for more. Everyone around the table was furious, throwing objects at Riftreaver. Nan Ziying, with a helpless expression, explained that Huaxia culture was very profound and it still had much to learn. Poor Riftreaver was knocked out of the cabin, lying sprawled on the lush green grass. Lying flat on the ground, Riftreaver still wondered blankly if, in their culture, being too polite got you beaten, and if it had known, it would have asked for 10 tables of food. After the violent lesson, Nan Ziying declared, "There's no choice but to cook another meal, so let's have a barbecue." He urged his teammates, "Come on, everyone show off your talents. We must finish quickly." Immediately, the young prodigies cast their magic. Qin Ying and Qin Rui, with glowing hands, quickly planted and harvested countless fresh eggplants, peppers, and green onions. Next, it was the bearded, long-haired man's turn. He used his great talent for a trivial matter. Use great talent for small tasks. Let everything be washed clean with water. A stream of clear water enveloped, cleaning all the vegetable. The enthusiastic atmosphere spread. "Chu Xing, you cut into cubes, I'll cut into slices." The long-haired, brown-haired man wearing sunglasses ordered, while he and Qin Rui swiftly used energy to chop the ingredient. Nan Ziying also joined in. He decisively declared, "Then I'll be in charge of roasting the boar's head." Magical flames erupted, engulfing the giant wild boar, turning it into a fragrant roast. As everyone enthusiastically prepared, Nan Ziying turned to look at Riftreaver, who was still bewildered after being kicked. He spoke in a low, serious tone. "No, wait until we're done eating, then you can have the rest." Nan Ziying ordered strictly. "And if that's still not enough for you, go to the battlefield tomorrow and eat your fill before coming back." Poor Riftreaver could only say, "Oh, all right," in disappointment. The lavish barbecue feast took place, with the whole group gathered, enjoying themselves. Nan Ziying ate as he spoke. "Tomorrow we will enter the Void Gate. Let's use this time to brainstorm ideas. Riftreaver, you'll be responsible for eliminating alien races from the teleportation gate. Any issues?" Riftreaver declared loudly. "No problem," Su Chongxiang asked. "If an S-rank alien race appears tomorrow, who will handle it?" Nan Ziying calmly replied, "Many corpses outside will make it easier for me to use my techniques. Combined with Riftreaver, we're strong enough to hold out." The long black-haired girl added,
I'll have my sister join to facilitate healing.
"Wouldn't that lead to separating them?" Su Chongxiang wondered. Nan Ziying looked at him, shaking his head. "Su Chongxiang, Your words are sourer than old pickled cabbage. Su Chengxiang could only reply, I understand. Two young girls, one with light brown hair tied up, and Chen Care eagerly raised their hands. Leader, Chen Care and I also want to go to the battlefield to train ourselves. The light brown-haired girl added, That's right. We now know the rules, so we don't need to stay at a fixed point for reconnaissance anymore. Nan Ziang smiled and agreed. All right then, tomorrow join Su Chengxiang's group. He continued to assign tasks. Zhu Tian, Chu Xinghe, Qin Sui, and the Mu Tuesday brothers, you will enter the Void Gate with me. The long-haired, brown-haired man wearing sunglasses spoke up. All right, besides these arrangements, I suggest each of us share the lessons learned from the battles of the past 2 days. The members offered suggestions. The Mu Tuesday brothers' techniques are still limited. They should develop towards poisons and earth roots. Can Brother Qin's water system evolve into ice or landslides? I can create special sulfuric acid and coolants as needed. I'm about to complete my research on regenerative medicine. It will be useful for everyone. I'm also researching medicinal food recipes. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, and the giant space gate burst open. From within, countless grotesque monsters, with glowing red eyes and demonic forms, roared and charged out, carrying deadly purple energy. The Void Gate has opened. Everyone get into position and prepare for battle. Nan Ziying decisively ordered, drawing his sword. Teleport us now, Zhu Tian, he shouted, ready to plunge into the life-or-death battle. Zhu Tian clasped her hands, her gaze firm, purple energy flaring around the girl. Spatial link. Teleport. A deep, swirling black hole opened, and Nan Ziyang led the team straight into it, his voice echoing. Let's go. Follow me. Charge in. The group appeared in a strange land, many still dizzy. Ugh, so dizzy. One person cried out, Stay focused. Regulate your breathing. Before them was a teleportation corridor with countless glowing gates. Nan Ziying observed. These gates are arranged by rank. The darker the color, the higher the rank, and the deeper the location. He turned his back to the lightest blue gate. We'll enter the low-level races gate first to scout the situation. Stepping through the gate, the team realized the environment inside was completely different, perhaps designed specifically for each race. In a snow-covered fortress, 2 lizard-like Xenos guarded a stone gate. They discussed joining the battlefield in the upcoming reinforcement. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion tore through the stone gate, sending the 2 Xenos into a panic. Amidst the smoke, dust, and rubble, Nan Ziying and his teammates strode out fearlessly, their eyes sharp and cold. He looked towards the ruined stone city. This must be the main teleportation station. The teleportation axis must be deep inside that city. The lizard-like and small ape-like Xenos roared, despising the group as mere ants, and charged to attack. Nan Ziying coldly commanded, Kill them! He swung his sword, unleashing a forbidden art. Wind Blade! A series of sharp wind blades, blazing like fire, swirled into a destructive vortex, sweeping everything away. The terrifying power of the forbidden art tore through space, devouring every enemy in its path. After the energy storm, a colossal pillar of fire erupted, completely annihilating the Xenos, leaving behind a scene of desolation. In the vast universe, a brilliant golden energy sphere shattered, signaling the end of a battle or merely the beginning of something greater. The pillar of fire swept everything away, leaving desolation amidst the falling snow. The young group was stunned. The long-haired man with a high ponytail exclaimed in horror, Just one strike wiped them all out? Maybe we shouldn't have come here. Meanwhile, Nan Ziying was bewildered, questioning himself, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Nan Ziying, who had just unleashed the forbidden art, unexpectedly realized something strange. His energy source was not depleted. He wondered, this time, when using the forbidden art, the source stone wasn't consumed? Did the abundance of spiritual energy within the Void Gate eliminate the need for the source stone? But the price was not small. Vivid red blood vessels began to spread across his arm. He looked at his hand in horror, realizing the transformation taking place. Oh, what is this? Nan Ziying pondered among the group, wondering, this might be the price of using power within the Void Gate. But where will this price lead? Seeing his strange expression, his long-haired teammate with a high ponytail asked worriedly, Nan Ziying, what's wrong? He quickly replied, nothing. Without revealing his emotions, he quickly gave an order, urging the group forward. Let's go! The faster we shut down a teleportation axis, the safer Wuxia will be. The whole group responded in unison. Yes, sir. Although Nan Ziying tried to hide it, his teammates still noticed the abnormality. He suppressed his urge, waiting for the right moment to ask. His expression is really strange, but he doesn't want to talk now, so I have no choice but to wait until we return to ask him. Arriving before a series of teleportation gates, Nan Ziying assigned tasks. Each of us will enter a gate, I will specialize in S rank, and you all handle those below S rank first. And Zhu Tian, fight flexibly according to the situation. The whole group responded seriously, yes sir. He directed his gaze towards the dark yellow gate, which harbored the most dangerous S-rank Xenos races. The dark yellow area ahead. It definitely contains S-rank alien races. A horned demon skull symbol on the gate piqued his curiosity. This pattern, is it a succubus? Could it be that only ranks above S deserve a special pattern? He realized that all these gates led to S-rank Xenos races that had appeared on the battlefield. Everything ahead are S-rank alien races that have appeared on the battlefield. But the Riftreaver symbol was faint, making him think of the only remaining Riftreaver by his side. But the Riftreaver's pattern is faint. Is it because all of them are extinct, except for the Riftreaver next to us? With a decisive command, he signaled his teammates and the girl Zhu Tian to charge into the gate. All right, let's eliminate these familiar faces first. He plunged into the teleportation vortex, wondering if this was a psychic pathway where spiritual energy was preserved. Still, spiritual energy? Is this a psychic-type pathway? In the teleportation space, Nan Ziying mused, is this gate one way? If the god doesn't open it, the aliens inside can't escape, yet we can easily infiltrate. So why would he do that? If it's just for entertainment, why doesn't he release them all at once? Nan Ziying gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze piercing through the void. Could it be that the god does all this just for amusement? The question echoed in his mind. A doubt about the cruel purpose of the Supreme Being. Meanwhile, in another dimension, countless strange creatures were gathering. A brilliant golden gate opened, promising a new invasion. Two round-headed, dark-skinned creatures wearing gray cloaks were conversing. Today is our teleportation day, isn't it? I wonder what the situation is like outside after Big Sister left last time. Another confidently replied, don't worry. Outside are all low-level scum. We'll crush them with our intellect and abilities. But suddenly, the teleportation gate exploded. Amidst the fragments of light, a figure strode out fearlessly, wielding a sword, his aura soaring to the sky. It was Nan Ziying. The terrifying sight left the two round-headed creatures stunned. What's happening? They panicked. It's not time yet. Nan Ziying said little. He swung his sword. A brilliant red energy tore through space, aimed directly at the enemy. Is this an ant's counterattack? How can this be? They were terrified. The round-headed creatures quickly gathered. Their eyes glowed emerald green, preparing to counterattack. Everyone, prepare for battle. Mental attack. An invisible shockwave struck. Nan Ziying staggered, clearly feeling the terrifying power. Damn it! A collective mental attack? So strong. Undeterred, Nan Ziying braced himself. He activated a mental shield, a brilliant golden aura enveloping his body. Mental defense. Full power. But the demons didn't stop. A pink, tentacled creature with countless glowing eyes appeared. A 131, a 132, execute the charm attack. It commanded. The rest, provide support. Immediately, two illusory beauties appeared, embracing Nan Ziying. Handsome young man, you're tired, aren't you? One whispered. Shall this maid massage you? He frowned. Is this blood mist an aphrodisiac or an illusion? They continued to entice him. Their voices sweet as honey poured into his ears. Come quickly. Surrender to pleasure. Forget the battle. Forget the pain. Just enjoy. Nan Ziying closed his eyes, his expression seemingly giving in. All right, I'll come. But then, his eyes suddenly opened wide, blazing with fire. He swung his hand, a burst of red energy exploding, knocking away one of the beauties. I'll come. To curse your ancestors, she screamed in pain. Nan Ziying roared, his power erupting, tearing apart the illusion. How much do you despise humanity to dare use such despicable tactics? The two beauties were swept into a vortex of brilliant red energy. One of the round-headed creatures witnessed the scene, its face contorted in astonishment. Damn it! The information was wrong! It's not working! Their plan had failed miserably. Amidst a vortex of purple energy, Nan Ziying was surrounded by three round-headed Xenos who were trying to establish a mental link. But Nan Ziying was not one to be easily subdued. He roared, swung his sword, and a brilliant red energy tore through space, severing all mental links of the Xenos. Die, all of you! He roared, his killing intent soaring to the sky, red energy surging like a storm, devouring those who dared to stand in his way. Meanwhile, another round-headed Xenos, with a cunning expression, had found new prey. I've found the important ones. Transform. Three round-headed Xenos immediately changed their forms, transforming into young men with ordinary appearances. Nan Ziying sneered, his red eyes flashing with contempt. Ha ha ha! Do you think you know why they're important? With such stupidity, do you dare to look down on humanity? Hell on earth. His power erupted, engulfing the round-headed Xenos in a sea of brilliant red flames, causing them to melt in agony. Desperate screams echoed as the last Xenos was crushed, turning into dust. Vanish from this world. Brilliant red sword energy tore through the wind, pursuing and completely annihilating the remnants of the Xenos. He stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, his expression calm. As expected, much more familiar and easier than last time. Without a moment's rest, Nan Ziying was ready for the next challenge. Next, the Soundbat King. Directed sound wave. He summoned his power, a burst of green sound waves erupting, aimed directly at the enemy. Forbidden sound magic, roar of the reverb dragon. The golden dragon transformed into a sea of fire, devouring the giant bats, its sky-shattering roar tearing everything apart. The battle ended. He turned his back to the raging flames. Everything had returned to peace. Oh, this mark has appeared again. Nan Ziying stared at his hand, where a brilliant red mark had appeared. He wondered, is this the price for not consuming elemental stones? Unfortunately, my elemental stone reserves are insufficient, even without considering participating in battlefields outside the Void Gate. He clenched his fist, his gaze firm. But it's fine. This price is negligible for now, and anyway, let's win this battle first. Next, the Phantom of Destruction. Amidst a desolate land under a colossal moon, glowing gates led into the void. A mysterious figure floated in a purple energy sphere, silently observing. He received a report. Lan Changcheng, Chu Xing, the Mu Tuesday brothers, and Nan Ziying had all completed their missions. He shrugged, his expression relaxed. It seems everyone is progressing smoothly. I have no role here anymore. He also mumbled, regretting not bringing roasted eggplant for entertainment. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion tore through the space behind him, red flames blazing across the sky. The mysterious figure flinched, the pink-purple energy shield enveloping him shaking violently. What is this? The mysterious oppressive power rendered him immobile, his body trapped in the pink-purple light. He realized in horror. An alien creature? I can't move? A colossal dragon-like monster. Its body brilliant red, with horns and sharp spikes, roared menacingly. Enveloped by red lightning bolts, Zhu Tian, the mysterious figure from earlier, now appeared pitifully small before its ferocious head. The dragon's sharp fangs gaped wide, preparing to swallow Zhu Tian. Death was imminent. Despair enveloped him. Zhu Tian's face contorted in fear, his eyes wide. He screamed in despair. Help! Just as the situation was critical, a figure flashed past like lightning. Nan Ziying, white hair flowing in the wind, swung his sword directly at the monster, roaring. Zhu Tian. Without hesitation, Nan Ziying concentrated his power, his hands emitting brilliant blue electricity. Forbidden lightning art. He decided to unleash his strongest attack. The incantation echoed, lightning energy surged, trapping the colossal dragon in a dazzling electric prison. Thunder prison desolation! Another voice hastily echoed. Qin Ying! Qin Rui! Save him! From one of the glowing gates, a stream of green energy flew out, sweeping up the struggling Zhu Tian. Come here! Qin Ying and Qin Rui, two young men, appeared just in time, safely catching Zhu Tian. They stood firmly beside the gate, their gazes resolute. Qin Rui embraced Zhu Tian, who was still trembling with fear. Zhu Tian exclaimed, still in shock. Zhu Tian! Qin Rui called her name. Zhu Tian collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, but still tried to compose herself. Phew, I almost got eaten. Qin Ying and Qin Rui comforted her. It's okay, you're safe. Qin Rui sighed. Even if she's big sister, in the end, she's still just a child. Zhu Tian looked up, her eyes still wet but full of determination. I'm not scared at all. Why should I be scared when you two aren't afraid of anything? Qin Ying looked at her, a little flustered. We're just... At that moment, a colossal lightning pillar from Nan Ziying struck the dragon's head, creating a dazzling electrical explosion. Qin Ying softly said, reassuring Zhu Tian, That's right. Big sister is never afraid. Nan Ziying's dazzling lightning pillar stopped, but the spatial bubble protecting Zhu Tian also shattered, leaving behind a chaotic void. A long-haired, white-haired man, his eyes full of worry, watched the red dragon soaring, wondering if it had the ability to freeze time and space. He hurried. It's getting out. I must inform Suchanga immediately. At the fortress gate, a colossal rift reaver with a dark red body shot out blazing fire meteorites, creating a destructive meteor shower. Giant fireballs exploded, wiping out countless lower-level Xenos, creating a chaotic and devastating scene. Under the ancient tree, a group of people were resting, praising. This S-rank rift reaver is no joke. It crushes all weaker foes. Indeed, today I truly saw what it means for one person to stand against 10,000. Haha, Didn't you see how much it ate? But honestly, it deserves it. We haven't even lifted a finger, and this wave is almost over. Amidst the praises, the Rift Reaver transformed into a muscular black-skinned man with spiky white hair, boasting, "You flatter me too much. What I did was just a small effort." Suchange, the man with the bun, frowned and reprimanded. "Who told you to transform? Don't get complacent because of our praises." The black-skinned man quickly bowed his head. "Oh, I apologize." At the same time, the long-haired, white-haired man urgently contacted Suchanga, his voice full of tension. "Suchanga, an S-rank sky dragon is about to appear," he continued to warn. "And its dragon's breath can momentarily freeze time and space. Be extremely careful." Suchanga, with sharp eyes, replied concisely, "Understood." Suddenly, a colossal shadow lunged forward. The monster had appeared. It roared, spewing out a stream of blazing breath. The blazing red dragon's breath aimed directly at Riftreaver, startling it. Too late! The dragon lunged, binding the Riftreaver with invisible threads, rendering it immobile. "Traitor! Die! I can't move!" Blazing red threads, like celestial entanglement strings, tightly wrapped around Riftreaver, imprisoning it in midair. The red dragon roared, creating a celestial net of pink energy, completely enveloping the Riftreaver. With an enraged roar, the dragon tore apart Riftreaver's contract, causing it to dissipate in a chaotic surge of energy. The dragon's breath erupted. A terrifying surge of energy swept through, freezing the celestial entanglement strings, rendering them immobile. In the chaotic moment, the white-haired young man rushed forward, determined to save Riftreaver from the red dragon's encirclement. But before he could act, a blazing golden energy descended, making Riftreaver cry out in pain. Fortunately, a black-haired young man in white robes timely cast a holy light healing spell, enveloping Riftreaver. The red dragon roared, calling the white-haired young man a traitor. But he resolutely shielded Riftreaver, declaring it a comrade and challenging the dragon. Wounded and moved, Riftreaver teared up, uttering choked words about camaraderie. The black-haired young man in white robes affectionately scolded Riftreaver, telling it not to cry over a small wound, while continuing to heal it. Elsewhere, Suchange and his low bun-haired comrade were observing, analyzing that the dragon's breath could freeze space for 10 seconds, but in return, it couldn't use other moves. Without hesitation, the red dragon once again spewed out deep blue dragon's breath, powerful and destructive. Suchange didn't flinch. He loudly mocked the dragon's paralyzing move, boasting that his ancestors had used this technique since ancient times. The red dragon roared in anger, refusing to accept Suchanga's arrogant words. Wasting no time, Suchanga commanded, summoning countless humanoid creatures with purple energy, causing them to rise from the ground. The humanoid creatures began to transform, piling on top of each other, forming a terrifying, grotesque mass. Meanwhile, the red dragon had lunged, attacking with sharp claws. Qin Ying hastily warned. Before he could recover, the dragon swung its tail powerfully, sending Suchange flying and eliciting a painful groan. Amidst the chaotic battle, Zhu Tian frowned with worry, reporting that the predicted situation was too slow, risking complete failure. The girl with two buns immediately proposed another way, her eyes flashing with determination. Zhu Tian spread her arms wide, green energy erupting around her body, decisively shouting, "Sensory link, share sensation." The girl with two buns' eyes glowed a vibrant pink-purple, blood seeping from the corners of her eyes as she fully activated her prophet's eye, urgently urging, "Hurry! I can only hold it for 10 seconds. In a moment of understanding, Zhu Tian ordered Riftreaver to provide cover, and the colossal scorpion immediately responded, ready for battle. In the sky, the colossal red dragon continued to roar, raining down countless blazing fire meteorites, transforming the space into a sea of flames. Not stopping there, it again spewed out a powerful frozen dragon's breath, a cold blue energy tearing through the night, attacking relentlessly. But just then, Zhu Tian appeared in midair, purple energy threads erupting, binding the dragon tightly. She shouted, "Now's the time! Heaven's net, earth's snare, tear it apart!" Blazing red energy threads tightened around the dragon's body, forming a colossal net. Zhu Tian coldly commanded, "Heaven's net, kill it!" With a determined expression, Zhu Tian pulled the energy threads taut, her eyes sharp as if to pierce through her opponent. "Tear it to shreds!" The red dragon roared in pain. A desperate surge of blazing red energy spewed from its mouth, but it was futile against the tightening shackles. Zhu Tian stared at the dragon, her eyes flashing with insight as she realized, "The reverse scale on its forehead grants regeneration?" Fortunately, I predicted its movements. The red dragon struggled wildly, roaring in fury. "Don't you dare!" But the energy threads held tight, refusing to let go. Without hesitation, Zhu Tian aimed directly at the red scale in the middle of the dragon's forehead, coldly declaring, "By snatching this reverse scale, which looks like a red gem between its eyebrows, I will turn this colossal dragon into a worm." A triumphant rang out as Zhu Tian clutched the red reverse scale in her hand, proudly declaring, "This reverse scale is mine now." Finally, the colossal red dragon collapsed, disintegrating into rubble, leaving only the tiny form of a worm. Zhu Tian sighed in relief, ending the battle. "Oof, it's done." The fierce tremors from the recently concluded battle still lingered, throwing the two girls, Su Ling and Chen Ke, into the air, making them scream in terror. Zhu Tian watched, her eyes filled with extreme worry. Swift as lightning, Zhu Tian rushed forward, timely catching the falling Su Ling and Chen Ke, calling out her two comrades' names with an anxious voice. From a distance, a muscular black-skinned man with spiky white hair rushed over, eagerly offering, "Let me catch one of them." Zhu Tian skillfully refused. At the same time, Chen Lianyi timely cast a green healing aura that enveloped the entire group, ensuring the injured girl's safety. Lying within the healing aura, Su Ling sighed in relief. "Care. We're finally not a burden to the team anymore." Chen Ke responded with a cold himph, asserting that she was never a burden. At least she was the Phoenix's claw. Zhu Tian stood upright, arms crossed over her chest, looking at the two girls resting. Su Ling said, "This time, we truly owe you two for breaking the deadlock." Zhu Tian replied with a resolute statement. "No one in our team is someone to be overlooked." Zhu Tian held out a white potion bottle, declaring, "This is a quick recovery potion from Chen Lianyi." Su Ling sneered, teasing Chen Ke. "It's rare to hear kind words from your mouth. I thought a dog's mouth only knew how to bark." Zhu Tian froze, her eyes narrowing uncomfortably at the two girls bickering. The power of the recovery potion was truly astonishing. Chen Ke and Su Ling awoke, their entire bodies radiating brilliant light, declaring that they had fully recovered their strength. Zhu Tian smiled and asked, "Are you two fully recovered?" Chen Ke was surprised. "Huh? What are you planning?" Zhu Tian replied with a mischievous smile. "I'm going to run away now." Zhu Tian and Chen Ke began a chase and teasing session. Zhu Tian called Chen Ke a crybaby and old hag, even Grandma Tian Shan, making Chen Ke angrily vow to kill her. The black-haired girl and another blonde girl stood watching, bursting into laughter. The blonde girl remarked, "These two are such children. They look just like they did when they were little." The black-skinned man interjected, sighing, "It reminds me of the chase under the sunset on my home planet. My youth was truly wasted." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the long-haired, white-haired young man and Qin Ying stood before a colossal teleportation axis, where two peculiar Xenos creatures were present. The white-haired young man proposed, "This is the last teleportation axis of the B-rank alien race. What do you think if we test our new technique?" Qin Ying decisively replied, "All right, I'll start." A gray-haired young woman, her hands touching the ground, summoned emerald energy, summoning abyssal wood domain. From the earth, a colossal ancient tree stretched, entwined with green power, as if to tear open the sky. Sky Pillar Seal. Immediately after, Qin Ying charged forward, decisively. "My turn." He prepared to unleash another move. Root Annihilation. The ground trembled. Colossal stone tree roots emerged, coiling in brilliant green light. Seismic structure collapse. Two energy sources, wood and earth, merged, creating a destructive vortex. Dazzling light erupting. A terrifying explosion tore through space. Qin Ying excitedly, "Brother, the destructive power of this new technique isn't bad at all." He added, "This credit goes to Su Chang's proposal." Together with the gray-haired girl, Qin Ying smiled. "Brother, don't you see after coming here, our strength seems to have increased?" The gray-haired girl replied, "I think it's because the spiritual energy here is denser than outside." Qin Ying nodded. "After this, we'll go to the A-rank alien race area. But first, let's recover our stamina." The gray-haired girl agreed. "All right, let's use this time to develop more new techniques." At the same time, on another battlefield, ferocious fire creatures were roaring, confronting a lone warrior. The black-skinned man, with a resolute expression, held up a potion bottle. Freezing agent. From the potion bottle, sharp ice crystals shot out, directly hitting the fire creatures, creating a confrontation between ice and fire. He smirked, "Killing two birds with one stone." Ice spikes. The ice spikes pierced through the blazing bodies, making them shriek in pain, their fiery glow gradually fading. Without hesitation, the black-skinned man continued to press on, streams of icy coldness continuously pouring out. He turned to a black-haired girl beside him excitedly. "I must say, this freezing agent I got from Su Shaonan is really useful." He confidently added, "With it, I'm now like a dual water and ice user." The white-haired young man unleashed emerald sword energy, forming a powerful vortex, confronting two colossal black-armored creatures. He muttered to himself, "Sword energy domain." Within the sword energy vortex, the young man realized, with this mechanism, Fighting them is just a waste of time. Therefore, I must find a way to directly approach the target. That will be faster. Suddenly, more black-armored creatures appeared. Surrounding the young man, they roared, "Protect the tower!" The white-haired young man subtly smirked, his eyes sharp. A blue light flashed across his face. He wondered, Have I been discovered? Without hesitation, he unleashed a new move. Countless emerald sword energy illusions erupted, filling the space. Sword energy illusion, illusion domain. The armored creatures charged to attack the illusions, but they found it hard to distinguish between real and fake. One of them growled, "It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. Let's just finish them all." While the enemies were still struggling with the illusions, the white-haired young man escaped, hovering atop the giant mechanical tower. He sneered, "Who says the master of a region has to stay inside it?" He swung his sword, and a powerful, storm-like sword energy struck directly down onto the tower, shattering its structure. He declared, "You lost because of your narrow-minded thinking." After destroying the target, the young man flew away, and a faint green silhouette appeared beside him, relaying, "Nanjay, Suchanjay, and the others have cleared the battlefield outside. My brothers and I have swept clean the A-grade alien race area." The green silhouette continued, "Progress is very fast. Wait for Suchanga and the others to rest, then teleport them here to destroy Long Kong's teleportation axis." The white-haired young man replied, "We still haven't figured out the abilities of this S-grade alien race, so I'll scout the situation first. Don't enter unless I call." The green silhouette agreed. "Understood." He plunged into a new space, his eyes blazing red, swinging his sword to tear through the air, sending crimson fragments scattering. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "What?" Before him was a giant, ethereal blue jellyfish-like creature. He was surprised. Is this a jellyfish? Such a large swarm, yet not a single one moved? Could they be a single entity? The jellyfish creature reacted extremely quickly, launching its tentacles in attack. The white-haired young man dodged, astonished. Its reaction speed is incredible, he observed cautiously, sword still in hand, wondering, "It doesn't speak? Is this a non-sentient type?" The white-haired young man plunged down, his sword slashing powerfully, crimson energy swirling around him, a roar echoing, "Assura! Dragon-slaying sword!" From the jellyfish creature's tentacles, a surge of emerald energy erupted, signaling a deadly counterattack. A pained groan escaped the white-haired young man's lips as his sword was corroded by the stream of blue toxin. His sharp sword now lay abandoned on the ground, still emanating deadly blue toxic tendrils. Retreating cautiously, the white-haired young man was doubtful. Besides lightning, it also has corrosive toxicity. This is getting a bit tricky. He didn't hesitate, decisively ordering Zutian. "Zutian, deploy the spatial bubble." She immediately replied, "Understood." A green spatial bubble immediately enveloped the young man, forming a temporary shield between him and the danger. Watching the jellyfish creature slowly recover, he mused, "Cut, yet still intact? Using a sword is truly ineffective. All right, now the only way is to use formations and forbidden arts." Decisively, the white-haired young man swung his hand, and icy energy erupted, forming a giant formation. Glacial formation! A blazing red mark appeared on his hand, merging with the cold blue energy, a testament to the power being summoned. The giant jellyfish creature was partially frozen, surprising the white-haired young man. "It's frozen?" But the surprise quickly turned to worry as he realized the ice wasn't entirely effective, and toxic mist still rose. The ice isn't very effective. With no other choice, he summoned his strongest forbidden art, and a swirling fire dragon appeared, roaring. Forbidden art, fire dragon's roar! Ironically, the fire attack not only failed to destroy the monster, but also caused the toxic mist to flare up even more violently, turning a deadly purple. What the hell? The fire attack actually increased the toxicity of the poisonous mist? The spatial bubble began to crack under the corrosion of the purple toxic mist. He hastily ordered, "The toxic mist is disintegrating the spatial bubble? Zutian, reinforce it." The spatial bubble cracked under the corrosion of the purple toxic mist. Zutian gritted her teeth, accepting the command, pouring all her strength into reinforcing the barrier. The white-haired young man had no other choice, unleashing a new forbidden art. Forbidden art directed sound waves. But the jellyfish monster remained steadfast, the powerful sound waves merely swirling around its body, causing no harm. "They can even absorb sound waves?" he exclaimed in astonishment. The giant jellyfish monster seemed to completely absorb the attack, then counterattacked with brilliant golden energy stream. Standing within the trembling barrier, he realized the critical situation. "If this continues, I'm afraid Zutian won't last much longer. I must find their pattern and end this battle quickly." He poured all his strength, unleashing a blazing lightning forbidden art. Forbidden art, 3,000 thunder tribulations. I will use your own magic against you." However, the jellyfish monster remained unfazed, even absorbing the lightning, golden light spreading across its body. All the lightning was absorbed? He was stunned. Not giving up, the white-haired young man concentrated energy into his palm, deciding, "Then I'll try to detonate them from within." But the forbidden art failed. The jellyfish monster not only didn't explode, but became even stronger, lightning swirling around its body like armor. They didn't explode? And they're even stronger? At the same time, Jutian strained desperately, drenched in sweat. "Nange, the poison's corrosion is too strong. I can't hold on any longer." The white-haired young man was also enduring the backlash, the wound on his arm glowing red as if burned. "Damn it! The backlash in my arm is getting worse and worse." He stared at the monster, a spark of a new idea flashing in his eyes. If pushing directly can't detonate them, then why not try pulling them back? A stream of green energy enveloped his body, and the white-haired young man began to cast another forbidden art. Forbidden art, and then, with a resounding roar, he completed the forbidden art. Extract lightning element. Streams of lightning were forcibly drawn out of the monster's body. He strained to endure, lightning energy surging into his body, his eyes blazing as if bearing an immense pressure. The white-haired young man strained, lightning energy swirling in his hand, compressing into a brilliant golden orb, roaring the forbidden art. "Compress lightning element," he urgently commanded. "Jutian, coordinate the teleportation." The girl with her hair in a high bun replied with an exhausted expression. "Understood." The lightning energy from the orb exploded. He stretched out his hand and pushed hard, shouting, "Such immense energy cannot be wasted! Teleport it to the opposite gate!" The brilliant lightning orb shot through the spatial gate, carrying a terrifying surge of energy. In another place, a giant red dragon creature appeared, roaring proudly. "Ha ha ha! My race has finally appeared! In this universe, I will devour everything, and I will be king!" The dragon's savage laughter suddenly choked, its eyes wide with surprise. It lowered its head, staring into the void, wondering, Are these ants? Immediately, the teleported lightning orb exploded right inside the dragon's body, tearing it into pieces. The terrifying explosion spread throughout space, forming a dazzling halo among the stars, engulfing even a small planet. Meanwhile, Jutian collapsed to the ground, exhausted, gasping, "Nanje, I can't hold on any longer." The white-haired young man turned back, his eyes filled with worry, roaring, "Jutian!" Around him, protective green energy streams still swirled. He looked up at the giant jellyfish creature still hovering in the air, realizing, after the lightning disappeared, there's still poison? Without hesitation, he cast another forbidden art, creating a giant blue protective vortex that enveloped him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. The reverse lightning forbidden art worked, so the same principle must apply to the reverse water forbidden art. He began to chant, "Forbidden art. Extract water element." With a resounding roar, he completed the forbidden art. Powerful blue water streams forcibly drawn out of the giant jellyfish creature's body, forming a surging current. Nanziying's eyes blazed like a meteor, as all the water elemental energy within the giant jellyfish creature's body was forcibly compressed by him, shrinking into a mass. The surging current from the water element extraction forbidden art continued to ravage the jellyfish creature, swirling deep into every fiber, draining its life. The terrifying suction force from the forbidden art made the jellyfish creature struggle in vain, wave after wave of blue energy continuously being drawn out of it. A confident smile bloomed on Nanziying's lips. He knew he had succeeded. He condensed the mass of water energy into a swirling orb, ordering, "To the opposite gate." The water orb shot forth like an arrow, exploding into countless sharp ice shards, tearing apart another Xenos creature hiding in the shadows. Without stopping, Nanziying continued to cast Forbidden Art, Earth Element. The blazing red runes on his arm began to glow. A giant hand of earth and stone, formed by the forbidden art, emerged from the ground, crushing the enemy with the powerful Great Earth Burial Strike. The white-haired young man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly feeling the curse gnawing at his body. "The more forbidden arts I use, the more these runes spread, and the burning sensation becomes more intense." He dragged his heavy steps, his body exhausted, telling himself, "My energy is almost depleted, and the others must be the same. Night is falling, and Jutian is still unconscious." Nanziying knelt beside Jutian, gently helped her up, and offered her a recovery pill. "Jutian, calm down. Take this pill first. Drink it. Then we'll go home." Jutian opened her tired eyes, weakly asking, "Nan, did we win?" Nanziying smiled reassuringly. "Yes, we won." He transmitted his voice everywhere. "Everyone, gather at the exit. We're going back to our cozy home." Everyone gathered, and a man with his hair in a low bun happily said, We finally cleared out Long Yi Tiang Kong's lair. For just a few of us to do this, it's not bad at all. Another sneered. Once we get back, I'll have to demand overtime pay for my brother. The dark-skinned man with spiky white hair looked around, an awkward expression on his face. So, should I be embarrassed to ask? After the fierce battle, the group of warriors gathered amidst the desolate land, laughter echoing as Riftreaver, who had just learned how to tell Huaxia-style jokes, received praise. But the joy was short-lived. A white bandage soaked with fresh red blood, a grim reminder of the price of victory. Amidst the chaotic scene, Qin Ying yelled, urging the blonde girl to prepare medicine, while she exclaimed in panic, unable to believe that their comrades were in such a miserable state after just one day. After receiving first aid, the entire team gathered around a lavish dining table, lively chatter and laughter dispelling their fatigue. One person reassured them that the injuries weren't too serious, and they would be fine with rest, while also encouraging everyone to eat their fill to recover quickly. The girl with the skull apron turned to tease Riftreaver, reminding him that this feast wasn't for him, and he was only allowed to sit at the table to join the fun. It turned out that Riftreaver's main course was a giant wild boar being roasted golden brown outside, making the dark-skinned man sigh, feeling deeply moved by this special treatment. The merriment continued with teasing. A man with a goatee boasted about defeating 27 Amperes-grade monsters and below, then turned to criticize Su Chang'e for doing nothing significant. Su Chang'e angrily retorted, sarcastically remarking that the man had led an entire team and still ended up so pathetic. The dark-skinned man was about to say something, but was cut off by another's emphatic declaration. "Nonsense! We took down an S-grade creature, you weakling!" The young man, sitting nearby, just listened in silence. Laughter erupted as Riftreaver also joined the verbal sparring, infuriating the man with the goatee, who cursed that anyone who followed him wouldn't learn anything good. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Qin Rui seriously announced the achievements. After entering the Void Gate, everyone's abilities had advanced significantly, and most alien races from S-grade downwards had been annihilated. He also brought good news from Great Xia's 5th defense line. The battlefield was gradually shrinking. Qin Rui advised Nan Ziying not to put pressure on himself, and not to hide anything. Nan Ziying replied, promising to tell everything after the meal, so as not to spoil the cheerful atmosphere. After the feast, Nan Ziying went to the clinic, taking off his shirt to reveal strange tattoos on his body. He instructed the people there to keep it a secret and help him examine these marks, wondering what they were. The 3 girls in the clinic carefully observed the marks, one remarking that they looked like tattoos, while the black-haired girl questioned if this was a curse from using forbidden arts inside the Void Gate. Nan Ziying's eyes flashed with determination, and he confirmed, "That's right." The blonde girl gently touched the marks, asking if it hurt. Nan Ziying replied that the burning pain only appeared when the curse flared up after each time he cast forbidden arts. A cold needle plunged deep into Nan Ziying's arm, drawing a sample of fresh red blood carrying the strange curse. "We need to take a sample for analysis," a voice echoed, and he silently agreed. In the modern laboratory, Nan Zishan ordered the 2 girls to prepare. "Zishan, you try using holy light healing first." Outside, the blonde girl anxiously asked about the situation, but the man with the low bun only shook his head. "We're still not sure." Without hesitation, Nan Zishan unleashed her power, and a stream of green holy light purification flared up, enveloping Nan Ziyang. Nan Zishan's eyes widened in surprise. The light had no effect. "Ineffective? Not giving up," the girl continued to chant, switching to enhanced healing, determined to find a solution. But then, a terrifying black-purple entity suddenly rose from the curse mark on Nan Ziyang, making him exclaim in surprise. "What is this?" The grotesque entity lunged straight at Nan Zishan, knocking her to the floor, a painful groan escaping her lips. The man with the low bun quickly caught Nan Zishan, calling her name worriedly. "Are you all right?" he asked. Nan Zishan softly replied, "I'm fine," but a little blood still stained the corner of her mouth. Nan Ziyang gritted his teeth, the curse on him still raging. Did the curse attack the holy light healing? Nan Zishan nodded in confirmation, her voice full of gravity. "Yes, this curse is a living entity, and it can attack. I've never seen anything like this." Meanwhile, the 2 other girls hurried away, their high heels tapping rhythmically on the cold floor. They returned with the analysis results. The short black-haired girl reported, "After analysis, there are no abnormalities in the skin tissue, except for pigmentation." Nan Zishan was stunned, her bloodshot eyes wide. "No abnormalities? How can that be? It just attacked me. Could it not be a type of parasite?"